Chapter 1 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Illustrated by F. L. M. Griggs. Preface. Readers who are acquainted with the earlier volumes of this series will not need to be told that they are less guidebooks than appreciations of the districts with which they are concerned. In the pages that follow, my aim has been to gather a Sussex bouquet, rather than to present the facts which the more practical traveller requires. The order of progress through the country has been determined largely by the lines of railway. I have thought it best to enter Sussex in the west at Midhurst, making that the first centre, and to zigzag thence across to the east by way of Chichester, Arundel, Petworth, Horsham, Brighton (I name only the chief centres), Cuckfield, East Grinstead, Lewes, Eastbourne, Hailsham, Hastings, Rye, and Tunbridge Wells, leaving the county finally at Withyham, on the borders of Ashdown Forest. For the traveller in a carriage or on a bicycle this route is not the best, but for those who would explore it slowly on foot, and much of the more characteristic scenery of Sussex can be studied only in this way, with occasional assistance from the train, it is, I think, as good a scheme as any. I do not suggest that it is necessary for the reader who travels through Sussex to take the same route. He would probably prefer to cover the county literally strip by strip: the forest strip from Tunbridge Wells to Horsham, the wheeled strip from Billingshurst to Burwash, the downs strip from Racton to Beachy Head, rather than follow my course, north to south and south to north across the land. But the book is, I think, the gainer by these tangents, and certainly its author is happier, for they bring him again and again back to the downs. It is impossible at this date to write about Sussex in accordance with the plan of the present series without saying a great many things that others have said before, and without making use of the historians of the county. To the collections of the Sussex Archaeological Society I am greatly indebted, also to Mr. J. G. Bishop's Peep into the Past, and to Mr. W. D. Parish's Dictionary of the Sussex Dialect. Many other works are mentioned in the text. The history, archaeology, and natural history of the county have been thoroughly treated by various writers, but there are, I have noticed, fewer books than there should be upon Sussex men and women. Carlyle's saying that every clergyman should write the history of his parish, which one might amend to the history of his parishioners, has borne too little fruit in our district, nor have lay observers arisen in any number to atone for the shortcoming. And yet Sussex must be as rich in good character, pure, quaint, shrewd, humorous, or noble, as any other division of England. In the matter of honouring illustrious Sussex men and women, the late Mark Antony Lower played his part with The Worthies of Sussex, and Mr. Fleet with Glimpses of Our Sussex Ancestors. But the Sussex characters, where are they? Who has set down their little unremembered acts, their eccentricities, their sterling southern tenacities? The Rev. A. D. Gordon wrote the history of Harting, and quite recently the Rev. C. N. Sutton has published his interesting historical notes of Withyham, Hartfield, and Ashdown Forest, and there may be other similar parish histories which I am forgetting. But the only books that I have seen which make a patient and sympathetic attempt to understand the people of Sussex are Mr. Parish's Dictionary, Mr. Egerton's Sussex Folk and Sussex Ways, and John Halsham's Idlehurst. How many rare qualities of head and heart must go unrecorded in rural England! I have to thank my friend Mr. C. E. Clayton for his kindness in reading the proofs of this book and in suggesting additions. E. V. L. Reader's note: a list of the 14 1-inch ordnance maps of Sussex is omitted at this point. End reader's note. Chapter 1 Midhurst. If it is better in exploring a county to begin with its least interesting districts and to end with the best, I have made a mistake in the order of this book. I should rather have begun with the comparatively dull, hot inland hilly region of the north east, and have left it at the cool chalk downs of the Hampshire border. But if one's first impression of new country cannot be too favourable, we have done rightly in starting at Midhurst, even at the risk of a loss of enthusiasm in the concluding chapters. For although historically, socially, and architecturally North Sussex is as interesting as South Sussex, the crown of the county's scenery is the Downs, and its most fascinating districts are those which the Downs dominate. The further we travel from the Downs and the sea, the less unique are our surroundings. Many of the villages in the northern Weald, beautiful as they are, might equally well be in Kent or Surrey. A visitor suddenly alighting in their midst, say from a balloon, would be puzzled to name the county he was in. But the Downs and their dependencies are essential Sussex. Hence a Sussex man in love with the Downs becomes less happy at every step northward. One cause of the unique character of the Sussex Downs is their virginal security, their unassailable independence. They stand, a silent, undiscovered country, between the seething pleasure towns of the seaboard plain and the trim estates of the Weald. Londoners, for whom Sussex has a special attraction by reason of its proximity, note, Brighton's beach is the nearest to the capital in point of time, end note, either pause north of the Downs, or rush through them in trains, on bicycles, or in carriages to the sea. Houses there are among the Downs, it is true, but they are old established, the homes of families that can remember no other homes. There is as yet no fashion for residences in these altitudes. Until that fashion sets in, and may it be far distant, the Downs will remain essential Sussex, and those that love them will exclaim with Mr. Kipling, "God gave all men all earth to love, but since man's heart is small, ordains for each one spot shall prove beloved over all. Each to his choice, and I rejoice the lot has fallen to me in a fair ground, in a fair ground, yea, Sussex by the sea." If we are to begin our travels in Sussex with the best, then Midhurst is the starting point, for no other spot has so much to offer. A quiet country town, gabled and venerable, unmodernised and unambitious, with a river, a Tudor ruin, a park of deer, heather commons, immense woods, and the Downs only 3 miles distant. Moreover, Midhurst is also the centre of a very useful little railway system, which, having only a single line in each direction, while serving the traveller, never annoys him by disfiguring the country, or letting loose upon it crowds of vandals. Single lines always mean thinly populated country. As a pedestrian poet has sung, "My heart leaps up when I behold a single railway line, for then I know the wood and wold are almost wholly mine." And Midhurst, being on no great high road, is nearly always quiet. Nothing ever hurries there. The people live their own lives, passing along their few narrow streets, and the one broad one, under the projecting eaves of timbered houses, unrecking of London and the world. Sussex has no more contented town. The church, which belongs really to St. Mary Magdalene, but is popularly credited to St. Denis, was never very interesting, but is less so now that the Montague tomb has been moved to Easebourne. 20 years ago, I remember, was rumoured to harbour a pig-faced lady. I never had sight of her, but as to her existence and her cast of feature, no one was in the least doubt. Pig-faced ladies, once so common, seem to have gone out just as the day of Spring-heeled Jack is over. Sussex once had her Spring-heeled Jacks too, in some profusion. Cowdray Park is gained from the High Street, just below the Angel Inn, by a causeway through water meadows of the Rother. The house is now but a shell, never having been rebuilt since the fire which ate out its heart in 1793. Yet a beautiful shell, heavily draped in rich green ivy, that before very long must here and there forget its early duty of supporting the walls, and thrust them too far from the perpendicular to stand. Cowdray, built in the reign of Henry VIII, did not come to its full glory until Sir Anthony Browne, afterwards first Viscount Montagu, took possession. The seal was put upon its fame by the visit of Queen Elizabeth in 1591. Note: Edward VI had been banqueted there by Sir Anthony in 1552. "Marvellously, nay, rather excessively," as he wrote. End note. The seal was put upon its fame by the visit of Queen Elizabeth in 1591, as some return for the loyalty of her host, who, although an old man, in 1588, on the approach of the Armada, had ridden straightway to Tilbury with his sons and his grandson, the first to lay the service of his house at Her Majesty's feet. A rare pamphlet is still preserved, describing the festivities during Queen Elizabeth's sojourn. On Saturday, about 8 o'clock, Her Majesty reached the house, travelling from Farnham, where she had dined. Upon sight of her, loud music sounded. It stopped when she set foot upon the bridge, and a real man, standing between two wooden dummies, whom he exactly resembled, began to flatter her exceedingly. Until she came, he said, the walls shook and the roof tottered, but one glance from her eyes had steadied the turret for ever. He went on to call her virtue immortal, and herself the miracle of time, nature's glory, fortune's empress, and the world's wonder. Elizabeth, when he had made an end, took the key from him, and embraced Lady Montagu and her daughter, the Lady Dormere, whereupon the mistress of the house, as it were weeping in the bosom, said, "O happy time! O joyful day!" These preliminaries over, the fun began. At breakfast next morning 3 oxen and 140 geese were devoured. On Monday, August the 17th, Elizabeth rode to her bower in the park, took a crossbow from a nymph who sang a sweet song, and with it shot 3 or 4 deer, carefully brought within range. After dinner, standing on one of the turrets, she watched 16 bucks pulled down with greyhounds in a lawn. On Tuesday the Queen was approached by a pilgrim, who first called her fairest of all creatures, and expressed the wish that the world might end with her life, and then led her to an oak, whereon were hanging escutcheons of Her Majesty and all the neighbouring noblemen and gentlemen. As she looked, a wild man, clad all in ivy, appeared, and delivered an address on the importance of loyalty. On Wednesday the Queen was taken to a goodly fish pond, now a meadow, where there was an angler. After some words from him, a band of fishermen approached, drawing their nets after them, whereupon the angler, turning to Her Majesty, remarked that her virtue made envy blush and stand amazed. Having thus spoken, the net was drawn and found to be full of fish, which were laid at Elizabeth's feet. The entry for this day ends with the sentence, "That evening she hunted." On Thursday the lords and ladies dined at a table 48 yards long, and there was a country dance with tabor and pipe, which drew from Her Majesty gentle applause. On Friday the Queen knighted 6 gentlemen and passed on to Chichester. A year later the first Lord Montagu died. He was succeeded by another Anthony, the author of the Book of Orders and Rules, for the use of the family at Cowdray, and the dedicatee of Anthony Copley's Fig for Fortune, 1596. Copley has a certain Sussex interest of his own, having astonished not a little the good people of Horsham. A contemporary letter describes him as "the most desperate youth that liveth. He did shoot at a gentleman last summer, and did kill an ox with a musket, and in Horsham church he threw his dagger at the parish clerk, and it stuck in a seat of the church. There liveth not his like in England for sudden attempts." Subsequently the conspirator poet must have calmed down, for he states in the dedication to my lord that he is "now winnowed by the fan of grace and Zionry." Today he would say saved. Copley, after narrowly escaping capital punishment for his share in a Jesuit plot, disappeared. The instructions given in Lord Montagu's Book of Orders and Rules illustrate very vividly the generous amplitude of the old Cowdray establishment. Thus,
My carver and his office. I will that my carver, when he cometh to the Uri board, do there wash together with the sewer, and that done be armed videlt with an arming a towel cast about his neck, and put under his girdle on both sides, and one napkin on his left shoulder, and another on the same arm, and thence being brought by my gentleman usher to my table, with two courtesies thereto, the one about the midst of the chamber, the other when he cometh to it, that he do stand seemly and decently with due reverence and silence, until my diet and fare be brought up, and then do his office, and when any meat is to be broken up, that he do carry it to a side table, which shall be prepared for that purpose, and there do it. When he hath taken up the table and delivered the voider to the yeoman usher, he shall do reverence and return to the Uri board, there to be unarmed. My will is that for that day he have the precedence and place next to my gentleman usher at the waiter's table. My gentlemen waiters. I will that some of my gentlemen waiters hearken when I or my wife at any time do walk abroad, that they may be ready to give their attendance upon us, some at one time and some at another, as they shall agree amongst themselves. But when strangers are in place, then I will that in any sort they be ready to do such service for them as the gentleman usher shall direct. I will further that they be daily present in the great chamber or other place of my diet, about 10 of the clock in the forenoon and 5 in the afternoon, without fail, for performance of my service, unless they have licence from my steward or gentleman usher to the contrary, which if they exceed, I will that they make known the cause thereof to my stewards, who shall acquaint me therewithal. I will that they dine and sup at a table appointed for them, and there take place next after the gentlemen of my horse and chamber, according to their seniorities in my service. The third Viscount Montagu was not remarkable, but his account books are quaint reading. From July 1657 to July 1658, his steward spent £1,945 10s. Solely in little personal matters for his master. Among the disbursements were, on September the 11th, 14 pence for washing Will Stapler. On November the 22nd, 1s. and 4d. to the Lewis carrier for bringing a box of puddings for my mistress and my master. On January the 17th, £4 to Mr. Fisk the dancing master for teaching my master to dance, being 2 months. And on April the 21st, 7s. for a tooth for my lord. The fifth Viscount was a man of violent temper. On reaching mass one day and finding it half done, he drew his pistol and shot the chaplain. The outcry all over the country was loud and vengeful, and my lord lay concealed for 15 years in a hiding-hole contrived in the masonry of Cowdray for the shelter of persecuted priests. The peer emerged only at night, when he roamed the close walks, repentant and sad. Lady Montagu would then steal out to him, dressing all in white, to such good purpose that the desired rumours of a ghost soon flew about the neighbourhood. The curse of Cowdray, which, if genuinely pronounced, has certainly been wonderfully fulfilled, dates from the gift of Battle Abbey by Henry VIII to Sir Anthony Browne, the father of Queen Elizabeth's host and friend. Sir Anthony seized his new property and turned the monks out of the gates in 1538. Legend says that as the last monk departed, he warned his despoiler that by fire and water his line should perish. By fire and water it perished indeed. A week after Cowdray House was burned in 1793, the last Viscount Montagu was drowned in the Rhine. His only sister, the wife of Mr. Stephen Poyntz, who inherited, was the mother of 2 sons, both of whom were drowned while bathing at Bognor. When Mr. Poyntz sold the estate to the Earl of Egmont, we may suppose the curse to have been withdrawn. Among the treasures that were destroyed in the fire were the roll of Battle Abbey and many paintings. Dr. Johnson visited Cowdray a few years before its demolition. "Sir," he said to Boswell, "I should like to stay here 24 hours. We see here how our ancestors lived." According to the Tour of Great Britain, attributed to Daniel Defoe, but probably by another hand, Cowdrey's Hall was of Irish oak. In the large parlour were the Triumphs of Henry VIII by Holbein. In the long gallery were the 12 Apostles, as large as life, while the marriage of Cupid and Psyche, a tableau that never failed to please our ancestors, was not wanting. The glory of the Montagues has utterly passed. The present Earl of Egmont is either an absentee, or he lives in a cottage near the gates, and the new house, which is hidden in trees, is of no interest. The park, however, is still ranged by its beautiful deer, and still possesses an avenue of chestnut trees and rolling wastes of turf. It is everywhere as free as a heath. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 2. Midhurst's Villages. The road from Midhurst to Blackdown ascends steadily to Henley, threading vast woods and preserves. On the left is a great common, on the right North Heath, where the 2 Drewitts were hanged in chains after being executed at Horsham in 1799 for the robbery of the Portsmouth mail, probably the last instance of hanging in chains in this country. For those that like wild forest country, there was once no better ramble than might be enjoyed here. But now, 1903, that the King's new sanatorium is being built in the midst of Great Common, some of the wildness must necessarily be lost. A finer site could not have been found. Above Great Common is a superb open space, nearly 600 feet high, with gorse bushes advantageously placed to give shelter while one studies the Fernhurst Valley, the Haslemere Heights, and, blue in the distance, the North Downs. Sussex has nothing wilder or richer than the country we are now in. A few minutes' walk to the east from this lofty common, and we are immediately above Henley, clinging to the hillside, an almost alpine hamlet. Henley, however, no longer sees the travellers that once it did, for the coach road, which of old climbed perilously through it, has been diverted in a curve through the Hanger, and now sweeps into Fernhurst by way of Henley Common. Fernhurst, beautifully named, is in an exquisite situation among the minor eminences of the Haslemere range. But the builder has been busy here, and the village is not what it was. 2 miles to the northwest, on the way to Linchmere, immediately under the green heights of Marley, is the old house which once was Shoolbred Priory. As it is now in private occupation and is not shown to strangers, I have not seen it, but of old many persons journeyed thither, attracted by the quaint mural paintings in the Prior's room, of domestic animals uttering speech. Christus natus est, crows the cock. Quando, quando? The duck inquires. In hac nocte, says the raven. Ubi, ubi? Asks the cow, and the lamb satisfies her. Bethlehem, Bethlehem. One may return deviously from Shoolbred to Midhurst, passing in the heart of an unpopulated country a hamlet called Milland, where is an old curiosity shop of varied resources, by way of one of the pleasantest and narrowest lanes that I know, rising and falling for miles through silent woods, coming at last to Chithurst Church, one of the smallest and simplest and least accessible in the county, and reaching Midhurst again by the hard, dry and irreproachable road that runs between the heather of Trotton Common. On the eastern side of Fernhurst, to which we may now return, a mile on the way to Lurgashall, was once Verdley Castle, but it is now a castle no more, merely a ruined heap. Utilitarianism was too much for it, and its stones fell to macadam. After all, if an old castle has to go, there are few better forms of reincarnation for it than a good hard road. While at Fernhurst, it is well to walk on to Blackdown, the best way, perhaps, being to take the lane to the right, about half a mile beyond the village, and make for the hill across country. Blackdown, whose blackness is from its heather and its furze, frowns before one all the while. The climb to the summit is toilsome, over 900 feet, but well worth the effort, for the hill overlooks hundreds of square miles of Sussex and Surrey, between Leith Hill in the north and Chanctonbury in the south. Aldworth, Tennyson's house, is on the north-east slope, facing Surrey. The poet laid the foundation stone on April the 23rd, Shakespeare's birthday, 1868. The inscription on the stone running, "Prosper thou the work of our hands, O prosper thou our handiwork." Of the site, Aubrey de Vere wrote, "It lifted England's great poet to a height from which he could gaze on a large portion of that English land which he loved so well, see it basking in its most affluent summer beauty, and only bounded by the inviolate sea. Year after year he trod its two stately terraces with men the most noted of their time." Pilgrims from all parts journeyed thither, not too welcome, among them that devout American who had worked his way across the Atlantic in order to recite Maud to its author, a recitation from which, says the present Lord Tennyson, his father suffered. Tennyson has, I think, no poems upon his Sussex home, but I always imagine that the dedication of The Death of Ene and other poems in 1894 must belong to Blackdown. There on the top of the down, the wild heather round me, and over me June's high blue. When I looked at the bracken so bright and the heather so brown, I thought to myself, I would offer this book to you, this and my love together, to you that are 77, with a faith as clear as the heights of the June blue heaven, and a fancy as summer new as the green of the bracken amid the gloom of the heather. The most interesting village between Midhurst and the western boundary, due west, is Trotton, 3 miles distant on the superb road to Petersfield, of which I have spoken above. There is no better road in England. Trotton is quiet and modest, but it has two great claims on lovers of the English drama. In the Ode to Pity of one of our Sussex poets we read thus of another: "But wherefore need I wander wide to old Ilissus' distant side, deserted streams and mute? Wild Arun, too, has heard thy strains, and Echo, midst thy native plains, been soothed by Pity's lute. There first the wren thy myrtles shed on gentlest Otway's infant head, to him thy cell was shown, and while he sung the female heart, with youth's soft notes unspoiled by art, thy turtles mixed their own." So wrote William Collins, adding in a note that the Arun, more properly the Rother, a tributary of the Arun, runs by the village of Trotton in Sussex, where Thomas Otway had his birth. The unhappy author of Venice Preserved and The Orphan was born at Trotton in 1652, the son of Humphrey Otway, the curate, who afterwards became rector of Woolbeeding, close by. Otway died miserably when only 33, partly of starvation, partly of a broken heart at the unresponsiveness of Mrs. Barry, the actress, whom he loved, but who preferred the Earl of Rochester. His two best plays, although they are no longer acted, lived for many years, providing in Belvidera, in Venice Preserved, and Minimia in The Orphan, in which he sung the female heart, congenial roles for tragic actresses, Mrs. Barry, Mrs. Oldfield, Mrs. Cibber, Mrs. Siddons, and Miss O'Neill. Otway was buried in the churchyard of St. Clement Danes, but a tablet to his fame is in Trotton Church, which is of unusual plainness, not unlike an ecclesiastical barn. Here also is the earliest known brass to a woman, Margaret de Camoys, who lived about 1300. The transition is easy at Trotton from Otway to Shakespeare, from Venice Preserved to Henry IV. Hotspur to Lady Percy. "Come, Kate, thou art perfect in lying down. Come quick, quick, that I may lay my head in thy lap." Lady P. "Go, ye giddy goose." Note: the music plays. End note. Hotspur. Now I perceive the devil understands Welsh, and 'tis no marvel he's so humorous. By our Lady, he's a good musician. Lady P. Then should you be nothing but musical, for you are altogether governed by humours. Lie still, you thief, and hear the lady sing in Welsh. Hotspur. I had rather hear, lady, my brach howl in Irish. Lady P. Wouldst have thou head broken? Hotspur. No. Lady P. Then be still. Hotspur. Neither. 'Tis a woman's fault. Lady P. Now God help thee. Hotspur. To the Welsh lady's bed. Lady P. What's that? Hotspur. Peace. She sings. Note. A Welsh song sung by Lady Mortimer. End note. Hotspur. Come, Kate, I'll have your song too. Lady P. Not mine, in good sooth. Hotspur. Not yours, in good sooth? Heart, you swear like a comfit maker's wife. Not you, in good sooth, and as true as I live, and as God shall mend me, and as sure as day, and give such sarcenet surety for thy oaths, as if thou never walk'st further than Finsbury. Swear me, Kate, like a lady as thou art, a good mouth-filling oath, and leave in sooth and such protest of pepper gingerbread to velvet guards and Sunday citizens. Come, sing. Lady P. I will not sing. Hotspur. 'Tis the next way to turn tailor or be redbreast teacher. As the indentures be drawn, I'll away within these 2 hours, and so come in when you will. Note. Exit. End note. My excuse for introducing this little scene is that Kate, whose real name was Elizabeth, lies here. Her tomb is in the chancel, where she reposes beside her second husband Thomas, Lord Camoys, beneath a slab on which are presentments in brass of herself and her lord. It was this Lord Camoys who rebuilt Trotton's church about 1400, and who also gave the village its beautiful bridge over the Rother, at a cost, it used to be said, of only a few pence less than that of the church. Trotton has still other literary claims. At Trotton Place lived Arthur Edward Knox, whose Ornithological Rambles in Sussex, published in 1849, is one of the few books worthy to stand beside White's Natural History of Selborne. In Sussex, as elsewhere, the fowler has prevailed, and although rare birds are still occasionally to be seen, they now visit the country only by accident, and leave it as soon as may be, thankful to have a whole skin. Guns were active enough in Knox's time, but to read his book today is to be translated to a new land. From time to time I shall borrow from Mr. Knox's pages. Here I may quote a short passage which refers at once to his home and to his attitude to those creatures whom he loved to study and studied to love. I have the satisfaction of exercising the rights of hospitality towards a pair of barn owls, which have for some time taken up their quarters in one of the attic roofs of the ancient ivy-covered house in which I reside. I delight in listening to the prolonged snoring of the young when I ascend the old oak stairs to the neighbourhood of their nursery, and in hearing the shriek of the parent birds on the calm summer nights as they pass to and fro near my window, for it assures me that they are still safe, and as I know that at least a qualified protection is afforded them elsewhere, and that even their arch enemy, the gamekeeper, is beginning, reluctantly but gradually, to acquiesce in the general belief of their innocence and utility, I cannot help indulging the hope that this bird will eventually meet with that general encouragement and protection to which its eminent services so richly entitle it. One more literary association. It was at Trotton that William Cobbett looked at the squire. From Rogate we came on to Trotton, where a Mr. Twyford is the squire, and where there is a very fine and ancient church close by the squire's house. I saw the squire looking at some poor devils who were making "worst improvements, ma'am," on the road which passes by the squire's door. He looked uncommonly hard at me. It was a scrutinizing sort of look, mixed, as I thought, with a little surprise, if not of jealousy, as much as to say, "I wonder who the devil you can be." My look at the squire was with the head a little on one side, and with the cheek drawn up from the left corner of the mouth, expressive of anything rather than a sense of inferiority to the squire, of whom, however, I had never heard speak before. By passing on to Rogate, whose fine church not long since was restored too freely, and turning due south, we come to what is perhaps the most satisfying village in all Sussex, South Harting. Cool and spacious and retired, it lies under the Downs, with a little subsidiary range of its own to shelter it also from the west. 3 inns are ready to refresh the traveller: the Ship, the White Hart, a favourite Sussex sign, and the Coach and Horses, with a new signboard of dazzling freshness. The surrounding country is good. Petersfield and Midhurst are less than an hour's drive distant, while the village has one of the most charming churches in Sussex, both without and within. Unlike most of the county's spires, South Harting's is slate and red shingle, but the slate is of an agreeable green hue, resembling old copper. Perhaps it is copper. The roof is of red tiles, mellowed by weather, and the south side of the tower is tiled too, imparting an unusual suggestion of warmth, more of comfort, to the structure, while on the east wall of the chancel is a Virginian creeper, which, as autumn advances, emphasises this effect. Within, the church is winning too, with its ample arches, perfect proportions, and that aesthetic satisfaction that often attends the cruciform shape. An interesting monument of the Cowper and Coles families is preserved in the south transept, 3 full-sized coloured figures. In the north transept is a spiral staircase leading to the tower, and elsewhere are memorials of the Fords and Fanshaws of Up Park, a superb domain over the brow of Harting's Down, and of the Carrolls of Lady Holt, of whom we shall see more directly. The east window is a peculiarly cheerful one, and the door of South Harting Church is kept open, as every church door should be, but as too many in Sussex are not. In the churchyard, beneath a shed, are the remains of 2 tombs with recumbent stone figures, now in a fragmentary state. At the church gates are the old village stocks. Harting has a place in literature, for one of the Carrolls was Pope's friend, John, 1666 to 1736, a nephew of the diplomatist and dramatist. Pope's Carroll, who suggested the Rape of the Lock, lived at Lady Holt at West Harting, long destroyed, and also at West Grinstead, where, as we shall see, the poem was largely written. Mr. H.D. Gordon, rector of Harting for many years, wrote a history of his parish in 1877, a very interesting gossipy book, where we may read much of the Carroll family, including passages from their letters. How Lady Mary Carroll had the kind impulse to take one of the parson's 9 daughters to France to educate and befriend, but was so thoughtless as to transform into a pretty papist. How Lady Mary disliked Mrs. Jones, the steward's wife, and many other matters. I quote a passage from a letter of Lady Mary's about Mrs. Jones, showing that human nature was not then greatly different from what it is today. Mr. Jones and his fine madam came down 2 days before your birthday, and expected to lie in the house, but as I apprehended the consequences of letting them begin so, I made an excuse for want of rooms by expecting company, and sent them to Gould's. Note: Arthur Gould married Kate Carroll, and lived at Harting Place. End note. Where they stayed 2 nights. I invited them the next day to dinner, and they came, but the day following Madam huffed, I believe, for she went away to Barnard's and would not so much as see the desert. Dessert. However, I don't repent it. He has been here at all the merriment, and I believe you'll find it better to keep them at a civil distance than other ways, for she seems a high dame, and not very good-humoured, for she has been sick ever since of the mulygrubes. Mrs. Jones soon afterwards succumbed either to the mulygrubes or a worse visitation. Lady Mary thus broke the news: Mr. Jones's wife died on Sunday, just as she lived, an independent, and would have no parson with her, because, she said, she could pray as well as they. He is making a great funeral, but I believe not in much affection, for he was all night at a merry bout 2 days before she died. On the arrival of the young Squire Carroll at Lady Holt with his bride in 1739, Paul Kelly, the bailiff, informed Lady Mary that the villagers conducted their lord and lady home with the uppermost satisfaction, a good phrase. Mr. Gordon writes elsewhere in his book of a famous writer whom Hampshire claims: "For at least 40 years, 1754 to 1792, Gilbert White was an East Harting squire. The bulk of his property was at Woodhouse and Nye Woods, on the northern slope of East Harting, and bounded on the west by the road to Harting Station. The passenger from Harting to the railway has on his right, immediately opposite the Severals Wood, Gilbert White's farm, extending nearly to the station. White had also other Harting lands. These were upon the Downs, viz. a portion of the park of Up Park on the south side, and a portion of Kildevil Lane on the North Marden side of Harting Hill. Gilbert White was on his mother's side a Ford, and these lands had been transmitted to him through his great uncle, Oliver Whitby, nephew to Sir Edward Ford." A glimpse of the old Sussex field routine, not greatly changed in the remote districts to day, was given to Mr. Gordon 30 years ago by an aged labourer. This was the day: out in the morning at 4 o'clock, mouthful of bread and cheese and pint of ale, then off to the harvest field, ripping and mowen, reaping and mowing, till 8, then morning breakfast and small beer. Breakfast, a piece of fat pork as thick as your hat, a broad-brimmed wideawake, is wide. Then work till 10 o'clock, then a mouthful of bread and cheese and a pint of strong beer. Note, farnooner, i.e. fornooner.
Farnooner's lunch, we called it.
End note. Work till 12, then that's dinner in the farmhouse. Sometimes a leg of mutton, sometimes a piece of ham and plum pudding. Then work till 5, then a nunch and a quart of ale. Nunch was cheese, 'twas skimmed cheese though. Then work till sunset, then home and have supper and a pint of ale. I never knew a man drunk in the harvest field in my life. Could drink 6 quarts, and believe that a man might drink 2 gallons in a day. All of us were in the house, i.e. the usual hired servants and those specially engaged for the harvest. The yearly servants used to go with the monthly ones. There was 2 thrashers, and the head thrasher used always to go before the reapers. A man could cut, according to the goodness of the job, half an acre a day. The terms of wages were £3 10s to 50s for the month. When the hay was in cock or the wheat in shock, then the titheman come. You didn't dare take up a field without you let him know. If the titheman didn't come at the time, you tithed yourself. He marked his sheaves with a bough or bush. You couldn't get over the titheman. If you began at a hedge and made the 10th cock smaller than the rest, the titheman might begin in the middle, just where he liked. The titheman at Harting, old John Blackmore, lived at Mundy's, South Harting Street. His grandson is blacksmith at Harting now. All the tithing was quiet. You didn't dare even set your eggs till the titheman had been and ta'en his tithe. The usual day's work was from 7 to 5. Like all Sussex villages, Harting has had its witches and possessors of the evil eye. Most curious of these was old Mother Digby, née Mollen, who, in Mr. Gordon's words, lived at a house in Hog's Lane, East Harting, and had the power of witching herself into a hare, and was continually, like Hecate, attended by dogs. Squire Russell of Tye Oak always lost his hare at the sinkhole of a drain near by the old lady's house. One day the dogs caught hold of the hare by its hind quarters, but it escaped down the drain, and Squire Russell, instantly opening the old beldame's door, found her rubbing the part of her body corresponding to that by which the hound had seized the hare. Squire Carroll, however, declined to be hard on the broomstick and its riders, as the following entry in the records of the Court Leet, held for the 100 of Dumford in 1747, shows. Also, we present the Honourable John Carroll, Esquire, Lord of this manor, for not having and keeping a ducking stool within the said 100 of Dumford according to law, for the ducking of scolds and other disorderly persons. The road from South Harting to Elsted runs under the hills, which here rise abruptly from the fields to great heights, notably Beacon Hill, like a huge green mammoth 800 feet high, on which, before the days of telegraphy, lived the signaller, who passed on the tidings of danger on the coast to the next Beacon Hill, above Henley, and so on to London. In the days of Napoleon, when any moment might reveal the French fleet, the Sussex hilltops must often have smouldered under false alarms. The next hill in the east is Treyford Hill, above Treyford village, whose church tower, standing on a little hill of its own, nearly 300 feet high, might take a lesson in beauty from South Harting's, although its spire has a slenderness not to be improved. Next to Treyford Hill is Didling Hill, above Didling, and then Lynch Down, highest of all in these parts, being 818 feet. Elsted, which has no particular interest, possesses an inn, the Three Horseshoes, on a site superior to that of many a nobleman's house. It stands high above a rocky lane, commanding a superb sidelong view of the Downs and the Weald. Midhurst's river is the Rother, not to be confounded with the Rother in the east of Sussex, which flows into the Arun near Hardham. It is wide enough at Midhurst for small boats, and is a very graceful stream on which to idle and watch the few kingfishers that man has spared. One may walk by its side for miles and hear no sound save the music of repose, the soft munching of the cows in the meadows, the chuckle of the water as a rat slips in, the sudden yet soothing plash caused by a jumping fish. Around one's head in the evening the stag-beetle buzzes with its multiplicity of wings and fierce lobster-like claws outstretched. Following the Rother to the west, one comes first to Easebourne, a shady, cool village only a few steps from Midhurst, once notable for its Benedictine priory of nuns. Henry VIII put an end to its religious life, which, however, if we may believe the rather disgraceful revelations divulged at an episcopal examination, for some years had not been of too sincere a character. In Easebourne church is the handsome tomb of the first Viscount Montagu, the host of Queen Elizabeth, which was brought hither from Midhurst church some 40 years ago. Beyond Easebourne, on the banks of the Rother, is Woolbeading, amid lush grass and foliage, as green a spot as any in green England. On the eastern side of the town, with a diversion into Queen Elizabeth's sombre wood walk, one may come by the side of the river part of the way to West Lavington, which stands high on a slope facing the Downs, with pine woods immediately beneath it. Perhaps as fair a site as any church can claim. The grave of Richard Cobden, the free trader, a native of Hayshot near by, is in the churchyard. Here, in 1850, Henry Edward Manning, afterwards Cardinal, preached his last sermon for the Church of England. It is indeed Manning country, for besides being curate and rector of Woollavington with Graffham, 4 or 5 miles to the south-east, from 1833 until his secession he was for 9 years Archdeacon of Chichester. He married Miss Sargent, daughter of the late rector and sister of Mrs. Samuel Wilberforce of Woollavington, and while rector he rebuilt both churches. Graffham is interesting also as being the present home of one of the most truthful of living painters, Mr. Henry Lathange, whose scenes of peasants at work in the manner of Barbizon and studies of sunlight spattering through the trees are among the triumphs of modern English art. One more village and we will make for the hills. A mile beyond the eastern gate of Cowdray Park is Lodsworth, still a paradise of apple orchards, but no longer famous for its cider as once it was. Arthur Young had the pleasure of tasting some Lodsworth cider of a superior quality at Lord Egremont's table at the beginning of the last century, but I doubt if Petworth House honours the beverage to-day. Cider, except in the cider country, becomes less and less common. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 3. First sight of the Downs. Between Midhurst and Chichester, our next centre, rise the Downs, to a height of between 700 and 800 feet. Although we shall often be crossing them again before we leave the county, I should like to speak of them a little in this place. The Downs are the symbol of Sussex. The sea, the Weald, the heather hills of her great forest district she shares with other counties, but the Downs are her own. Wiltshire, Berkshire, Kent and Hampshire, it is true, have also their turf-covered chalk hills, but the Sussex Downs are vaster, more remarkable, and more beautiful than these, with more individuality and charm. At first they have been known to disappoint the traveller, but one has only to live among them, or near them, within the influence of their varying moods, and they surely conquer. They are the smoothest things in England, gigantic, rotund, easy. The eye rests upon their gentle contours and is at peace. They have no sublimity, no grandeur, only the most spacious repose. Perhaps it is due to this quality that the Wealden folk, accustomed to be overshadowed by this unruffled range, are so deliberate in their mental processes, and so averse from speculation or experiment. There is a hypnotism of form. A rugged peak will alarm the mind, where a billowy green undulation will lull it. The Downs change their complexion, but are never other than soothing and still. No stress of weather produces in them any of that sense of fatality that one is conscious of in Westmoreland. Thunderclouds empurple the turf and blacken the hangers, but they cannot break the imperturbable equanimity of the line. Rain throws over the range a gauze veil of added softness. A mist makes them more wonderful, unreal, romantic. Snow brings them to one's doors. At sunrise they are magical, a background for Malory. At sunset they are the lovely home of the serenest thoughts, a spectacle for Marcus Aurelius. Their combes or hollows are then filled with purple shadow cast by the sinking sun, while the summits and shoulders are gold. Gilbert White has an often quoted passage on these hills. Though I have now travelled the Sussex Downs upward of 30 years, yet I still investigate that chain of majestic mountains with fresh admiration year by year, and I think I see new beauties every time I traverse it. This range, which runs from Chichester eastward as far as Eastbourne, is about 60 miles in length, and is called the South Downs, properly speaking, only round Lewes. As you pass along, you command a noble view of the Wild or Weald on one hand, and the broad downs and sea on the other. Mr. Ray used to visit a family, Mr. Quartthorpe of Danny, just at the foot of these hills, and was so ravished with the prospect from Plumpton Plain, near Lewes, that he mentions those scapes in his Wisdom of God in the Works of the Creation with the utmost satisfaction, and thinks them equal to anything he had seen in the finest parts of Europe. For my own part, I think there is something peculiarly sweet and amusing in the shapely figured aspect of the chalk hills, in preference to those of stone, which are rugged, broken, abrupt, and shapeless. Perhaps I may be singular in my opinion, and not so happy as to convey to you the same idea, but I never contemplate these mountains without thinking I perceive somewhat analogous to growth in their gentle swellings and smooth fungus-like protuberances, their fluted sides and regular hollows and slopes, that carry at once the air of vegetative dilatation and expansions. Or was there even a time when these immense masses of calcareous matter were thrown into fermentation by some adventitious moisture, were raised and leavened into such shapes by some plastic power, and so made to swell and heave their broad backs into the sky, so much above the less animated clay of the wild below? The Downs have a human and historic as well as scenic interest. On many of their highest points are the barrows or graves of our British ancestors, who, could they revisit the glimpses of the moon, would find little change. For these hills have been less interfered with than any district within twice the distance from London. The English dislike of climbing has saved them. They will probably be the last stronghold of the horse when petrol has ousted him from every other region. After the Briton came the Roman, to whose orderly military mind such a chain of hills seemed a series of heaven-sent earthworks. Every point in a favourable position was at once fortified by the legionaries. Standing upon these ramparts to-day, identical in general configuration in spite of the intervening centuries, one may imagine oneself a Caesarean soldier and see in fancy the hinds below running for safety. After the Romans came the Saxons, who did not, however, use the heights as their predecessors had. Yet they left even more intimate traces, for, as I shall show in a later chapter on Sussex dialect, the language of the Sussex labourer is still largely theirs. The farms themselves often follow their original Saxon disposition. The field names are unaltered, and the character of the people is of the yellow-haired parent stock. Sussex, in many respects, is still Saxon. In a poem by Mr. W. G. Hole is a stanza which no one that knows Sussex can read without visualizing instantly a Sussex hillside farm. The Saxon lies, too, in his grave where the ploughlands swell, and he feels with the joy that is earth's the spring with its myriad births, and he scents as the evening falls the rich, deep breath of the stalls, and he says, "Still the seasons bring increase and joy to the world. It is well." Standing on one of these hills above the Hartings, one may remember an event in English history of more recent date than any of the periods that we have been recalling: the escape of Charles II in 1651. It was over these downs that he passed, and it has been suggested that a traveller wishing for a picturesque route across the downs might do well to follow his course. According to the best accounts, Charles was met on the evening of October the 13th near Hambledon in Hampshire, afterwards to be famous as the cradle of first-class cricket, by Thomas and George Gunter of Racton, with a leash of greyhounds as if for coursing. The King slept at the house of Thomas Symonds, Gunter's brother-in-law, in the character of a Roundhead. The next morning at daybreak, the King, Lord Wilmot, and the two Gunters crossed Broad Halfpenny Down, celebrated by Nyren, and proceeding by way of Catherington Down, Charlton Down, and Ibsworth Down, reached Compting Down in Sussex. At Stanstead House, Thomas Gunter left the King and hurried on to Brighton to arrange for the crossing to France. The others rode on by way of the hills, with a descent from Duncton Beacon, until they reached what promised to be the security of Houghton Forest. There they were panic-stricken nearly to meet Captain Morley, Governor of Arundel Castle, and therefore by no means a king's man. The King, on being told who it was, replied merrily, "I did not much like his starched mouchats." This peril avoided, they descended to Houghton village, where the Arun was crossed, and so to Amberley, where, in Sir John Briscoe's castle, the King slept. Footnote: that is the story as the Amberley people like to have it, but another version makes his ride from Hambledon to Brighton in one day, in which case he may have avoided Amberley altogether. End footnote. On Amberley Mount the King's horse cast a shoe, necessitating a drop to one of the Burphams at Lee Farm to have the mishap put right. Ascending from the hills again, the fugitives held the high track as far as Staining. At Bramber they survived a second meeting with Cromwellians, 3 or 4 soldiers of Colonel Herbert Morley of Glynde suddenly appearing, but being satisfied merely to insult them. At Beeding, George Gunter rode on by way of the lower road to Brighton, while the King and Lord Wilmot climbed the hill at Horton, crossing by way of White Lot to Southwick, where, according to one story, in a cottage at the west of the Green was a hiding-hole in which the King lay, until Captain Nicholas Tattersall of Brighton was ready to embark him for Fécamp. George Gunter's own story is, however, that the King rode direct to Brighton. He reached Fécamp on October the 16th. 2 hours after Gunter left Brighton, soldiers came thither to search for a tall black man 6 feet 4 inches high, to wit, the Merry Monarch. Such is the bare narrative of Charles' Sussex ride. If the reader would have it garnished and spiced, he should turn to the pages of Ainsworth's Ovingdean Grange, where much that never happened is set forth as entertainingly, or so I thought when I read it as a boy, as if it were truth. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas.
Chapter 4. Chichester. I have already quoted some lines by Collins on Otway. It is time to come to Collins himself. When music, heavenly made, was young, while yet in early Greece she sung, the passions oft to hear her shell thronged around her magic cell. The perfect ode which opens with these unforgettable lines belongs to Chichester, for William Collins was born there on Christmas Day, 1721, and educated there at the Prebendal School until he went to Winchester. William Collins was the son of the Mayor of Chichester, a hatter from whom Pope's friend Caryll bought his hats. I have no wish to tell here the sad story of Collins' life. It is better to remember that, few as are his odes, they are all of gold. He died at Chichester in 1759, and was buried in St. Andrew's Church. With eyes upraised as one inspired, pale melancholy sat retired, and from her wild sequestered seat, in notes by distance made more sweet, poured through the mellow horn her pensive soul. And dashing soft from rocks around, bubbling runnels joined the sound. Through glades and glooms the mingled measure stole, or o'er some haunted stream with fond delay, round an holy calm diffusing, love of peace, and lonely musing, in hollow murmurs died away. Collins is Chichester's great poet. She had a very agreeable minor poet, too, in George Smith, one of the three Smiths, all artists. William, born in 1707, painter of portraits and of fruit and flower pieces, and George and John, born in 1713 and 1717, who painted landscapes, known collectively as the Smiths of Chichester. I mention them rather on account of George Smith's poetical experiments than for the brothers' fame as artists. But there is such a pleasant flavour in one at least of his pastorals that I have copied a portion of it. It is called The Country Lovers, or Isaac and Marget going to town on a summer's morning. The town is probably Chichester, certainly one in Sussex and near the Downs. Isaac speaks first. "Come, Marget, come, the team is at the gate. Not ready yet? You always make me wait." I omit a certain amount of the dialogue which follows, but at last Marget exclaims, "Well, now I'm ready. Long I have not stayed." Isaac. "One kiss before we go, my pretty maid." Marget. "Go, don't be foolish, Isaac. Get away. Who loiters now? I thought I could not stay. There, that's enough. Why, Isaac, sure you're mad." Isaac. "One more, my dearest girl." Marget. "Be quiet, lad. See, both my cap and hair are rumpled o'er. The tying of my beads is got before." Isaac. "There let it stay, thy brighter blush to show, which shames the cherry-coloured silken bow. Thy lips, which seem the scarlet's hue to steal, are sweeter than the candied lemon peel." Marget. "Pray take these chickens for me to the cart. Dear little creatures, how it grieves my heart to see them tied, that never knew a crime, and formed so fine a flock at feeding time." The pretty poem ends with fervid protestations of devotion from Isaac. "For thee the press with apple juice shall foam, for thee the bees shall quit their honeycomb, for thee the elder's purple fruit shall grow, for thee the pails with cream shall overflow. But see yon teams returning from the town, wind in the chalky wheel ruts o'er the down. We now must haste, for if we longer stay, they'll meet us ere we leave the narrow way." Another of Chichester's illustrious sons is Archbishop Juxon, who stood by the side of Charles I on the scaffold, and bade farewell to him in the words, "You are exchanging from a temporal to an eternal crown, a good exchange." Yet another, of a very different type, is John Hardham. "When they talked of their Raphaels, Correggios, and stuff," wrote Goldsmith of Sir Joshua Reynolds, "he shifted his trumpet and only took snuff." Had it not been for Chichester, the great painter might never have had the second of these consolations,
for the only snuff he liked was Hardham's No. 37, and Hardham was a native of Chichester. Before he became famous as a tobacconist, Hardham was by night a numberer of the pit for Garrick at Drury Lane. One day he happened to blend Dutch and Rappee, and poured the mixture into a drawer labelled 37. Garrick so liked the pinch of it which he chanced upon that he introduced a reference to its merits in some of his comic parts, with the result that Hardham's little shop in Fleet Street soon became a resort, and no nose was properly furnished without No. 37. As Colton wrote in his Hypocrisy, "A name is all. From Garrick's breath a puff of praise gave immortality to snuff, since which each connoisseur a transient heaven finds in each pinch of Hardham's 37. The wealth that came to the tobacconist he left to the city of Chichester to relieve it of certain of its poor rates, and the citizens still magnify Hardham's name. He died in 1772, and had the good sense to restrict the expense of his funeral to £10. Chichester was the scene of a pleasant incident recorded by Leslie in his Autobiographical Recollections. He was staying with Wilkie at Petworth, the guest of their patron, and the patron of so many other painters, Lord Egremont, of whom we shall learn more when Petworth is reached. They all drove over to Chichester after a visit to Goodwood. Lord Egremont, says Leslie, had some business to transact at Chichester, but one of his objects was to show us a young girl, the daughter of an upholsterer, who was devoted to painting, and considered to be a genius by her friends. She was not at home, but her mother said she could soon be found, if his lordship would have the goodness to wait a short time. The young lady soon appeared, breathless and exhausted with running. Lord Egremont mentioned our names, and she said, looking up to Wilkie with an expression of great respect, "Oh, sir, it was but yesterday I had your head in my hands." This puzzled him, as he did not know she was a phrenologist. "And what bumps did you find?" said Lord Egremont. "The organ of veneration, very large," was her answer, and Wilkie, making her a profound bow, said, "Madam, I have a great veneration for genius." She showed us an unfinished picture from The Bride of Lammermoor. The figure of Lucy Ashton was completed, and she told us was the portrait of a young friend of hers, but Ravenswood was without a head, and this she explained by saying, "There are no handsome men in Chichester, but," she continued, her countenance brightening, "the 10th are expected here soon." The 10th was noted for its handsome officers. Leslie does not carry the story farther. Whether poor Ravenswood ever gained his head, whether, if he did so, it was a military one, or, as a last resource, a Chichester one, and where the picture, if completed, now is, I do not know, nor have I succeeded in discovering any more of the young lady. But, passing through the streets of the town, I was conscious of the absence of the 10th. Chichester is a perfect example of an English rural capital, thronged on market days with tilt carts, each bringing a farmer or farmer's wife, and rich in those well-stored ironmongers' shops that one never sees elsewhere. But it is more than this. It is also a cathedral town, with the ever-present sense of domination by the cloth, even when the cloth is not visible. Chichester has its roughs and its public houses. Note Mr. Hudson, in his Nature in Downland, gives them a caustic chapter. End note. It also has its race week every July, and barracks within hail, yet it is always a cathedral town. Whatever noise may be in the air, you know in your heart that quietude is its true characteristic. One might say that above the loudest street cries you are continually conscious of the silence of the close. Chichester's cathedral is not among the most beautiful or the most interesting, but there is none cooler. It dates from the 11th century and contains specimens of almost every kind of church architecture, but the spire is comparatively new, having been built in 1866 to take the place of its predecessor, which suddenly dropped like an extinguisher 5 years before. Seen from the Channel it rises, a friendly landmark, white or grey according to the clouds, and while walking on the downs, above or on the plain around, one is frequently pleased to catch an unexpected glimpse of its tapering beauty. I have heard it said that Chichester is the only English cathedral that is visible at sea. Within, the cathedral is disappointing, offering one neither richness on the one hand, nor the charm of pure severity on the other. A cathedral must either be plain or coloured, and Chichester comes short of both ideals. It has no colour and no purity. Its proportions are, however, exquisite, and it is impossible to remain here long without passing under the spell of the stone. Yet had it, one feels, only radiance, how much finer it would be! For the completest contrast to the vastness of the cathedral, one may cross into North Street and enter the portal of the toy church of St. Olave, which dates from the 14th century and is remarkable not only for its minuteness, but as being one of the churches of Chichester which, in my experience, is not normally locked and barred. That Chichester was built by the Romans in the geometrical Roman way you may see as you look down from the bell tower upon its four main streets, north, south, east and west, east becoming Stane Street and running direct to London. Chichester then was Regnum. On the departure of the Romans, Cissa, son of Ella, took possession, and the name was changed to Cissa's Ceastri, hence Chichester. Remnants of the old walls still stand, and a path has been made on the portion running from North Street down to Westgate. More attractive, because more human, than the cathedral itself are its precincts, the long resounding cloisters, the still discreet lanes populous with clerics, and most of all that little terrace of ecclesiastical residences parallel with South Street, in the shadow of the mighty fane, covered with creeping greenness from wisteria to ampelopsis, with minute windows, inviolable front doors, and trim front gardens, which, like all similar settlements, remind one of almshouses carried out to the highest power, surely the best of places in which to edit Horace afresh or find new meanings in St. Augustine. There is a tendency for the cathedral to absorb all the attention of the traveller, but Chichester has other beauties, including the Market Cross, which is a mere child of stone, dating only from the reign of Henry VIII, St. Mary's Hospital in North Street, and the remains of the monastery of the Grey Friars in the Priory Park. Young Chichester now plays cricket where, of old, the monks caught fish and performed their duties. It was probably on the mound that their Calvary stood. The last time I climbed it was to watch Bonner, the Australian giant, practising in the nets below, too many years ago. Like all cathedral towns, Chichester has beautiful gardens, as one may see from the Campanile. There are no lawns like the lawns of bishops, deans and colleges, and few flower beds more luxuriantly stocked. Chichester also has a number of grave, solid houses, such as Miss Austen's characters might have lived in, at least one superb specimen of the art of Sir Christopher Wren, a masterpiece of substantial red brick, and a noble inn, the Dolphin, where one dines in the assembly room, a relic of the good times before inns became hotels. We have some glimpses of old Chichester in the reminiscences, about 1720 to 1730, of James Spershott, a Chichester Baptist elder, who died in 1789, aged 80. I quote a passage here and there from his paper of recollections, printed in the Sussex Archaeological Collections. Spinning of household linen was in use in most families, also making their own bread, and likewise their own household physic. No tea, but much industry and good cheer. The bacon racks were loaded with bacon, for little pork was made in these times. The farmers' wives and daughters were plain in dress, and made no such gay figures in our market as nowadays. At Christmas the whole constellation of patty-pans which adorned their chimney fronts were taken down. The spit, the pot, the oven were all in use together. The evenings spent in jollity, and their glass guns smoking toped the tumbler with the froth of good October, till most of them were slain or wounded, and the Prince of Orange and Queen Anne's Marlborough could no longer be resounded. Here is Mr. Spershott's account of a Chichester calamity. Juno Page, Esquire, native of this city, coming from London to stand candidate here, a great number of voters went on horseback to meet him. Among the rest, Mr. Joshua Lover, a noted schoolmaster, a sober man in the general, but of flighty passions. As he was setting out, one of his scholars, Patty Smith, afterwards my spouse, asked him for a copy, and in haste he wrote the following: Extremes beget extremes, extremes avoid. Extremes without extremes are not enjoyed. He set off in high carrier, and turning down Rook's Hill before the square, riding like a madman to and fro, forward and backward, hallooing among the company, the horse at full speed fell with him and killed him. A caution to the flighty and unsteady, and a verification of his copy. Again, Robert Madlock, a most profane swearer, being employed in cleaning the outside of the steeple, fell owing to a breaking rope, and soon after died. Mr. Spershott adds, a warning to swearers. Another entry states, in my younger years there were many very large corpulent persons in the city, both of men and women. I could now recite by name between 20 and 30, the greater part of that number so prodigious that, like other animals thoroughly fatted, they could hardly move about. One of Chichester's epitaphs runs thus: Here lies a true soldier, whom all must applaud. Much hardship he suffered at home and abroad, but the hardest engagement he ever was in was the battle of self in the conquest of sin. I have left until the last the prettiest thing in this city of comely streets and houses, St. Mary's Hospital, at the end of Lion Street, out of North Street, the quaintest almshouse in the world. The building stands back behind the ordinary houses, and is gained by a passage and a courtyard. You then enter what seems to be a church, for at the far end is an altar, beneath an unmistakably ecclesiastical window. But when the first feeling of surprise has passed, you discover that there is only a small chancel at the east end of the building, on either side of which are little dwellings. Each of these is occupied by a nice little old woman, who has 2 rooms, very minute and cosy, with a little supply of faggots close at hand, and all the dignity of a householder, although the occupant only of an infinitesimal toy house within a house. How do they agree, one wonders, these little old ladies of a touchy age, under their great roof? Different accounts are given of the origin of St. Mary's Hospital. Mr. Lower says that it was founded in 1229 for a chaplain and 13 bedesmen. In 1562 a warden and 5 inmates were the prescribed occupants. Now there are 8 sets of rooms, each with its demure tenant, all of whom troop into the little chapel at fixed hours. Mrs. Evans, sacristan, who does the honours, would tell me nothing as to the process of selection by which she and the 7 other occupants came to be living there. All that she could say was that she was very happy to be a hospitaller, and that by no possibility could one of the little domiciles ever fall to me. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 5. Chichester and the Hills. Chichester may have a cathedral and a history, but 9 out of 10 strangers know of it only as a station for Goodwood racecourse, towards which, in that hot week at the end of July, hundreds of carriages toil by the steep road that skirts the Duke of Richmond and Gordon's Park. Goodwood Park gives me little pleasure. I miss the deer, and when the first park that one ever knew was Buxted, with its moving antlers above the brake fern, one almost is compelled to withhold the word park from any enclosure without them. It is impossible to lose the feeling that the right place for cattle, even for Alderneys, is the meadow. Cows in a park are a poor makeshift. Parks are for deer. To my eyes, Goodwood House has a chilling exterior. The road to the hilltop is steep and lengthy, and when one has climbed it and crossed the summit wood, It is to come upon the last thing that one wishes to find in the heart of the country, among rolling downs, sacred to hawks and solitude, a grand stand and the railings of a racecourse. Racecourses are for the outskirts of towns, as at Brighton and Lewes, or for hills that have no mystery and no magic, like the heights of Epsom, or for such mockeries of parks as Sandown and Kempton. The good park has many deer and no racecourse. And yet Goodwood is superb, for it has some of the finest trees in Sussex within its walls, including the survivors of 1,000 cedars of Lebanon planted 150 years ago, and with every step higher one unfolds a wider view of the Channel and the plain. Best of these prospects is, perhaps, that gained from Carne's Seat, as the belvedere to the left of the road to the racecourse is called, its name deriving from an old servant of the family, whose wooden hut was situated here when Carne died, and whose name and fame were thus perpetuated. The stones of the building were in part those of Old Hove Church, near Brighton, then lately demolished. In Goodwood House, which is shown on regular days, are fine Van Dycks and Lellys, relics of the two Charles, and above all the fascinatingly absorbing Cenotaph of Lord Darnley, a series of scenes in the life of that ill-fated husband. It may be said that among all the treasures of Sussex there is nothing quite so interesting as this. Leaving Chichester by East Street, or Stane Street, the old Roman road to London, one comes first to West Hampnet, famous as the birthplace, in 1792, of Frederick William Lillywhite, the nonpareil bowler, whom we shall meet again at Brighton. A mile and a half beyond is Halnaker, midway between two ruins, those of Halnaker House to the north and Boxgrove Priory to the south. Of the remains of Halnaker House, a Tudor mansion, once the home of the De la Warrs, little may now be seen, but Boxgrove is still very beautiful, as Mr. Griggs' drawings prove. The priory dates from the reign of Henry I, when it was founded very modestly for 3 Benedictine monks, a number which steadily grew. 7 Henrys later came its downfall, and now nothing remains but some exquisite Norman arches and a few less perfect fragments. Boxgrove Church is an object of pilgrimage for antiquaries and architects, the vaulting being peculiarly interesting. At the Halnaker Arms in 1902 was a landlady whom few cooks could teach anything in the matter of pastry. The next village on Stane Street, or rather a little south of it, about 2 miles beyond Halnaker, is Eartham, which brings to mind William Hayley, the friend and biographer of Cowper, and the author of The Triumphs of Temper, perhaps the least read of any book that once was popular. Hayley succeeded his father as squire of Eartham. Here he entertained Cowper and other friends. Here Romney painted. When need came for retrenchment, Hayley let Eartham to Huskisson, the statesman, and moved to Felpham, on the coast, where we shall meet with him again. Cowper's occupations upon this charming Sussex hillside are recorded in Hayley's account of the visit. Homer was not the immediate object of our attention while Cowper resided at Eartham. The morning hours that we could bestow on books were chiefly devoted to a complete revisal and correction of all the translations which my friend had finished from the Latin and Italian poetry of Milton, and we generally amused ourselves after dinner in forming together a rapid metrical version of Andreini's Adamo. But the constant care which the delicate health of Mrs. Unwin required rendered it impossible for us to be very assiduous in study, and perhaps the best of all studies was to promote and share that most singular and most exemplary tenderness of attention with which Cowper incessantly laboured to counteract every infirmity, bodily and mental, with which sickness and age had conspired to load this interesting guardian of his afflicted life. The air of the south infused a little portion of fresh strength into her shattered frame, and to give it all possible efficacy, the boy whom I have mentioned, and a young associate and fellow student of his, employed themselves regularly, twice a day, in drawing this venerable cripple in a commodious garden chair round the airy hill of Eartham. To Cowper and to me it was a very pleasing spectacle to see the benevolent vivacity of blooming youth thus continually labouring for the ease, health, and amusement of disabled age." The poet and Mrs. Unwin, after much trepidation and doubt, had left Weston Underwood on August 1st, 1792. They slept at Barnet the first night, Ripley the next, and were at Eartham by 10 o'clock on the 3rd. They stayed till September. Cowper describes Hayley's estate as one of the most delightful pleasure grounds in the world. "I had no conception that a poet could be the owner of such a paradise, and his house is as elegant as his scenes are charming." The poet, apart from his rapid treatment of Adamo, did not succeed independently in attaining to Hayley's fluency among these surroundings. "I am in truth so unaccountably local in the use of my pen," he wrote to Lady Hesketh, "that, like the man in the fable who could leap well nowhere but at Rhodes, I seem incapable of writing at all except at Weston." Hence the only piece that he composed in our county was the epitaph on Fop, a dog belonging to Lady Throckmorton. But while he was at Eartham, Romney drew his portrait in crayons. Cowper always looked back upon his visit with pleasure, but, as he remarked, the genius of Weston Underwood suited him better. "It has an air of snug concealment, in which a disposition like mine feels itself peculiarly gratified, whereas now I see from every window woods like forests and hills like mountains, a wilderness, in short, that rather increases my natural melancholy. Accordingly, I have not looked out for a house in Sussex, nor shall." The simplest road from Chichester to the Downs is the railway. The little train climbs laboriously to Singleton, and then descends to Cocking and Midhurst. By leaving it at Singleton, one is quickly in the heart of this vast district of wooded hills, sometimes wholly forested, sometimes, as in West Dean Park, curiously studded with circular clumps of trees. The most interesting spot to the east of the line is Charlton, once so famous among sporting men, but now, alas, unknown. For Charlton was of old a southern Melton Mowbray, the very centre of the aristocratic hunting county. The Charlton hunt had two palmy periods: before the Duke of Monmouth's rebellion, and after the accession of William III. Monmouth and Lord Grey kept two packs, the master being Squire Roper. With the fall of Monmouth, Roper fled to France to hunt at Chantilly, but on the accession of William III. he returned to Sussex, the hounds resumed their old condition, and the Charlton pack became the most famous in the world. On the death of Mr. Roper, in the hunting field, at 1715, at the age of 84, the Duke of Bolton took the mastership, which he held until the charms of Miss Fenton, the actress, the Polly Peachum of the Beggar's Opera, lured him to the tents of the women. Then came the glorious reign of the second Duke of Richmond, when sport with the Charlton was at its height. The Charlton hunt declined upon his death in 1750, became known as the Goodwood hunt, and wholly ceased to be at the beginning of the last century. The crowning glory of the Charlton hunt was the run of Friday, January the 26th, 1738, which is thus described in an old manuscript: "A full and impartial account of the remarkable chase at Charlton on Friday, 26th January, 1738. It has long been a matter of controversy in the hunting world to what particular country or set of men the superiority belonged. Prejudices and partiality have the greatest share in their disputes, and every society their proper champion to assert the preeminence and bring home the trophy to their own country. Even Richmond Park has the Dimmock. But on Friday, the 26th of January, 1738, there was a decisive engagement on the plains of Sussex, which, after 10 hours' struggle, has settled all further debate and given the brush to the gentlemen of Charlton. Present in the morning, the Duke of Richmond, Duchess of Richmond, Duke of St. Albans, the Lord Viscount Harcourt, the Lord Henry Beauclerk, the Lord Ossulstone, Sir Harry Liddell, Brigadier Henry Hawley, Ralph Jennison, Master of His Majesty's Buckhounds, Edward Pauncefort, Esquire, William Farquhar, Esquire, Cornet Philip Honeywood, Richard Biddulph, Esquire, Charles Biddulph, Esquire, Mr. St. Paul, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Peerman, of Chichester, Mr. Thompson, Tom Johnson, Billy Ives, yeoman pricker to His Majesty's Hounds, David Briggs and Nim Ives, whippers in. At 8:15 in the morning the fox was found in East Dean Wood, and ran an hour in that cover, then into the forest, up to Puntis Coppice, through Herringdean to the Marlows, up to Coney Coppice, back to the Marlows, to the Forest West Gate, over the fields to Nightingale Bottom, to Cobden's at Draught, up his Pine Pit Hanger, where his Grace of St. Albans got a fall, through my Lady Lewknor's Puttocks, and missed the earth, through West Dean Forest to the corner of Collar Down, where Lord Harcourt blew his first horse, crossed the Hackney Place, down the length of Coney Coppice, through the Marlows to Herringdean, into the forest and Prentice Coppice, East Dean Wood, through the Lower Teaglaze, across by Cocking Course, down between Graffham and Woollavington, through Mr. Orme's Park and paddock, over the heath to Fielder's Furses, to the Harlands, Selham, Ambersham, through Toddham Furses, over Toddham Heath, almost to Cowdray Park, there turned to the lime kiln at the end of Cocking Causeway, through Cocking Park and Furses, there crossed the road and up the hills between Bepton and Cocking. Here the unfortunate Lord Harcourt's second horse felt the effects of long legs and a sudden steep. The best thing that belonged to him was his saddle, which my lord had secured, but by bleeding and Geneva, contrary to Act of Parliament, he recovered, and with some difficulty was got home. Here Mr. Farquhar's humanity claims your regard, who kindly sympathised with my lord in his misfortunes, and had not power to go beyond him. At the bottom of Cocking Warren the hounds turned to the left, across the road by the barn near Herringdean, then took the side near to the north gate of the forest. Here General Hawley thought it prudent to change his horse for a true blue that stayed up the hills. Billy Ives likewise took a horse of Sir Harry Liddell's, went quite through the forest, and run the foil through Nightingale Bottom to Cobden at Draught, up his Pine Pit Hanger to my Lady Lewknor's Puttocks, through every mews she went in the morning. Went through the warren above West Dean, where we dropped Sir Harry Liddell, down to Benderden Farm. Here Lord Harry sank. Through Goodwood Park. Here the Duke of Richmond chose to send 3 lame horses back to Charlton, and took Saucyface and Sir William, that were luckily at Goodwood. From thence, at a distance, Lord Harry was seen driving his horse before him to Charlton. The hounds went out at the upper end of the park over Strettington Road, by Seeley Coppice, where his Grace of Richmond got a Somerset, through Halnaker Park over Halnaker Hill to Seabeach Farm. Here the master of the staghounds, Cornet Honeywood, Tom Johnson, and Nim Ives were thoroughly satisfied. Up Long Down, through Eartham Common Fields and Kemp's High Wood. Here Billy Ives tried his second horse, and took Sir William, by which the Duke of St. Albans had no great coat, so returned to Charlton. From Kemp's High Wood the hounds took away through Gunworth Warren, Kemp's Rough Piece, over Slindon Down to Maidhurst Parsonage, where Billy came in with them, over Poor Down up to Maidhurst, then down to Houghton Forest, where his Grace of Richmond, General Hawley, and Mr. Pauncefort came in, the latter to little purpose, for beyond the Rule Hill neither Mr. Pauncefort nor his horse Tinker cared to go, so wisely returned to his impatient friends. Up the Rule Hill, left Sherwood on the right bank, crossed Offham Hill to Southwood, from thence to Southstoke to the wall of Arundel River, where the glorious 23 hounds put an end to the campaign, and killed an old bitch fox 10 minutes before 6. Billy Ives, his Grace of Richmond, and General Hawley were the only persons in at the death, to the immortal honour of 17 stone, and at least as many campaigns. In Singleton Church is a record of the Charlton Hunt in the shape of a memorial to one of the huntsmen, the moral of which seems to be that we must all be huntsmen too. Near this place lies interred Thomas Johnson, who departed this life at Charlton, December 20th, 1774. From his early inclination to foxhounds he soon became an experienced huntsman. His knowledge in the profession, wherein he had no superior, and hardly an equal, joined to his honesty in every other particular, recommended him to the service and gained him the approbation of several of the nobility and gentry. Among these were the Lord Conway, Earl of Cardigan, the Lord Gower, the Duke of Marlborough, the Hon. M. Spencer. The last master whom he served, and in whose service he died, was Charles, Duke of Richmond, Lennox, and Aubigny, who erected this monument in memory of a good and faithful servant, as a reward to the deceased and an incitement to the living. Go and do thou likewise. St. Luke, chapter 10, verse 37. Here Johnson lies, what human can deny old honest Tom the tribute of a sigh? Deaf is that ear which caught the opening sound, dumb that tongue which cheered the hills around. Unpleasing truth, death hunts us from our birth in view, and men like foxes take to earth. A few words on the packs of Sussex at the present time may be interesting in this connection. Chief is the Southdown foxhounds, a very fine fast pack, brought to a high state of perfection by the late master, the Hon. Charles Brand. They hunt the open and hill country, between the Adur and Cuckmere, between Haywards Heath and the sea. In the north are the Crawley and Horsham foxhounds, which have large woodlands, high hedges, and some stiff ploughed soil to their less easy lot. The hounds are bigger and heavier than the Southdowners. Smaller packs are Lord Leconfield's foxhounds, which have the Charlton country, the Eastbourne foxhounds, to which the East Sussex foxhounds allotted a share of the western part of their country east of the Cuckmere, and the Burstow and Eridge packs. Of harriers, the best are the Brighton harriers, so long hunted by Mr. Hugh Gorringe of Kingston by Sea, a very smart pack, lately covering the ground between the Adur and Falmer, and now adding the Brookside harriers' country to their own domain, the two packs having been amalgamated. In the east are the Bexhill harriers and the Hailsham harriers, and in the west the South Coast harriers, for the Chichester country. Sussex, in addition to possessing the Warnham staghounds, is much raided by the Surrey staghounds. The Crowhurst otter hounds also visit the Sussex streams now and then. Foot beagles may be numerous, but I know only of the Brighton pack. And here let me give Mr. Knox's description of a day's shooting, in the gentlemanly way, on the Sussex Downs, following, in his ornithological rambles, upon some remarks on the battue. How different is the pursuit of the pheasant with the aid of spaniels in the thick covers of the Weald, or tracking him with a single setter among some of the wilder portions of the forest range, intently observing your dog, and anticipating the wily artifices of some old cock, with spurs as long as a dragon's, who will sometimes lead you for a mile through bog, brake, fern, and heather, before the sudden drop of your staunch companion, and a rigidity in all his limbs, satisfy you that you have at last compelled the bird to squat under that wide holly bush, from whence you kick him up, and feel some little exultation as you bring him down with a snap shot, having only caught a glimpse of him through the evergreen boughs, as he endeavoured to escape by a rapid flight at the opposite side of the tree. And then the woodcock shooting in November. I must take you back once more to my favourite downs. With the first full moon during that month, especially if the wind be easterly or the weather calm, arrive flights of woodcocks, which drop in the covers and are dispersed among the bushy valleys, and even over the heathery summits of the hills. If it should happen to be a propitious year for beechmast, the great attraction to pheasants on the downs, as is the acorn in the Weald, you may procure partridges, pheasants, hares, and rabbits, in perhaps equal proportions, with half a dozen woodcocks to crown the bag. The extensive undulating commons and heaths, dotted with broken patches of Scotch firs and hollies on the ferruginous sand north of the downs, afford, where the manorial rights are enforced, still greater variety of sport. On this wild ground, accompanied by my spaniels and an old retriever, and attended only by one man to carry the game, I have enjoyed as good sport as mortal need desire on this side of the Tweed. Here is a rough sketch of a morning's work. Commencing operations by walking along a turnip field, 2 or 3 coveys spring wildly from the farther end, and fly, as I expect, to the adjoining common, where they are marked down on a brow thickly clothed with furze. Marching towards them, with spaniels at heel, up jumps a hare under my nose, then another, then a rabbit. I reload rapidly, and on reaching the gorse put in the dogs. There goes a partridge. The spaniels dropped to the report of my gun, but the fluttering wings of the dying bird rouse two of his neighbours before I am ready, and away they fly, screaming loudly. The remainder are flushed in detail, and I succeed in securing the greater part of them. Now for the next covey. They were marked down in that little hollow where the heather is longer than usual, a beautiful spot. But before I reach it, up they all spring in an unexpected quarter. That cunning old patriarch at their head had cleverly called them together to a naked part of the hill, from whence he could observe my manoeuvres, and a random shot sent after him with hearty goodwill proved totally ineffective. Now the spaniels are worming through the thick sedges on either side of the brook which intersects the moor, and by their bustling anxiety it is easy to see that game is afoot. Keeping well in front of them, I am just in time for a satisfactory right and left at two cock pheasants, which they had hunted down to the very edge of the water before they could persuade them to take wing. Now for that little alder coppice at the farther end of the marshy swamp. Hark to that whipping sound, so different from the rush of the rising pheasant, or the drumming flight of the partridge. I cannot see the bird, but I know it is a woodcock. This must be one of his favourite haunts, for I perceive the tracks of his feet and the perforations of his bill in every direction on the black mud around. Mark! Again! A second is sprung, and as he flits between the naked alders, a snapshot stops his career. I now emerge at the farther end, just where the trees are thinner than elsewhere. A wisp of snipes utter their well-known cry and scud over the heath. One of these is secured. The rest fly towards a little pool of dark water, lying at a considerable distance from the common, a well-known rendezvous for those birds. Cautiously approaching downwind, I reach the margin. Up springs a snipe, but just as my finger is on the trigger, and when too late to alter my intention, a duck and mallard rise from among the rushes and wheel round my head. One barrel is fortunately left, and the drake comes tumbling to the ground. 3 or 4 pheasants, another couple of woodcocks, a few more snipes, a teal or two, and half a dozen rabbits picked up at various intervals, complete the day's sport, and I return home better pleased with myself and my dogs than if we had compassed the destruction of all the hares in the county, or assisted at the immolation of a perfect hecatomb of pheasants. Kingly Bottom is the most interesting spot to the west of Singleton. One may reach it either through Chilgrove or by walking back towards Chichester as far as Binderton House, turning then to the right and walking due west for a couple of miles. Report says that the yews in Kingly Bottom, or Kingly Vale, mark a victory of Chichester men over a party of marauding Danes in 900, and that the dead were buried beneath the barrows on the hill. The story ought to be true. The vale is remarkable for its grove of yews, some of enormous girth, which extends along the bottom to the foot of the escarpment. The charge that might be brought against Sussex, that it lacks sombre scenery and the elements of dark romance, that its character is too open and transparent, would be urged to no purpose in Kingly Vale, which, always grave and silent, is transformed at dusk into a sinister and fantastic forest, a home for witchcraft and unquiet spirits. So it seems to me. But among the verses of Bernard Barton, the Quaker poet and the friend of Charles Lamb, I lately chanced upon a sonnet written on hearing it remarked that the scenery of Kingly Bottom was too gloomy to be termed beautiful, and that it was also associated with dolorous recollections of druidical sacrifices. In this poem Barton takes a surprisingly novel line. "Nay, nay, it is not gloomy," he begins, and the end is thus: "Nor fancy Druid rites have left a stain upon its gentle beauties. Loiter there in a calm summer night, confess how fair its moonlight charms, and thou wilt learn how vain and transitory superstitions reign over a spot which gladsome thoughts may share." The ordinary person, not a poet, would, I fear, prefer to think of Kingly Bottom's druidical past. The last time I was in Kingly Bottom, it was in April. After leaving the barrows on the summit of the Bow Hill, above the vale, I walked by devious ways to East Marden, between banks thick with the whitest and sweetest of sweet white violets. East Marden, however, has no inn, and is therefore not the best friend of the traveller. but it has the most modest and least ecclesiastical looking church in the world, and by seeking it out I learned two secrets: the finest place for white violets, and the finest place to keep a horse. There is no riding country to excel this hill district between Singleton and the Hampshire border. At the neighbouring village of Stoughton, whither I meant to walk, since an inn is there, was born in 1783 the terrible George Brown, Brown of Brighton, the fast bowler, whose arm was as thick as an ordinary man's thigh. He had two long stops, one of whom padded his chest with straw. A long stop once held his coat before one of Brown's balls, but the ball went through it and killed a dog on the other side. Brown could throw a 4½ ounce ball 137 yards, and he was the father of 17 children. He died at Sompting in 1857. Of Racton, on the Hampshire border, and its association with Charles II, I have already spoken. Below it is Westbourne, a small border village, in whose churchyard are two pleasing epitaphs. Of Jane, wife of Thomas Curtis, who died in 1719, it is written: "She was like a lily, fresh and green, soon cast down and no more seen." And of John Cook: "Pope said an honest man is the noblest work of God. If Pope's assertion be from error clear, one of God's noblest works lies buried here." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 6. Chichester and the Plain. On leaving Chichester, West Street becomes the Portsmouth Road, and passes through Fishbourne, a pleasant but dusty village. A mile or so beyond, and a little to the south, is Bosham, on one of the several arms of Chichester harbour, once of some importance, but now chiefly mud. Bosham is the most interesting village in what may be called the Selsey Peninsula. Yet how has its glory diminished? What is now a quiet abode of fishermen and the tarrying place of yachtsmen and artists? There are few Royal Academy exhibitions without the spire of Bosham Church. Has been in its time a very factory of history. Vespasian's camp was hard by, and it is possible that certain Roman remains that have been found here were once part of his palace. Bosham claims to be the scene of Canute's encounter with the encroaching tide, which may be the case, although one has always thought of the king rebuking his flatterers rather by the margin of the ocean itself than inland at an estuary's edge. But beyond question Canute had a palace here, and his daughter was buried in the church. Earl Godwin, father of Harold, last of the Saxons, dwelt here also. Da mihi basium, give me a kiss, he is fabled to have said to Archbishop Aethelnoth, and on receiving it to have taken the salute as acquiescence in the request da mihi Bosham, probably the earliest and also the most expensive recorded example in England of this particular form of humour. It was from Bosham that Harold sailed on that visit to the Duke of Normandy which resulted in the Battle of Hastings. In the Bayeux Tapestry he may be seen riding to Bosham with his company, and also putting up prayers for the success of his mission. Of this success we shall see more when we come to battle. Bosham, furthermore, claims Hubert of Bosham, the author of the Book of Becket's Martyrdom, who was with St. Thomas of Canterbury when the assassins stabbed him to the death. The church is of great age. It is even claimed that the tower is the original Saxon. The circumstance that in the representation of the edifice in the Bayeux Tapestry there is no tower has been urged against this theory, although architectural realism in embroidery has never been very noticeable. The bells, it is told, were once carried off in a Danish raid, but they brought their captors no luck, rather the reverse, since they so weighed upon the ship that she sank. When the present bells ring, the ancient submerged peal is said to ring also in sympathy at the bottom of the Channel. A pretty habit, which would suggest that bell metal is happily and wisely superior to changes of religion, were it not explained by the unromantic principles of acoustics. A heavy pole, known as the staff of Bevis of Southampton and Arundel, was of old kept in Bosham church. At high water, Bosham is the fair abode of peace. When every straggling arm of the harbour is brimming full, when their still surfaces reflect the sky with a brighter light, and the fishing boats ride erect, Bosham is serenely beautiful and restful. But at low tide she is a slut. The withdrawing floods lay bare vast tracts of mud. The ships heel over into attitudes disreputably oblique. Stagnation reigns. Chidham, by Bosham, is widely famous for its wheat. Chidham white, or hedge wheat, was first produced a little more than a century ago by Mr. Woods, a farmer. He noticed one afternoon, probably on a Sunday when farmers are most noticing, an unfamiliar patch of wheat growing in a hedge. It contained 30 ears, in which were 1,400 corns. Mr. Woods carefully saved it and sowed it. The crop was 8 pounds. These he sowed, and the crop was 48 gallons. Thus it multiplied until the time came to distribute it to other farmers at a high price. The cultivation of Chidham wheat by Mr. Woods at one side of the county synchronized with the breeding of the best South Down sheep by John Ellman at the other, as we shall see later. South of Chichester stretches the Manhood Peninsula, of which Selsey is the principal town, the part of Sussex most neglected by the traveller. In a county of hills, the stranger is not attracted by a district that might almost have been hewn out of Holland. But the ornithologist knows its value, and in a world increasingly bustling and progressive, there is a curious fascination in so remote and deliberate a region, over which, even in the finest weather and during the busiest harvest, a suggestion of desolation broods. Nothing, one feels, can ever introduce success into this plain, and, so thinking, one is at peace. A tramway between Chichester and Selsey has to some extent opened up the east side of the peninsula, but the west is still remote and will probably remain so. The country is, however, not interesting. A dead level of dusty road and grass, or arable land, broken only by hedges, dykes, white cottages, and the many homesteads within their ramparts of wind-swept elms. Wheat and oats are the prevailing crops, still for the most part cut and bound by hand. Of the villages in the centre of the peninsula, Sidlesham is the most considerable, with its handsome square church tower and its huge red tide mill, now silent and weather-worn, standing mournfully at the head of the dry harbour of Pagham, whose waters once turned its wheels. On the west, on the shores of the Bosham estuary, or Chichester harbour, are the sleepy amphibious villages of Appledram, famous once for its salt and its smugglers, Birdham, and Ernley. Let no one be tempted to take a direct line across the fields from Selsey to Ernley, for dykes and canals must effectually stop him. Indeed, cross-country walking in this part of the country is practically an impossibility, except by continuous deviations and doublings. In attempting one day to reach Ernley from Selsey in this way, after giving up on the beach in despair, I came across several adders, and I once found one crossing a road absolutely in Selsey. Selsey is a straggling white village, or town, over-populous with visitors in summer, empty, save for its regular inhabitants, in winter. The oldest and truest part of Selsey is a fishing village on the east shore of the Bill, a little settlement of tarred tenements and lobster pots. Selsey Church, now on the confines of the town, once stood a mile or more away, whither it was removed, the stones being numbered, and, like Temple Bar, again set up. The chancel was, however, not removed, but left desolate in the fields. Selsey Bill is a tongue of land projecting into a shallow sea. A lighthouse being useless to warn strange mariners of the sandbanks of this district, a light ship, known as the Owers, flashes its rays far out in the channel. The sea has played curious pranks on the Selsey coast. Beneath the beach and a large tract of the sea now lies what was once, 400 years ago, a park of deer, which in its most prosperous day extended for miles. The shallow water covering it is still called the park by the fishermen, who drop their nets where once the bucks and does of Selsey were wont to graze. But the sea has obliterated more than the pasturage of the deer. A mile distant from the present shore stood the first monastery erected in Sussex after Wilfrid's conversion of the South Saxons to Christianity. Although St. Wilfrid eventually found a home in Sussex and worked hard among its people, his first attempt to bring Christianity to the county was, according to his friend Edda's Vita Wilfridi, ill-starred. I quote the story. "A great gale blowing from the south-east, the swelling waves threw them on the unknown coast of the South Saxons. The sea, too, left the ship and men, and, retreating from the land and leaving the shore uncovered, retired into the depths of the abyss. And the heathen, coming with a great army, intended to seize the ship, to divide the spoil of money, to take them captives forthwith, and to put to the sword those who resisted, to whom our great bishop spoke gently and peaceably, offering much money, wishing to redeem their souls. But they, with stern and cruel hearts, like Pharaoh, would not let the people of the Lord go, saying proudly that all that the sea threw on the land became as much theirs as their own property. And the idolatrous chief priest of the heathen, standing on a lofty mound, strove like Balaam to curse the people of God, and to bind their hands by his magic arts. Then one of the bishop's companions hurled, like David, a stone blessed by all the people of God, which struck the cursing magician in the forehead, and pierced his brain, when an unexpected death surprised, as it did Goliath, falling back a corpse in sandy places. The heathen, therefore preparing to fight, vainly attacked the people of God. But the Lord fought for the few, even as Gideon, by the command of the Lord, with 300 warriors, slew at one attack 12,000 of the Midianites. And so the comrades of our holy bishop, well armed and brave, though few in number, they were 120 men, the number of the years of Moses, determined and agreed that none should turn his back in flight from the other, but would either win death with glory or life with victory, for both alike are easy to the Lord. So St. Wilfrith with his clerk fell on his knees, and lifting his hands to heaven again sought help from the Lord. For as Moses triumphed when Hur and Aaron supported his hands, by frequently imploring the protection of the Lord, when Joshua the son of Nun was fighting with the people of God against Amalek, thus these few Christians, after thrice repulsing the fierce and untamed heathen, routed them with great slaughter, with a loss, strange to say, of only 5 on their side. And their great priest, Wilfrith, prayed to the Lord his God, who immediately ordered the sea to return a full hour before its wont, so that when the heathen, on the arrival of their king, were preparing for a 4th attack with all their forces, the rising sea covered with its waves the whole of the shore, and floated the ship, which sailed into the deep. But greatly glorified by God, and returning him thanks, with a south wind they reached Sandwich, a harbour of safety. The Sussex people, it would seem, do not take kindly to missionaries, for John Wesley records that he had less success in this county than in all England. Between Selsey and Bognor lies Pagham, famous in the pages of Knox's Ornithological Rambles, but otherwise unknown. Of the lost glories of Pagham, which was once a harbour, but is now dry, let Mr. Knox speak. Here in the dead, long summer days, when not a breath of air has been stirring, have I frequently remained for hours stretched on the hot shingle, and gazed at the osprey as he soared aloft, or watched the little islands of mud at the turn of the tide, as each gradually rose from the receding waters, and was successfully taken possession of by flocks of sandpipers and ring dotterels, after various circumvolutions on the part of each detachment, now simultaneously presenting their snowy breasts to the sunshine, now suddenly turning their dusky backs, so that the dazzled eye lost sight of them from the contrast, while the prolonged cry of the titterel and the melancholy note of the peewit from the distant swamp have mingled with the scream of the tern and the taunting laugh of the gull. Footnote: Titterel is the Sussex provincial name for the whimbrel. End footnote. Here have I watched the oyster-catcher as he flew from point to point, and cautiously waded into the shallow water, and the patient heron, that pattern of a fisherman, as with retracted neck and eyes fixed on vacancy, he has stood for hours without a single snap, motionless as a statue. Here, too, have I pursued the guillemot, or craftily endeavoured to cut off the retreat of the diver by mooring my boat across the narrow passage, through which alone he could return to the open sea without having recourse to his reluctant wings. Nor can I forget how often during the Siberian winter of 1838, when a whole gale, as the sailors have it, has been blowing up from the north-east, I used to take up my position on the long and narrow ridge of shingle which separated this paradise from the raging waves without, and sheltered behind a hillock of seaweed, with my long duck-gun and a trusty double. Or, half buried in a hole in the sand, I used to watch the legions of water-birds as they neared the shore, and dropped distrustfully among the breakers at a distance from the desired haven, until, gaining confidence from the accession of numbers, some of the bolder spirits, the pioneers of the army, would flap their wings, rise from the white waves, and make for the calm water. Here they come! I can see the pied golden eye pre-eminent among the advancing party. Now the pochard, with his copper-coloured head and neck, may be distinguished from the darker scaup duck. Already the finger is on the trigger, when perhaps they suddenly veer to the right and left, far beyond the reach of my longest barrel, or, it may be, come swishing overhead, and leave a companion or two struggling on the shingle, or floating on the shallow waters of the harbour. Pagham Harbour is now reclaimed, and where once was mud, or at high tide shallow water, is rank grass and thistles. One ship that seems to have waited a little too long before making for the open sea again now lies high and dry, a forlorn hulk. Pagham Church is among the airiest that I know, with a shingle spire, the counterpart of Bosham's on the other side of the peninsula. The walk from Pagham to Bognor along the sand is uninspiring, and not too easy, for the sand can be very soft. About a mile west of Bognor one is driven inland, just after passing as perfect an example of the simple yet luxurious seaside home as I remember to have seen. All on one floor, thatched, shaded by trees, surrounded by its garden, and facing the channel. Among the unattractive types of town, few are more dismal than the watering-place manqué. Bognor must, I fear, come under this heading. Its reputation, such as it is, was originally made by Princess Charlotte, daughter of George III, who found the air recuperative, and who was probably not unwilling to lend her prestige to a resort, as her brother George was doing at Brighton, and her sister Amelia had done at Worthing. But before the Princess Charlotte, Sir Richard Hotham, the Hatter, had come, determined at any cost to make the town popular. One of his methods was to rename it Hothampton. His efforts were, however, only moderately successful, and he died in 1799, leaving to what Horsfield calls his astonished heirs only £8,000 out of a great fortune. The name Hothampton soon vanished. The local authorities of Bognor seem to be keenly alive to the value of enterprise, for their walls are covered with instructions as to what may or may not be done in the interests of cleanliness and popularity. A new sea wall has been built. Receptacles for waste paper continually confront one, and deck chairs at twopence for 3 hours are practically unavoidable. And yet Bognor remains a dull place once the visitor has left his beach abode, tent or bathing box, whichever it might be. It seems to be a town without resources, but it has the interest, denied one in more fashionable watering places, of presenting old and new Bognor at the same moment. Not that old Bognor is really old, but it is instructive to see the kind of crescent which was considered the last word in architectural enterprise when our great-grandmothers were young and would take the sea air. From Bognor it is a mere step to Felpham, a village less than a mile to the east. Whether or not one goes there today is a matter of taste. But 100 years ago, to omit a visit was to confess oneself a bore, for William Hayley, the poet and friend of genius, lived there, and his castellated stucco house became a shrine. At that day it seems to have been no uncommon sight for the visitor to Bognor to be refreshed by the spectacle of the poet falling from his horse. According to his biographer, Cowper's Johnny of Norfolk, Hayley descended to earth almost as often as Alice's White Knight, partly from the high spirit of his steed, and partly from a habit which he never abandoned of wearing military spurs and carrying an umbrella. The memoir of the poet contains this agreeable passage: "The editor was once riding gently by his side on the stony beach of Bognor, when the wind suddenly reversed his umbrella as he unfolded it. His horse, with a single but desperate plunge, pitched him on his head in an instant. On another occasion, on the same visit, he was tossed into the air on the downs at the precise moment when an interested friend whom they had just left, being apprehensive of what would happen, was anxiously viewing him from his window through a telescope." Those who look through telescopes are rarely so fortunate. It is odd that Hayley, a delicate and heavy man suffering from hip disease, should have taken so little hurt. Although he had a covered passage for horse exercise in the grounds of his villa, no amount of practice seems to have improved his seat. This covered way has been removed, but a mulberry tree planted by Hayley still flourishes. Whenever Hayley was ill, he became an object of intense interest to visitors at Bognor. Binstead's library in the town exhibited a daily bulletin, and in 1819 the Prince and Princess of Saxe-Coburg called upon him, while the Princess of Hesse-Homburg, on her return, sent a prescription from Germany. Mrs. Opie, the novelist, who stayed with Mr. Hayley every summer, and also served as a magnet to devout sojourners at Bognor, has left an account of the poet's habits, which is vastly more entertaining than his poetry. He rose at 6 or earlier, and at once composed some devotional verse. At breakfast he read to Mrs. Opie. Afterwards Mrs. Opie read to him. At 11 they drank coffee, and before he dressed for dinner, a very temperate meal, Mrs. Opie sang. After dinner there was more reading aloud, the matter being either manuscript compositions of Mr. Hayley's or modern publications. Mr. Hayley took cocoa and Mrs. Opie tea, and afterwards Mrs. Opie read aloud or sang. At 9 the servants came to prayers, which were original compositions of Mr. Hayley's, read by him in a very impressive manner, and before bed Mrs. Opie sang one of Mr. Hayley's hymns. Hayley's grave is at Felpham, and his epitaph by Mrs. Opie may be read by the industrious on the wall of the church. Among the many epitaphs on his neighbours by Hayley himself, who had a special knack of mortuary verse, is this on a Felpham blacksmith: "My sledge and hammer lie reclined, my bellows too have lost their wind, my fire's extinct, my forge decayed, and in the dust my vice is laid. My coal is spent, my iron gone, the nails are driven, my work is done." The last verses that Hayley wrote have more charm and delicacy than perhaps anything else among his works. "Ye gentle birds that perch aloof, and smooth your pinions on my roof, preparing for departure hence, ere winter's angry threats commence. Like you, my soul would smooth her plume for longer flights beyond the tomb. May God, by whom is seen and heard departing man and wandering bird, in mercy mark us for his own, and guide us to the land unknown. But it is not Hayley that gives its glory to Felpham. The glory of Felpham is that William Blake was happy there for nearly 3 years. It was at Felpham that he saw the fairy's funeral. "Did you ever see a fairy's funeral, ma'am?" he asked a visitor. "Never, sir." "I have. I was walking alone in my garden. There was great stillness among the branches and flowers, and more than common sweetness in the air. I heard a low and pleasant sound, and I knew not whence it came. At last I saw the broad leaf of a flower move, and underneath it I saw a procession of creatures of the size and colour of green and grey grasshoppers, bearing a body laid out on a rose leaf, which they buried with songs, and then disappeared. It was a fairy's funeral." Blake settled at Felpham to be near Hayley, for whom he had a number of commissions to execute. He engraved illustrations to Hayley's works, and painted 18 heads for Hayley's library, among them Shakespeare, Homer, and Hayley himself, but all have vanished. The present owner knows not where. In some verses which Blake addressed to Anna Flaxman, the wife of the sculptor, in September 1800, a few days before moving from London to the Sussex coast, he says, "This song to the flower of Flaxman's joy, to the blossom of hope for a sweet decoy. Do all that you can and all that you may to entice him to Felpham and far away. Away to sweet Felpham, for heaven is there. The ladder of angels descends through the air. On the turret its spiral does softly descend, through the village then winds, at my cot it does end." Blake's house still stands, a retired thatched cottage, facing the sea, but some distance from it. In a letter to Flaxman a little later, he says, "Felpham is a sweet place for study, because it is more spiritual than London. Heaven opens here on all sides its golden gates. The windows are not obstructed by vapours. Voices of celestial inhabitants are more distinctly heard, their forms more distinctly seen, and my cottage is also a shadow of their houses." Beside the sea, Blake communed with the spirits of Dante and Homer, Milton and the Hebrew prophets. Blake's sojourn at Felpham ended in 1803. A grotesque and annoying incident marred its close, the story of which, as told by the poet in a letter to Mr. Butler, certainly belongs to the history of Sussex. It should, however, first be stated that an ex-soldier in the Royal Dragoons, named John Scholefield, had accused Blake of uttering seditious words. The letter runs, "His enmity arises from my having turned him out of my garden, into which he was invited as an assistant by a gardener at work therein, without my knowledge that he was so invited. I desired him, as politely as possible, to go out of the garden. He made me an impertinent answer. I insisted on his leaving the garden. He refused. I still persisted in desiring his departure. He then threatened to knock out my eyes, with many abominable imprecations, and with some contempt for my person. It affronted my foolish pride. I therefore took him by the elbows and pushed him before me until I had got him out. There I intended to have left him, but he, turning about, put himself into a posture of defiance, threatening and swearing at me. I, perhaps foolishly and perhaps not, stepped out at the gate, and, putting aside his blows, took him again by the elbows, and, keeping his back to me, pushed him forward down the road about 50 yards, he all the while endeavouring to turn round and strike me, and raging and cursing, which drew out several neighbours. At length, when I had got him to where he was quartered, which was very quickly done, we were met at the gate by the master of the house, the Fox Inn, who is the proprietor of my cottage, and his wife and daughter, and the man's comrade, and several other people. My landlord compelled the soldiers to go indoors, after many abusive threats against me and my wife from the 2 soldiers, but not one word of threat on account of sedition was uttered at that time. As a result, Blake was haled before the magistrates and committed for trial. The trial was held in the Guildhall at Chichester on January the 11th, 1804. Hayley, in spite of having been thrown from his horse on a flint with, says Gilchrist, Blake's biographer, more than usual violence, was in attendance to swear to the poet's character, and Cowper's friend Rose, a clever barrister, had been retained. According to the report in the county paper, William Blake, an engraver at Felpham, was tried on a charge exhibited against him by 2 soldiers for having uttered seditious and treasonable expressions, such as "Damn the King, damn all his subjects, damn his soldiers. They are all slaves. When Bonaparte comes, it will be cut throat for cut throat, and the weakest must go to the wall. I will help him," and so on and so on. Blake electrified the court by calling out "False!" in the midst of the military evidence, the invented character of which was, however, so obvious that an acquittal resulted. In defiance of all decency, the spectators cheered, and Hayley carried off the sturdy republican, as he was at heart, to Mid Lavant, to sup at Mrs. Poole's. Mr. Gilchrist found an old fellow who had been present at the trial, drawn thither by the promise of seeing the great man of the neighbourhood, Mr. Hayley. All that he could remember was Blake's flashing eye. The Fox Inn, by the way, is still as it was, but the custom, I fancy, goes more to the thatched house, which adds to the charm of refreshment a museum containing such treasures as a petrified cocoanut, the skeleton of a lobster 28 years old, and a representation of Moses in the bulrushes. A third and fourth great man, of a different type both from Hayley and Blake, met at Felpham in 1819. One was Cyril Jackson, Dean of Christ Church, who, lying on his deathbed in the manor house, was visited by the other, his old pupil, the first gentleman in Europe. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 7. Arundel and Neighbourhood. Seen from the river or from the east side of the Arun Valley, Arundel is the most imposing town in Sussex. Many are larger, many are equally old, or older, but none wears so unusual and interesting an air, not even Lewes among her downs. Arundel clings to the side of a shaggy hill above the Arun. Castle, cathedral, church, these are Arundel. The town itself is secondary, subordinate, feudal. The castle is what one likes a castle to be, a mass of battlemented stone, with a keep, a gateway, and a history, and yet more habitable than ever. So many of the rich make no effort to live in their ancestral halls, and what might be a home carrying on the tradition of ages is so often a mere show, that to find an historic castle like Arundel still lived in is very gratifying. In Sussex alone are several half-ruined houses that the builders could quickly make habitable once more. Arundel Castle, in spite of time and the sieges of 1102, 1139, and 1643, is both comfortable and modern. Arundel still depends for her life upon the complaisance of her overlord. I know of no town with so low a pulse as this precipitous little settlement under the shadow of Rome and the Duke. In spite of picnic parties in the park, in spite of anglers from London, in spite of the railway in the valley, Arundel is still mediaeval and curiously foreign. On a very hot day, as one climbs the hill to the cathedral, one might be in old France, and certainly in the Middle Ages. Time's revenges have had their play in this town. Although the church is still bravely of the establishment, half of it is closed to the Anglican visitor, the chancel having been adjudged the private property of the Dukes of Norfolk, and the once dominating position of the edifice has been impaired by the proximity of the new Roman Catholic church of St. Philip Neri, which the present Duke has been building these many years. Within it is finished, a very charming and delicate feat in stone, but the spire has yet to come. The old Irish soldier, humorous and bemedalled, who keeps watch and ward over the fane, is not the least of its merits. Although the chancel of the parish church has been closed, permission to enter may occasionally be obtained. It is rich in family tombs of great interest and beauty, including that of the 19th Earl of Arundel, the patron of William Caxton. In the siege of Arundel Castle in 1643, the soldiers of the Parliamentarians under Sir William Waller fired their cannon from the church tower. They also turned the church into a barracks, and injured much stonework beyond repair. A fire beacon blazed of old on the spire, to serve as a mark for vessels entering Littlehampton harbour. Bevis of Southampton, the giant who, when he visited the Isle of Wight, waded thither, was a warder at Arundel Castle, where he ate a whole ox every week with bread and mustard, and drank 2 hogsheads of beer, hence Bevis Tower. His sword Morglay is still to be seen in the armoury of the castle. His bones lie beneath a mound in the park, and the town was named after his horse. So runs a pretty story, which is, however, demolished with the ruthlessness that comes so easily to the antiquary and philologist. Bevis Tower, science declares, was named probably after another Bevis. There was one at the Battle of Lewes, who took prisoner Richard, King of the Romans, and was knighted for it, while Arundel is a corruption of hirondelle, a swallow. Mr. Lower mentions that in recent times in Sussex swallow was a common name in stables, even for heavy dray horses. But before accepting finally the swallow theory, we ought to hear what Fuller has to say. Some will have it so named from Arundel, the horse of Byways, the great champion. I confess it is not without precedence in antiquity for places to take names from horses, meeting with the promontory Bucephalus in Peloponnesus, where some report the horse of Alexander buried, and Bellonius will have it for the same cause called Cavala at this day. But this castle was so called long before that imaginary horse was foaled, who cannot be fancied elder than his master Beauvoice, flourishing after the conquest, long before which Arundel was so called from the river Arund running hard by it. The owls that once multiplied in the keep have now disappeared. They were established there 100 years or so ago by the 11th Duke, and certain of them were known by the names of public men. "Please your Grace, Lord Thurlow has laid an egg," is an historic speech handed down by tradition. Lord Thurlow, the owl in question, died at a great age in 1859. To walk through Arundel Park is to receive a vivid impression of the size and richness of our little isolated England. 2 or 3 great towns could be hidden in it unknown to each other. Valley succeeds to valley. New herds of deer come into sight at almost every turn. As far as the eye can see, the grass hills roll away. Those accustomed to parks whose deer are always huddled close, and whose wall is never distant, are bewildered by the vastness of this enclosure. Yet one has also the feeling that such magnificence is right. To so lovely a word as Arundel, to the Premier Duke and hereditary Earl Marshal of England, should fittingly fall this far-spreading and comely pleasaunce. Had Arundel Park been small and empty of deer, what a blunder it would be! Walking west of Arundel through the vast Rewell Wood, we come suddenly upon Punchbowl Green, and open a great green valley dominated by the white façade of Dale Park House, below Madehurst, one of the most remote of Sussex villages. By keeping due west for another mile, Slindon is reached. This village is one of the Sussex backwaters, as one might say. It lies on no road that anyone ever travels except for the purpose of going to Slindon or coming from it, and those that perform either of these actions are few. Yet all who have not seen Slindon are by so much the poorer, for Slindon House is nobly Elizabethan, with fine pictures and hiding places, and Slindon beeches are among the aristocracy of trees. And here I should like to quote a Sussex poem of haunting wistfulness and charm, which was written by Mr. Hilaire Belloc, who once walked to Rome, and is an old dweller at Slindon. The South Country. When I am living in the Midlands that are sodden and unkind, I light my lamp in the evening, my work is left behind, and the great hills of the South Country come back into my mind. The great hills of the South Country, they stand along the sea, and it's there, walking in the high woods, that I could wish to be, and the men that were boys when I was a boy, walking along with me. The men that live in North England, I saw them for a day. Their hearts are set upon the waste fells, their skies are fast and grey. From their castle walls a man may see the mountains far away. The men that live in West England, they see the Severn strong, a-rolling on rough water brown, light aspen leaves along. They have the secret of the rocks, and the oldest kind of song. But the men that live in the South Country are the kindest and most wise. They get their laughter from the loud surf, and the faith in their happy eyes comes surely from our sister the Spring, when over the sea she flies. The violets suddenly bloom at her feet, she blesses us with surprise. I never get between the pines, but I smell the Sussex air, nor I never come on a belt of sand, but my home is there. And along the sky the line of the Downs, so noble and so bare. A lost thing could I never find, nor a broken thing mend, and I fear I shall be all alone when I get towards the end. Who will be there to comfort me, or who will be my friend? I will gather and carefully make my friends of the men of the Sussex Weald. They watch the stars from silent folds, they stiffly plough the field. By them and the God of the South Country my poor soul shall be healed. If I ever become a rich man, or if ever I grow to be old, I will build a house with deep thatch to shelter me from the cold, and there shall the Sussex songs be sung, and the story of Sussex told. I will hold my house in the high wood, within a walk of the sea, and the men who were boys when I was a boy shall sit and drink with me. Richard Newland, the father of serious cricket, came from this parish. He was born in 1718 or thereabouts, and in 1745 he made 88 for England against Kent. He was left-handed, and the finest bat ever seen in those days. He taught Richard Nyren of Hambledon all the skill and judgment that noble general possessed. Nyren communicated his knowledge to the Hambledon 11, and the game was made. An interest in historical veracity compels me to add that William Beldam, Silver Billy, talking to Mr. Pycroft, discounted some of Nyren's praise. "Cricket," he said, "was played in Sussex very early, before my day at least." He was born in 1766. "But that there was no good play I know by this, that Richard Newland of Slindon in Sussex, as you say, sir, taught old Richard Nyren, and that no Sussex man could be found to play Newland. Now, a second-rate man of our parish beat Newland easily, so you may judge what the rest of Sussex then were." But this is disregarding the characteristic uncertainty of the game. If one would spend a day far from mankind, on high ground, there is no better way than to walk from Arundel through Houghton Forest, where, as we have seen, Charles II avoided the governor, to Cocking. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 8.
Littlehampton. Littlehampton is favoured in having both sea and river. It also has lawns between the houses and the beach, as at Dieppe, and is as nearly a children's paradise as exists. The sea at low tide recedes almost beyond the reach of the ordinary paddler, which is as it should be, except for those that would swim. A harbour, a pier, a lighthouse, a windmill, all these are within a few yards of each other. On the neighbouring beach, springing from the stones, you find the yellow-horned poppy, beautiful both in flower and leaf, and the delicate tamarisk makes a natural hedge parallel with the sea, to Worthing on the one side and to Bognor on the other. The little villages in the flats behind the eastern tamarisk hedge, Rustington, Preston, Ferring, are in summer veritable sun-traps with their white walls dazzling in radiance. Such trees as grow about here all bow to the north-east, bent to that posture by the prevailing south-west winds. A Sussex man, on the hills or south of them, lost at night, has but to ascertain the outline of a tree, and he may get his bearings. If he cannot see so much as that, he has but to feel the bark for lichen, which grows on the north-east, or lee, side. It was at Littlehampton in September 1817 that Coleridge met Carey, the translator of Dante. Carey was walking on the beach, reciting Homer to his son. Up came a noticeable man with large grey eyes. "Sir, yours is a face I should know. I am Samuel Taylor Coleridge." The county paper for February the 27th, 1796, has this paragraph. "On Monday last, a duel was fought betwixt Mr. R.N. and Lieutenant B.Y., both of Littlehampton, in a field near that place, which, after the discharge of each a pistol, terminated without bloodshed. The dispute, we understand, originated about a pew in the parish church." A local proverb says that if you eat winkles in March, it is as good as a dose of medicine. Which reminds me that Sussex has many wise sayings of its own. Here is a piece of Sussex counsel in connection with the roaring month. "If from fleas you would be free, on the 1st of March let all your windows closed be." I quote two other rhymes. "If you would wish your bees to thrive, gold must be paid for every hive, for when they're bought with other money, there will be neither swarm nor honey. The first butterfly you see, cut off his head across your knee, bury the head under a stone, and a lot of money will be your own." On Whit Sunday the devout Sussex man eats roast veal and gooseberry pudding. A Sussex child born on Sunday can neither be hanged nor drowned. West of Littlehampton is an architectural treasure in the shape of Climping Church, which no one should miss. The way is over the ferry and along the road to the first signboard, when one strikes northward towards Ford, and comes suddenly upon this squat and solid fane. A Saxon church stood here, built by the Prioress of Leominster before the Conquest. To Roger de Montgomery was the manor given by the Conqueror, as part of the earldom of Arundel and Chichester, together with Atherington Manor, much of which is now, like Selsey's Park, under the Channel. De Montgomery gave Climping Manor to the nuns of Almanesh, by whom the present Norman fortress tower, with walls 4 1/4 feet thick, was added, and in 1253 John de Climping, the vicar, rebuilt the remainder. The church is thus 6 1/2 centuries old, and parts of it are older. "Bosham for antiquity, Boxgrove for beauty, and Climping for perfection," is the dictum of an antiquary quoted by the present vicar in a little pamphlet history of his parish. As regards the Norman doorway, at any rate, he is right. There is nothing in Sussex to excel that, while in general architectural attraction the building is of the richest. It is also a curiously homely and ingratiating church. One of the new windows, representing St. Paul, has a peculiar interest, as the vicar tells us. "St. Paul was a prisoner at Rome shortly after Caractacus, the British chief, whose daughter Claudia married Pudens, both friends of the Apostle." Note 2 Timothy 4, verse 21. End note. Pudens afterwards commanded the Roman soldiers stationed at Regnum, Chichester,
And if St. Paul came to Britain at Claudia's request, as ancient writers testify, he certainly would visit Sussex. How close this brings us here in Sussex to the Bible story! At Bailey's Court, now a farmhouse, the Benedictine monks of Sees, also protégés of Robert de Montgomery, had their chapel, remains of which are still to be seen. Climping, which otherwise lives its own life, is the resort of golfers, who, to the vicar's regret, play all Sunday and turn Easter Day into a heathen festival, and of the sportsmen of the Sussex Coursing Club, who find that the terrified Climping hare gives satisfaction beyond most in the county. Of Ford, north of Climping, there is nothing to say, except that popular rumour has it that its minute and uninteresting church, the antithesis of Climping, was found one day by accident in a bed of nettles. A good eastern walk from Littlehampton takes one by the sea to Goring, and then inland over Highdown Hill to Angmering, and so to Littlehampton again, or to Arundel, our present centre. Goring touches literature in two places. The great house was built by Sir Bysshe Shelley, grandfather of the poet, and in the village died, in 1887, Richard Jefferies, author of The Story of My Heart, after a life of ill health spent in the service of nature. Many beautiful and sympathetic descriptions of Sussex are scattered about in Jefferies' books of essays, notably To Brighton, The Southdown Shepherd, and The Breeze on Beachy Head in Nature Near London, Clematis Lane, Nature Near Brighton, Sea, Sky and Down, and January in the Sussex Woods in The Life of the Fields, Sunny Brighton in The Open Air and The Countryside, Sussex, and Buckhurst Park in Field and Hedgerow. Jefferies had a way of blending experiences and concealing the names of places, which makes it difficult to know exactly what part of Sussex he is describing, but I think I could lead anyone to Clematis Lane. I might, by the way, have remarked of South Harting that the luxuriance of the clematis in its hedges is unsurpassed. John Taylor, the water poet, has a doggerel narrative entitled A New Discovery by Sea with a Wherry from London to Salisbury, 1623, wherein he mentions a woeful night with fleas at Goring, and pens a couplet worthy to take a place with the famous description of a similar visitation in Eothen, who in their fury nipped and skipped so hotly that all our skins were almost turned to motley. Taylor gives us in the same record a pleasant picture of the Sussex constable in 1623. The night before a constable there came, who asked my trade, my dwelling, and my name, my business, and a troop of questions more. And wherefore did we land upon that shore? To whom I framed my answers true and fit, according to his plenteous want of wit. But were my words all true, or if I lied, with neither could I get him satisfied. He asked if we were pirates. We said no. As if we had, we would have told him so. He said that lords sometimes would enterprise to escape and leave the kingdom in disguise. But I assured him on my honest word that I was no disguised knight or lord. He told me then that I must go 6 miles to a justice there, Sir John, or else Sir Giles. I told him I was loath to go so far, and he told me he would my journey bar. Thus, what with fleas, and with the several prates of the officer and his associates, we arose to go. But fortune bade us stay. The constable had stolen our oars away, and borne them thence 1/4 of a mile, quite through a lane beyond a gate and stile, and hid them there to hinder my depart. For which I wished him hanged with all my heart. A ploughman for us found our oars again, within a field well filled with barley grain. Then madly, gladly out to sea we thrust, 'gainst winds and storms and many a churlish gust, by Kingston Chapel and by Rushington, by Littlehampton and by Middleton. Highdown, above Goring, is a good hill in itself, conical in shape, as a hill should be, according to the exacting ideas of childhood, with a sweeping view of the coast and the Channel. but its fame as a resort of holiday makers comes less from its position and height than from the circumstance that John Oliver is buried upon it. John Oliver was the miller of Highdown Hill. When not grinding corn, he seems to have busied himself with thoughts upon the necessary end of all things, to such an extent that his meditations on the subject gradually became a mania. His coffin was made while he was still a young man, and it remained under his bed until its time was ripe. Fitted, to bring it to a point of preparedness unusual even with the Chinese, those masters of anticipatory obsequies, with wheels, which the miller, I doubt not, regularly oiled. John Oliver did not stop there. Having his coffin comfortably at hand, he proceeded to erect his tomb. This was built in 1766, with tedious verses upon it from the miller's pen, while in an alcove near the tomb was a mechanical arrangement of death's heads, which might keep the miller's thoughts from straying, when, as with Dr. Johnson's philosopher, cheerfulness would creep in. The miller lived in the company of his coffin, his tomb, and his memento mori until 1793, when, at the age of 84, his hopes were realized. Those who love death die old. Between 2,000 and 3,000 persons attended the funeral. No one was permitted to wear any but gay clothes, and the funeral sermon was read by a little girl of 12, from the text Micah chapter 7, verses 8 and 9. The mill of John Oliver has vanished, nothing but a depression in the turf, now indicating where its foundations stood. Too many Sussex windmills have disappeared. Clayton still has her twain, landmarks for many miles. I have seen them on exceptionally clear days from the Kentish hills, and other windmills are scattered over the county. But many more than now exist have ceased to be, victims of the power of steam. There is probably no contrast aesthetically more to the disadvantage of the modern substitute than that of the steam mill of to-day with the windmill of yesterday. The steam mill is always ugly, always dusty, always noisy, usually in a town. The windmill stands high and white, a thing of life and radiance and delicate beauty, surrounded by grass, in communion with the heavens. Such noise as it has is elemental, justifiable, like a ship's cordage in a gale. No one would paint a steam mill. A picture with a windmill can hardly be a failure. Constable, who knew everything about the magic of windmills, painted several in Sussex, one even at Brighton. Brighton now has but one mill. There used to be many, one in the West Hill Road, a comelier landmark than the stucco Congregational Tower that has taken its place close by, and serves as the town's sentinel from almost every point of approach. In 1797, a miller near Brighton anticipated American enterprise by moving his mill bodily to a place 2 miles distant by the help of 80 oxen. Another weakness of steam mills is that they are apparently without millers. At least, there is no unmistakable dominating presence in a white hat, to whom one can confidently apply the definite article, as in the mill on the hill. Millers' men there are in plenty, but the miller is lacking. This is because steam mills belong to companies. Thus, with the passing of the windmill, we lose also the miller, that notable figure in English life and tradition. Always jolly, if the old songs are true, often eccentric, as the story of John Oliver has shown, and usually a character, as becomes one who lives by the four winds, or by water, for the miller of tradition was often found in a water-mill too. The water-miller's empire has been threatened less than that of the windmill, for there is no sudden cessation of water power, as of wind power. Sussex still has many water-mills, cool and splashing homes of peaceful bustle. Long may they endure. Highdown Hill has other associations. In 1812 the gentlemen of the Weald met the gentlemen of the sea coast at cricket on its dividing summit. The game, which was for 100 guineas, was a very close thing, the gentleman of the Weald winning by only 7 runs. Among the gentlemen of the sea coast was Mr. Osbaldeston, while the principal gentleman of the Weald was Mr. E. H. Budd. A mile north of Highdown Hill, in a thickly wooded country, are Patching and Clapham. Patching, celebrated for its pond, which washes the high road to Arundel, and Clapham for its woods. 300 and more years ago, Patching Copse was the scene of a treasonable meeting between William Shelley, an ancestor of the poet, one branch of whose family long held Mitchell Grove, where Henry VIII was entertained by our plotter's grandfather, and Charles Paget, sturdy Roman Catholics both, who thus sought each other out on the night of September the 16th, 1583, to confer as to the possibility of invading England, deposing Elizabeth, and setting Mary Queen of Scots upon the throne. Nothing came of the plot save the imprisonment of Shelley, who was condemned to death but escaped the sentence, and the flight of Paget, to hatch further treason abroad. The last Shelley to hold Mitchell Grove, now no more, was Sir John, who, after it had been in the family for 350 years, sold it in 1800. This was the Sir John Shelley who composed the following epitaph in Clapham Church, one of Gilbert Scott's restorations, to commemorate the very remarkable virtues of his lady, untimely snatched from his side. Here lieth the body of Wilhelmina Shelley, who departed this life the 21st of March, 1772, aged 23 years. She was a pattern for the world to follow, such a being, both in form and mind, perhaps never existed before. A most dutiful, affectionate, and virtuous wife, a most tender and anxious parent, a most sincere and constant friend, a most amiable and elegant companion, universally benevolent, generous, and humane, the pride of her own sex, the admiration of ours. She lived universally beloved and admired. She died as generally revered and regretted, a loss felt by all who had the happiness of knowing her, by none to be compared to that of her disconsolate, affectionate, loving, and in this world everlastingly miserable husband, Sir John Shelley, who has caused this inscription to be engraved. Horsfield tells us that the beechwoods in this parish, Patching, and its immediate neighbourhood are very productive of the truffle, Lycoperdon tuber. About 40 years ago William Leach came from the West Indies with some hogs accustomed to hunt for truffles, and proceeding along the coast from the Land's End in Cornwall to the mouth of the River Thames, determined to fix on that spot where he found them most abundant. He took 4 years to try the experiment, and at length settled in this parish, where he carried on the business of truffle hunter till his death. Angmering, which we may take on our return to Arundel, is a typically dusty Sussex village, with white houses and thatched roofs, and a rather finer church than most. On our way back to Arundel, in the middle of a wood, a little more than a mile from Angmering to the west, we come upon an interesting relic of a day when tables bore nobler loads than now they do. A decoy pond, formed originally to supply wild duck to the kitchen of Arundel Castle, but now no longer used. The long tapering tunnels of wire netting into which the tame ducks of the decoy lured their wild cousins are still in place, although the wire has largely perished. At an old house near the decoy, now converted into cottages, which any native will gladly and amusedly point out, lived in the reign of Henry VIII Lady Palmer, the famous mother of the Palmer triplets, who were distinguished from other triplets not only by being born each on a successive Sunday, but by receiving each the honour of knighthood. The curious circumstances of their birth seem to be well attested. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 9. Amberley and Parham. 5 miles to the north of Arundel by road, over the Arun at Houghton's ancient bridge, restored by the bishops of Chichester in the 15th century, and a few minutes by rail, is Amberley, the fishing metropolis of Sussex, where, every Sunday in the season, London anglers meet to drop their lines in friendly rivalry. Amerly trout, as Woolton calls them, and Arundel mullet are the best of the Arun's treasures, and this reminds me of Fuller's tribute to Sussex fish, which may well be quoted in this watery neighbourhood. Now, as this county is eminent for both sea and river fish, namely an Arundel mullet, a Chichester lobster, a Selsey cockle, and an Amerley trout, so Sussex aboundeth with more carps than any other of this nation. And though not so great as Jovius reporteth to be found in the Lurian lake in Italy, weighing more than 50 pounds, yet those generally of great and goodly proportion. I need not add that physicians account the galls of carps, as also a stone in their heads, to be medicinable. Only I will observe that because Jews will not eat caviare made of the sturgeon, because coming from a fish wanting scales, and therefore forbidden in the Levitical law, therefore the Italians make greater profit of the spawn of carps, whereof they make a red caviare, well pleasing the Jews both in palate and conscience. All I will add of carps is this, that Ramus himself doth not so much redound in dichotomies as they do, seeing no one bone is to be found in their body which is not forked or divided into 2 parts at the end thereof. Amberley proper, as distinguished from Amberley of the Anglers, is a mile from the station, and is built on a ridge. The castle is the extreme western end of this ridge, the north side of which descends precipitously to the marshy plain that extends as far as Pulborough. Standing on the castle, one sees Pulborough church due north, height calling unto height. The castle is now a farm. Indeed, all Amberley is a huge stockyard, smelling of straw and cattle. It is sheer Sussex, chalky soil, whitewashed cottages, huge waggons, and one of the best of Sussex painters, and in his exquisite, modest way, of all painters living, dwells in the heart of it. Edward Stott, who year after year shows London connoisseurs how the clear skin of the Sussex boy takes the evening light, and how the South Down sheep drink at hill ponds beneath a violet sky, and that there is nothing more beautiful under the stars than a whitewashed cottage just when the lamp is lit. Amberley has no right to lay claim to a castle, for the old ruins are not truly, as they seem, the remains of a castellated stronghold, but of a crenellated mansion. John Langton, Bishop of Chichester in the 14th century, was the first builder. Previously the church lands here had been held very jealously, and in 1200 we find Bishop Gilbert de Leofard twice excommunicating, and as often absolving, the Earl of Arundel for poaching, as he termed it, in Houghton Forest. The church lost Amberley in the 16th century. William Rede, who succeeded Langton to both house and see, wishing to feel secure in his home, craved permission to dig a moat around it, and to render it both hostile and defensive. Hence its lion-like mien. But it has known no warfare, and the castle's mouldering walls now give what assistance they can in harbouring livestock. 20th century sheds lean against 14th century masonry. Faggots are stored in the moat, lawn tennis is played in the courtyard, and black pigeons peep from the slits cut for arquebusiers. Amberley Castle only once intrudes itself in history. Charles II, during his flight in 1651, spent a night there under the protection of Sir John Briscoe, as we saw in Chapter 3. In winter, if you ask an Amberley man where he dwells, he says, "Amberley, God help us." In summer he says, "Amberley, where would you live?" From Amberley to Parham one keeps upon a narrow ridge for a mile or so, branching off then to the left. Parham's advance guard is seen all the way, a clump of fir trees indicating that the soil there changes to sand. For 2 possessions is Parham noted: a heronry in the park, and in the house a copy of Montaigne, with Shakespeare's autograph in it. The house, a spreading Tudor mansion, is the seat of Lord Zouche, a descendant of the traveller Robert Curzon, who wrote The Monasteries of the Levant, that long, leisurely, and fascinating narrative of travel. In addition to Montaigne, it enshrines a priceless collection of armour, of incunabula, and Eastern manuscripts. Among the pictures are full lengths of Sir Philip Sidney and Lady Sidney, and that Penelope D'Arcy, one of Mr. Hardy's noble dames, who promised to marry 3 suitors in turn, and did so. We see her again at Firle Place. A hiding hole for priests and other refugees is in the long gallery, access to it being gained through a window seat. There was hidden Charles Paget after the Babington conspiracy. Parham Park has deer and a lake and an enchanted forest of sombre trees. On the highest ground in this forest is the clump of firs in which the famous herons build. The most interesting time to visit the heronry is in the breeding season, for then one sees the lank birds continually homing from the Amberley wild brooks, with fishes in their bills and long legs streaming behind. The noise is tremendous, beyond all rookeries. Mr. Knox's Ornithological Rambles, from which I have already quoted freely, has this passage: "The herons at Parham assemble early in February, and then set about repairing their nests, but the trees are never entirely deserted during the winter months. A few birds, probably some of the more backward of the preceding season, roosting among their boughs every night. They commence laying early in March, and the greater part of the young birds are hatched during the early days of April. About the end of May they may be seen to flap out of their nests to the adjacent boughs, and bask for hours in the warm sunshine. But although now comparatively quiet during the day, they become clamorous for food as the evening approaches, and indeed for a long time appear to be more difficult to wean and less able to shift for themselves than most birds of a similar age. They may be observed as late as August, still on the trees, screaming for food and occasionally fed by their parents, who forage for them assiduously. Indeed, these exertions, so far from being relaxed after the setting of the sun, appear to be redoubled during the night, for I have frequently disturbed herons when riding by moonlight among the low grounds near the river, where I have seldom seen them during the day, and several cottagers in the neighbourhood of Parham have assured me that their shrill cry may be heard at all hours of the night during the summer season, as they fly to and fro overhead on their passage between the heronry and the open country. The history or genealogy of the progenitors of this colony is remarkable. They were originally brought from Coity Castle in Wales, by Lord Leicester's steward in James I's time, to Penhurst in Kent, the seat of Lord Delisle, where their descendants continued for more than 200 years. From thence they migrated to Mitchell Grove, about 70 miles from Penshurst and 8 from Parham. Here they remained for nearly 20 years, until the proprietor of the estate disposed of it to the late Duke of Norfolk, who, having purchased it not as a residence, but with the view of increasing the local property in the neighbourhood of Arundel, pulled down the house and felled 1 or 2 trees on which the herons had constructed their nests. The migration commenced immediately, but appears to have been gradual, for 3 seasons elapsed before all the members of the heronry had found their way over the downs to their new quarters in the fir woods of Parham. This occurred about 17 years ago, written about 1848. Sussex, says Mr. Borrer, author of The Birds of Sussex, has 2 other large heronries, at Windmill Hill Place, near Hailsham, and Brede, near Winchelsea, and some smaller ones, one being at Molecombe, above Goodwood. Betsy's Oak, in Parham Park, is said to be so called because Queen Elizabeth sat beneath it, but another and more probable legend calls it Bates's Oak, after Bates, an archer at Agincourt, in the retinue of the Earl of Arundel, and in Henry V. Good Queen Bess, however, dined in the hall of Parham House in 1592. At Northiam, in East Sussex, we shall come, not to be utterly balked, to a tree under which she truly did sit, and dine too. Beyond Parham, less than 2 miles to the east, is Storrington, a quiet Sussex village far from the rail and the noise of the world, with the downs within hail, and fine, sparsely inhabited country between them and it to wander in. The church is largely modern. I find the following sententious paragraph in the county paper for 1792. This is an age of sights and polite entertainment in the country as well as in the city. The little town of Storrington has lately been visited by a company of comedians, a mountebank doctor, and a puppet show. One day the doctor's Jack Pudding, finding the shillings coming in but slowly, exclaimed to his master, "Gad, sir, it is not worth our while to stay here any longer. Players have got all the gold, we all the silver, and Punch all the copper. So, like sagacious locusts, let us migrate from the place we helped to impoverish." This reminds me that I saw recently at Petworth, whither we are now moving, a travelling circus, whose programme included a comic interlude that cannot have received the slightest modification since it was first planned, perhaps hundreds of years ago. It was sheer, essential, elemental horseplay, straight from Bartholomew Fair, and the audience received it with rapture that was vouchsafed to nothing else. The story would be too long to tell, but briefly it was a dumb show representation of the visit of a guest, the clown, to a wife unknown to her husband. The scenery consisted of a table, a large chest, a heap of straw, and a huge barrel. The fun consisted in the clown, armed with a bladder on a string, hiding in the barrel, from which he would spring up and deliver a sounding drub on the head of whatever other character, husband or policeman, might be passing, to their complete perplexity. They were, of course, incapable of learning anything from experience. At other times he hid himself, or others, in the straw, in the chest, or under the table. When, in a country district such as this, one hears the laughter that greets so venerable a piece of pantomime, one is surprised that circus owners think it worth while to secure novelties at all. The primitive taste of West Sussex, at any rate, cannot require them. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 10. Petworth. Petworth is not on the direct road to Horsham, which is our next centre, but it is easily gained from Arundel by rail, changing at Pulborough, or by road through Bury, Fittleworth, and Egdean. Pulborough is now nothing. Once it was a Gibraltar, guarding Stane Street for Rome. The fort was on a mound west of the railway, corresponding with the church mound on the east. Here probably was a catapulta, and certainly a vigilant garrison. Pulborough has no invader now but the floods, which every winter transform the green waste at her feet into a silver sea, of which Pulborough is the northern shore and Amberley the southern. The Dutch polder are not flatter or greener than are these intervening meadows. The village stands high and dry above the water level, extended in long line, quite like a seaside town. Excursionists come too, as to a watering place, but they bring rods and creels, and return at night with fish for the pan. Between Pulborough and Petworth lie Stopham and Fittleworth, both on the Rother, which joins the Arun a little to the west of Pulborough. Stopham has the most beautiful bridge in Sussex, dating from the 14th century, and a little church filled with memorials of the Bartelott family. One of Stopham's rectors was Thomas Newcombe, a descendant of the author of The Fairy Queen, the friend of the author of Night Thoughts, and the author himself of a formidable poem in 12 books, after Milton, called The Last Judgment. Fittleworth has of late become an artist's Mecca, partly because of its pretty woods and quaint architecture, and partly because of the warm welcome that is offered by the Swan, which is probably the most ingeniously placed inn in the world. Approaching it from the north, it seems to be the end of all things. The miles of road that one has travelled apparently have been leading nowhere but to the Swan. Runaway horses or unsettled chauffeurs must project their passengers literally into the open door. Coming from the south, one finds that the road narrows by this inn almost to a lane, and the Swan's hospitable sign, barring the way, exerts such a spell that to enter it is a far simpler matter than to pass. The Swan is a venerable and rambling building, stretching itself lazily with outspread arms. One of those inns, long may they be preserved from the rebuilders, in which one stumbles up or down into every room, and where eggs and bacon have an appropriateness that make them a more desirable food than ambrosia. The little parlour is wainscoted with the votive paintings, a village diploma gallery, of artists who have made the Swan their home. Fittleworth has a dual existence. In the south it is riparian and low, much given to anglers and visitors. In the north it is high and sandy, with clumps of firs, living its own life and spreading gorse-covered commons at the feet of the walker. Between its southern border and Bignor Park is a superb common of sand and heather, an inland paradise for children. Petworth Station and Petworth Town are far from being the same thing, and there are few more fatiguing miles than that which separates them. A bus, it is true, plies between, but it is one of those long, close prisons with windows that annihilate thought by their shattering unfixedness. Petworth Spire is before one all the way, Petworth itself clustering on the side of the hill, a little town with several streets, rather than a great village all on one artery. I say several streets, but this is dead in the face of tradition, which has a joke to the effect that a long timber waggon once entered Petworth's single circular street, and has never yet succeeded in emerging. I certainly met it. The town seems to be beneath the shadow of its lord even more than Arundel. It is like Pompeii, with Vesuvius emitting glory far above. One must, of course, live under the same conditions if one is to feel the authentic thrill. The mere sojourner cannot know it. One wonders in these feudal towns what it would be like to leave democratic London or the independence of one's country fastness, and pass for a while beneath the spell of a Duke of Norfolk or a Baron Leconfield. A spell possibly not consciously cast by them at all, but existing none the less, largely through the fostering care of the townspeople on the rent roll, largely through the officers controlling the estates, at any rate unmistakable, as present in the very air of the streets as is the presage of a thunderstorm. Surely to be so dominated without actual influence must be very restful. Petworth must be the very home of low-pulsed peace, and yet a little oppressive too, with the great house and its traditions at the top of the town, like a weight on the forehead. I should not like to make Petworth my home, but as a place of pilgrimage and a stronghold of architectural taste, it is almost unique. In the Domesday Book, Petworth is called Petjorde. It was rated at 1,080 acres, and possessed a church, a mill worth a sovereign, a river containing 1,620 eels, and pannage for 80 hogs. In the time of the Confessor, the manor was worth £18. A few years later, the price went down to 10 shillings. Robert de Montgomery held Petworth till 1102, when he defied the king and lost it. Adeliza, widow of Henry I, having a brother Joscelin de Louvain, whom she wished to benefit, Petworth was given to him. Josceline married Agnes, daughter of William de Percy, the descendant of one of the Conqueror's chief friends, and doing so took his name. In course of time came Harry Hotspur, whose sword, which he swung at the Battle of Shrewsbury, is kept at Petworth House. The second Earl was his son, also Henry, who fought at Chevy Chase. He was not, however, slain there, as the ballad-monger says, but at St. Albans. Henry, the third Earl, fell at Towton. Henry, the fourth Earl, was assassinated at Cork Lodge, Thirsk. Henry, the fifth Earl, led a regiment at the Battle of the Spurs. Henry, the sixth Earl, fell in love with Anne Boleyn, but had the good sense not to let Henry VIII see it. Thomas, his brother, was beheaded for treason. Thomas, the seventh Earl, took arms against Queen Elizabeth, and was beheaded in Scotland. Henry, the eighth Earl, attempted to liberate Mary Queen of Scots, and was imprisoned in the Tower, where he slew himself. Henry, the 9th Earl, was accused of assisting Guy Fawkes, and locked up for 15 years. He was set at liberty only after paying £30,000, and promising never to go more than 30 miles from Petworth House. This kept him out of London. The last two noble Earls of Northumberland were Algernon, Lord High Admiral of England, who married Lady Anna Cecil and planted an oak in the park (it is still there) to commemorate the union, and Josceline, 11th Earl, who died in 1670, leaving no son. He left, however, a daughter, a little Elizabeth, Baroness Percy, who had countless suitors and was married 3 times before she was 16. Her third husband was Charles Seymour, 6th Duke of Somerset, who became in time the father of 13 children. Of these all died save 3 girls and a boy, Algernon, who became 7th Duke of Somerset. Through one of the daughters, Catherine, who married Sir William Wyndham, the estates fell to the present family. The next important Lord of Petworth was George O'Brien Wyndham, 3rd Earl of Egremont, the friend of art and agriculture, who collected most of the pictures. The present owner is the 3rd Baron Leconfield. C. R. Leslie, who painted more than one picture in the Petworth Gallery, has much to say in his autobiographical recollections of its noble founder, the 3rd Earl. His generosity, courtesy, kindly thoughtfulness, and extreme modesty of bearing. One story contains half his biography. I give it in Leslie's words. After referring to his lordship's men-servants and their importance in the house, the painter continues: "His own dress in the morning being very plain, he was sometimes by strangers mistaken for one of them. This happened with a maid of one of his lady guests, who had not been at Petworth before. She met him crossing the hall, as the bell was ringing for the servants' dinner, and said, 'Come, old gentleman, you and I will go to dinner together, for I can't find my way in this great house.' He gave her his arm, and led her to the room where the other maids were assembled at their table, and said, 'You dine here, I don't dine till 7 o'clock.' On certain days in the week visitors are allowed to walk through the galleries of Petworth House. The parties are shown by a venerable servitor into the audit room, a long bare apartment furnished with a statue and the heads of stags, and at the stroke of the hour a commissionaire appears at the far door and leads the way to the office, where a visitor's book is signed. Then the real work of the day begins, and for 55 minutes one passes from Dutch painters to Italian, from English to French, amid boors by Teniers, beauties by Lely, landscapes by Turner, carvings by Grinling Gibbons. The commissionaire knows them all. The collection is a fine one, but the lighting is bad, and the conditions under which it is seen are not favourable to the intimate appreciation of good art. One finds one's attention wandering too often from the soldier with his little index rattan to the deer on the vast lawn that extends from the windows to the lake that Turner painted and fished in. Hobbemas, Van Dycks, Murillos, what are these when the sun shines and the ceaseless mutations of a herd of deer render the middle distance fascinating? Among the more famous pictures is a Peg Woffington by Hogarth, not here dallying and dangerous, but demure as a nun. Also the Modern Midnight Conversation from the same hand, 3 or 4 bewitching Romneys, a room full of beauties of the court of Queen Anne, Henry VIII by Holbein, a wonderful Claude Lorraine, a head of Cervantes attributed to Velasquez, and 4 views of the Thames by Turner. Hazlitt, in his Sketches of the Picture Galleries of England, says of this collection, "We wish our readers to go to Petworth, where they will find the coolest grottos and the finest Van Dycks in the world." Lord Leconfield's park has not the remarkable natural formation of the Duke of Norfolk's, nor the superb situation of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon's, with its channel prospects, but it is immense and imposing. Also, it is unreal. It is like a park in a picture. This effect may be largely due to the circumstance that Fates in Petworth Park have been more than once painted, but it is due also, I think, to the shape and colour of the house, to the lake, to the extent of the lawn, to the disposition of the knolls, and to the deer. A scene painter, bidden to depict an English park, would produce, though he had never been out of the Strand, something very like Petworth. It is the normal park of the average imagination on a large scale. Cobbett wrote thus of Petworth: "The park is very fine, and consists of a parcel of those hills and dells which nature formed here when she was in one of her most sportive moods. I have never seen the earth flung about in such a wild way as round about Hindhead and Blackdown, and this park forms a part of this ground. From an elevated part of it, and indeed from each of many parts of it, you see all around the country to the distance of many miles. From the south east to the north west the hills are so lofty and so near that they cut the view rather short, but for the rest of the circle you can see to a very great distance. It is upon the whole a most magnificent seat, and the Jews will not be able to get it from the present owner, though if he live many years they will give even him a twist." On an eminence in the west is a tower, near a clump where ravens build, from which the other parks of this wonderful park district of Sussex may be seen. Cowdray to the west, the highest points of Goodwood to the south-west, the highest points of Arundel to the south-east, and Parham's dark forest more easterly still. Mr. Knox's account of the vicissitudes of the Petworth ravens 60 years ago is as interesting as any history of equal length on the misfortunes of man. Their sufferings at the hands of keepers and schoolboys read like a page of Fox. The final disaster was the spoliation of their nest by a boy, who removed all 4 of the children, or squabs as he called them. Mr. Knox, who used to come every day to examine them through his glass, was in despair, until, after much meditation, he thought of an expedient. Seeking out the boy, he persuaded him to give up the one squab whose wings had not yet been clipped, and this the ornithologist carried to the clump and deposited in the ruined nest. The next morning the old birds were to be seen, just as of old, and that was their last molestation. Just under the park, on the road to Midhurst, is Tillington, a little village with a rather ornamental church, which dates from 1807. There is nothing to say of Tillington, but I should like to quote a pretty sentence from Horsfield's History of Sussex concerning the monuments in the church, in a kind of writing of which we have little to-day. And as the volume for which this has been written is likely to fall chiefly into the hands of men who are occupied almost solely with the cares and business of this life, this slight reference is made to the monuments of the dead, in order that, should the reader of this book find, in the present dearth of honesty, of faithfulness, of disinterested valour, and of loyalty, an aching want in his spirit for such high qualities, let him hence be taught where to go. Let him learn that, though they are rarely found in the busy haunts of men, they are still preserved, and have their home around the sanctuary of the altar of his God. Petworth should be visited by all young architects, not for the mansion, except as an object lesson, for it is like a London terrace, but for the ordinary buildings in the town. It is a paradise of old-fashioned architecture. The church is hideous. The new hotel, the Swan, might be at Balham. But the old part of the town is perfect. There is an almshouse, which Mr. Griggs has drawn, in which, in its palmy days, a Lady Bountiful might have lived. Even the workhouse has charms. It is the only pretty workhouse I remember, with the exception, perhaps, of Battle, but that is, however, self-conscious. Petworth has known, at any rate, one poet. In the churchyard was once this epitaph, now perhaps obliterated, from a husband's hand. She was, she was, she was what? She was all that a woman should be. She was that. In a book which takes account of Sussex men and women of the past, it is hard to keep long from cricket. To the north of Petworth, whither we now turn, is Northchapel, where was born and died one of the great men of the Hambledon Club, Noah Mann, who once made 10 runs from one hit, and whose son was named Horace after the cricketing baronet of the same name, by special permission. Sir Horace, by this simple act of graceful humanity, hooked for life the heart of poor Noah Mann, says Nyren, and in this world of hatred and contention, the love even of a dog is worth living for. This is Nyren's account of Noah Mann. He was from Sussex, and lived at Northchapel, not far from Petworth. He kept an inn there, and used to come a distance of at least 20 miles every Tuesday to practise. He was a fellow of extraordinary activity, and could perform clever feats of agility on horseback. For instance, when he has been seen in the distance coming up the ground, one or more of his companions would throw down handkerchiefs, and these he would collect, stooping from his horse while it was going at full speed. He was a fine batter, a fine field, and the swiftest runner I ever remember. Indeed, such was his fame for speed, that whenever there was a match going forward, we were sure to hear of one being made for Mann to run against some noted competitor, and such would come from the whole country round. Upon these occasions he used to tell his friends, "If, when we are half-way, you see me alongside of my man, you may always bet your money upon me, for I am sure to win." And I never saw him beaten. He was a most valuable fellow in the field, for besides being very sure of the ball, his activity was so extraordinary that he would dart all over the ground like lightning. In those days of fast bowling they would put a man behind the long stop, that he might cover both long stop and slip. The man always selected for this post was Noah. Now and then little George Lear, whom I have already described as being so fine a long stop, would give Noah the wink to be on his guard, who would gather close behind him. Then George would make a slip on purpose, and let the ball go by, when in an instant Noah would have it up, and into the wicket-keeper's hands, and the man was put out. This I have seen done many times, and this nothing but the most accomplished skill in fielding could have achieved. At a match of the Hambledon Club against All England, the club had to go in to get the runs, and there was a long number of them. It became quite apparent that the game would be closely fought. Mann kept on worrying old Nyren to let him go in, and although he became quite indignant at his constant refusal, our general knew what he was about in keeping him back. At length, when the last but one was out, he sent Mann in, and there were then 10 runs to get. The sensation now all over the ground was greater than anything of the kind I ever witnessed before or since. All knew the state of the game, and many thousands were hanging upon this narrow point. There was Sir Horace Mann walking about outside the ground, cutting down the daisies with his stick, a habit with him when he was agitated. The old farmers leaning forward upon their tall old staves, and the whole multitude perfectly still. After Noah had had 1 or 2 balls, Lumpy tossed one a little too far, when our fellow got in and hit it out in his grand style. 6 of the 10 were gained. Never shall I forget the roar that followed this hit. Then there was a dead stand for some time, and no runs were made. Ultimately, however, he gained them all, and won the game. After he was out, he upbraided Nyren for not putting him in earlier. "If you had let me go in an hour ago," said he, "I would have served them in the same way." But the old tactician was right, for he knew Noah to be a man of such nerve and self-possession that the thought of so much depending upon him would not have had the paralysing effect that it would upon many others. He was sure of him, and Noah afterwards felt the compliment. Mann was short in stature, and when stripped, as swarthy as a gipsy. He was all muscle, with no encumbrance whatever of flesh, remarkably broad in the chest, with large hips and spider legs. He had not an ounce of flesh about him, but it was where it ought to be. He always played without his hat. The sun could not affect his complexion, and he took a liking to me as a boy, because I did the same. Lurgashall, on the road to Northchapel, is a pleasant village, with a green, and a church unique among Sussex churches by virtue of a curious wooden gallery or cloister, said to have been built as a shelter for parishioners from a distance, who would eat their nuncheon there. The church, which has distinct Saxon remains, once had for rector the satirical James Bramston, author of The Art of Politics and The Man of Taste, two admirable poems in the manner of Pope. This is his unimpeachable advice to public speakers: those who would captivate the well-bred throng should not too often speak, nor speak too long. Church nor church matters ever turn to sport, nor make St. Stephen's Chapel Dovercourt. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 11. Bignor. 2 miles due south from Petworth is Burton Park, a modest sandy pleasaunce, with some beautiful deer, an ugly house, and a church for the waistcoat pocket, which some American relic hunter will assuredly carry off, unless it is properly chained. Mr. Knox has an interesting anecdote of a sparrowhawk at Burton. "In May 1844, he writes, I received from Burton Park an adult male sparrowhawk in full breeding plumage, which had killed itself, or rather met its death, in a singular manner. The gardener was watering plants in the greenhouse, the door being open, when a blackbird dashed in suddenly, taking refuge between his legs, and at the same moment the glass roof above his head was broken with a loud crash, and a hawk fell dead at his feet. The force of the swoop was so great that for a moment he imagined a stone hurled from a distance to have been the cause of the fracture." At Duncton, the neighbouring village under the hill, James Broadbridge was born in 1796. James Broadbridge, who was considered the best all-round cricketer in England in his day. He had a curious hit to square leg between the wicket and himself, and he was the first of whom it was said that he could do anything with the ball except make it speak. In order to get practice with worthy players, he would walk from Duncton to Brighton, just as Lambert would walk from Reigate to London, or Noah Mann ride to Hambledon from Petworth. Jim Broadbridge's first great match was in 1815, for Sussex against the Epsom Club, including Lambert and Lord Frederick Beauclerk, for 1,000 guineas. Broadbridge, after his wont, walked from Duncton to Brighton in the morning, and he looked so much like a farmer and so little like a cricketer that there was some opposition to his playing. But he bowled out 3 and caught 1, and Sussex won the money. Above Duncton rises Duncton Down, which is 837 feet high, one of our mountains. But we are not to climb it just now, having business in the Weald some 4 miles away to the east, past Barlavington and Sutton, at Bignor. Admirers of yew trees should make a point of visiting Bignor churchyard. The village has also what is probably the quaintest grocer's shop in England, certainly the completest contrast that imagination could devise to the modern grocer's shop of the town, plate-glassed, illumined, and stored to repletion. It is close to the yew-shadowed church, and is gained by a flight of steps. I should not have noticed it as a shop at all, but rather as a very curious survival of a kindly and attractive form of architecture, had not a boy, when asked the way to the Roman pavement, which is Bignor's glory, mentioned the grocer's as one of the landmarks. One's connotation of grocer, excluding diamond panes, oak timbers, difficult steps, and reverend antiquity, I was like to lose the way in earnest, had not a customer emerged opportunely from the crazy doorway with a basket of goods. It was natural for the boy, whose pennies had gone in oranges and sweets, to lay the emphasis on the grocery, but the house externally is the only one of its kind within miles. In some respects there is no more interesting spot in Sussex than the mangold field on Mr. Tupper's farm that contains the Roman pavements. Approaching this scene of alien treasure, one observes nothing but the mangolds. Here and there a rough shed, as if for cattle, and Mr. Tupper, the grandson of the discoverer of the mosaics, at work with his hoe. This he lays on one side on the arrival of a visitor.
taking in his hand instead a large key. So far we are in Sussex, pure and simple. Mangolds all round, cattle sheds in front, a Sussex farmer for a companion, the sky of Sussex over all, and the 20th century in her nonage. Mr. Tupper turns the key, throws open the creaking door, and nearly 2000 years roll away. We are no longer in Sussex, but in the province of the Regni, no longer at Bignor, but ad Decimum, or 10 miles from Regnum, or Chichester, on Stane Street, the direct road to Londinum, in the residence of a Roman colonial governor of immense wealth, probably supreme in command of the province. The fragments of pavement that have been preserved are mere indications of the splendour and extent of the building, which must have covered some acres, a welcome and imposing sight as one descended Bignor Hill by Stane Street, with its white walls and columns rising from the dark weald. The pavement in the first shed, which Mr. Tupper unlocks, has the figure of Ganymede in one of its circular compartments, and here the hot air pipes by which the villa was heated may be seen where the floor has given way. A head of Winter in another of the sheds is very fine, but it is rather for what these relics stand for than any intrinsic beauty that they are interesting. They are perfect symbols of a power that has passed away. Nothing else so brings back the Roman occupation of Sussex, when, on still nights, the clanking of armour in the camp on the hilltop could be heard by the trembling Briton in the weald beneath, or by day the ordered sounds of marching would smite upon his ears, and, looking fearfully upwards, he would see a steady file of warriors descending the slope. I never see a Sussex hill crowned by a camp, as at Wolstonbury, without seeing also in imagination a flash of steel. Perhaps one never realises the new terror which the Romans must have brought into the life of the Sussex peasant, a terror which utterly changed the Downs from ramparts of peace into coigns of minatory advantage, and transformed the gaze of security with which their grassy contours had once been contemplated into anxious glances of dismay and trepidation. One never so realises this terror as when one descends Ditchling Beacon by the sunken path which the Romans dug to allow a string of soldiers to drop unperceived into the weald below. That semi-subterranean passage and the Bignor pavements are to me the most vivid tokens of the Roman rule that England possesses. Charlotte Smith, the sonneteer and novelist, was the daughter of Nicholas Turner of Bignor Park, which contains, I think, the plainest house I ever saw in the country. Charlotte Smith, who was all her life very true to Sussex, both in her work and in her homes — she was at school at Chichester, and lived at Woolbeeding and Brighton — was born in 1749. A century ago her name was as well known as that of Mrs. Hemans was later. To-day it is unknown, and her poems and novels are unread, nor will they, I fear, be rediscovered. Her sister, Catherine Turner, afterwards Mrs. Dorset, was the author of The Peacock at Home, a very popular book for children at the beginning of the last century, suggested by Roscoe's Butterfly's Ball. Mrs. Dorset, by the way, married a son of the Vicar of Walberton and Burlington, whose curious headdress gave to an odd-looking tree on Berry Hill the name of Parson Dorset's Wig, for the parson was known by his eccentricities far from home. The old story of advice to a flock, "Do as I say, not as I do," is told also of him. The little village of West Burton, east of Bignor, is associated in my mind with an expression of the truest humility. A kindly villager had given me a glass of water, and I unfolded my map and spread it on her garden wall to consult while I drank. "Why," she said, "you don't mean to say a little place like West Burton is marked on a map?" This is the very antipodes of the ordinary provincial pride, which would have the world's axis project from the ground hard by the village pump. But pride of place is not, I think, a Sussex characteristic. Bury, the next hamlet in the east, under the hills, has curious cricket traditions. In June 1796 the married women of Bury beat the single women by 80 runs, and thereupon, uniting forces, challenged any team of women in the county. Not only did the women of Bury shine at cricket, but in a Sussex paper for 1791 I find an account of 2 of Bury's daughters assuming the names of Big Ben and Mendoza, and engaging in a hardly contested prize fight before a large gathering. Big Ben won. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 12. Horsham. Horsham is the capital of West Sussex, a busy agricultural town with horse dealers in its streets, a core of old houses, and too many that are new. There is in England no more peaceful and prosperous row of venerable homes than the Causeway, joining Carfax and the church, with its pollarded limes and chestnuts in line on the pavement's edge, its graceful gables, jutting eaves, and glimpses of green gardens through the doors and windows. The sweetest part of Horsham is there. Elsewhere the town bustles. I should, however, mention the very picturesque house, now cottages, on the left of the road as one leaves the station. As fine a mass of timbers, gables, and oblique lines as one could wish, making an effect such as time alone can give. The days of such relics are numbered. Horsham not only has beautiful old houses of its own, but it has been the cause of beautiful old houses all over the county, since nothing so adds to the charm of a building as a roof of Horsham stone, those large grey flat slabs on which the weather works like a great artist in harmonies of moss, lichen, and stain. No roofing so combines dignity and homeliness, and no roofing except possibly thatch, which, however, is short-lived, so surely passes into the landscape. But Horsham stone is no longer used. It is to be obtained for a new house only by the demolition of an old, and few houses have rafters sufficiently stable to bear so great a weight. Our ancestors built for posterity. We build for ourselves. Our ancestors used Sussex oak, where we use fir. Not only is Horsham stone on the roofs of the neighbourhood, it is also on the paths, so that one may step from flag to flag for miles dry-shod, or at least without mud. Horsham's place in history is unimportant, but indirectly it played its part in the 14th century by supplying the War Office of that era with bolts for crossbows, excellent for slaying Scots and Frenchmen. The town was famous also for its horseshoes. In the days of Cromwell we find Horsham to have been principally royalist. One engagement with parliamentarians is recorded in which it lost 3 warriors to Cromwell's 1. In the reign of William III, a young man claiming to be the Duke of Monmouth, and travelling with a little court who addressed him as Your Grace, turned the heads of the women in many an English town, his good looks convincing them at once, as the chronicler says, that he was the true prince. Justices sitting at Horsham, however, having less susceptibility to the testimony of handsome features, found him to be the son of an innkeeper named Savage, and imprisoned him as a vagrant and swindler. Horsham was the last place in which pressing to death was practised. The year was 1735, and the victim a man unknown, who on being charged with murder and robbery refused to speak. Witnesses having been called to prove him no mute, this old and horrible sentence, proper, as the law considered, to his offence and obstinacy, was passed upon him. The executioner, the story goes, while conveying the body in a wheelbarrow to burial, turned it out in the roadway at the place where the King's Head now stands, and then, putting it in again, passed on. Not long afterwards he fell dead at this spot. The church of St. Mary, which rises majestically at the end of the causeway, has a slender shingled spire that reaches a great height. Not altogether, however, without indecision. There is probably an altitude beyond which shingles are a mistake. They are better suited to the more modest spire of the small village. The church is remarkable also for length of roof, well covered with Horsham stone, and it is altogether a singularly commanding structure. Within is an imposing plainness. The stone effigy of a knight in armour reclines just to the south of the altar, son of a branch of the Brays family of Chesworth hard by, now in ruins, of whose parent stock we shall hear more when we reach Bramber. The knight, Thomas, Lord Brays, died in 1395. The youth of Horsham, hostile invincibly like all boys to the stone nose, have reduced that feature to the level of the face. Or was it the work of the Puritans, who are known to have shared in the nasal objection? South of the churchyard is the river, from the banks of which the church would seem to be all Horsham, so effectually is the town behind it blotted out by its broad back. On the edge of the churchyard is perhaps the smallest house in Sussex, certainly the smallest to combine Gothic windows with the sale of ginger beer. Horsham seems always to have been fond of pleasure. Within iron railings in the Carfax, in a trim little enclosure of turf and geraniums, is the ancient iron ring used in the bull baiting, which the inhabitants indulged in and loved until as recently as 1814. That the town is still disposed to entertainment, although of a quieter kind, its walls testify, for the hoardings are covered with the promise of circus or conjurer, minstrels or athletic sports, drama or lecture. In July, when I was there last, Horsham was anticipating a fete in which a mock bullfight and a battle of confetti were mere details, while it was actually in the throes of a fair. The booths filled an open space to the west of the town, known as the Jew's Meadow, and among the attractions was Professor Adams with his school of undefeated champions. The plural is in the grand manner, giving the lie to Cashel Byron's pathetic plaint, "It is a lonely thing to be a champion." Avoiding Professor Adams and walking due west, one comes after a couple of miles to Broadbridge Heath, where is Field Place, the birthplace of the greatest of Sussex poets, and perhaps the greatest of the county's sons, Percy Bysshe Shelley. The author of Adonais was born in a little bedroom with a south aspect on August the 4th, 1792. His father's mother, née Mitchell, was the daughter of a late vicar of Horsham and member of an old Sussex family. Another Horsham cleric, the Reverend Thomas Edwards, gave the boy his first lessons. Field Place is still very much what it was in Shelley's early days, the only days it was a home to him. It stands low, in a situation darkened by the surrounding trees, a rambling house neither as old as one would wish for aesthetic reasons, nor as new as comfort might dictate. There is no view. In the garden one may in fancy see again the little boy, like all poetic children, deep in his unknown day's employ. Indeed, like all children might be said, for is not every child a poet for a little while? In the Life of Shelley, by his cousin Thomas Medwin, is printed the following letter to a friend at Horsham, written when he was 9, which I quote not for any particular intrinsic merit, but because it helps to bring him before us in his Field Place days, of which too little is known. Monday, July the 18th, 1803. Miss Kate, Horsham, Sussex. Dear Kate, we have proposed a day at the pond next Wednesday, and if you will come to-morrow morning I would be much obliged to you. And if you could anyhow bring Tom over to stay all the night, I would thank you. We are to have a cold dinner over at the pond, and come home to eat a bit of roast chicken and peas at about 9 o'clock. Mamma depends upon your bringing Tom over to-morrow, and if you don't we shall be very much disappointed. Tell the bearer not to forget to bring me a fairing, which is some gingerbread, sweetmeats, hunting nuts, and a pocket-book. Now I end. I am not your obedient servant, F. B. Shelley. We are proud to call Shelley the Sussex poet, but he wrote no Sussex poems, and a singularly uncongenial father, for the cursing of whom and the king the boy was famous at Eton, made him glad to avoid the county when he was older. It was, however, to a Sussex lady, Miss Hitchener of Hurstpierpoint, that Shelley, when in Ireland in 1812, forwarded the box of inflammatory matter which the Custom House officers confiscated, copies of his pamphlet on Ireland and his Declaration of Rights broadside, which Miss Hitchens was to distribute among Sussex farmers, who would display them on their walls. These were the same documents that Shelley used to put in bottles and throw out to sea, greatly to the perplexity of the spectators, and not a little to the annoyance of the government. Miss Hitchener, as well as the Revolutionary, was kept under surveillance, as we learn from the letter from the Postmaster General of the day, Lord Chichester. I return the pamphlet Declaration. The writer of the first is son of Mr. Shelley, member for the rape of Bramber, and is by all accounts a most extraordinary man. I hear he has married a servant, or some person of very low birth. He has been in Ireland for some time, and I heard of his speaking at the Catholic Convention. Miss Hitchener of Hurstpierpoint keeps a school there, and is well spoken of. Her father keeps a public house in the neighbourhood. He was originally a smuggler, and changed his name from York to Hitchener before he took the public house. I shall have a watch upon the daughter, and discover whether there is any connection between her and Shelley. There Shelley's connection with Sussex may be said to end. Yet a poet, whether he will or no, is shaped by his early surroundings. In some verses by Mr. C.W. Dalman, called The Sussex Muse, I find the influence of Shelley's surroundings on his mind happily recorded. When Shelley's soul was carried through the air toward the manor house where he was born, I danced along the avenue at Den, and praised the grace of heaven, and the morn which numbered with the sons of Sussex men a genius so rare, so high an honour and so dear a birth, that though the Horsham folk may little care to laud the favour of his birthplace there, my name is blessed for it throughout the earth. I taught the child to love, and dream, and sing of witch, hobgoblin, folk and flower lore, and often led him by the hand away into St. Leonard's Forest, where of yore the hermit fought the dragon. To this day the children every spring find lilies of the valley blowing where the fights took place. Alas, they quickly drove my darling from my bosom and my love, and snatched my crown of laurel from his hair. 2 miles south-west of Field Place, by a footpath which takes us beside the Arun, here a narrow stream, and a deserted water-mill, we come to the churchyard of Slinfold, a little quiet village with a church of almost suburban solidity and complete want of Sussex feeling. James Dalloway, the historian of western Sussex, was rector here from 1803 to 1834. He lived, however, at Leatherhead, Slinfold being a sinecure. A Slinfold epitaph on an infant views bereavement with more philosophy than is usual, in conclusion calling upon patience thus to comfort the parents. Teach them to praise that God with grateful mind for babes that yet may come, for one still left behind. 1/4 of a mile west is Stane Street, striking Londonwards from Billingshurst, and we may follow it for a while on our way to Rudgwick, near the county's border. We leave the Roman road, which once ran as straight as might be as far as Billingsgate, but is now diverted and lost in many spots, at the drive to Dedisham on the left, and thus save a considerable corner. Dedisham, in its hollow, is an ancient agricultural settlement, a farm and feudatory cottages in perfect completeness, an isolated, self-sufficing community, lacking nothing, not even the yellow ferret in the cage. The footpath beyond the homestead crosses a field where we find the Arun once again, here a stream winding between steep banks, sure home of kingfisher and water rats. Rudgwick, which is 3 miles farther west along the hard high road, is a small village on a hill. with the most comfortable-looking church tower in Sussex, hiding behind the inn and the general shop. In the churchyard lies a Frusanna, a name new to me. Rudgwick was the birthplace in 1717 of Raynal Cotton, destined to be the author of the best song in praise of cricket. He entered Winchester College in 1730, took orders, and became master of Hyde Abbey School in the same city, and died in 1779. Nyren prints his song in full. This is the heart of it. The wickets are pitched now, and measured the ground. Then they form a large ring, and stand gazing round. Since Ajax fought Hector in sight of all Troy, no contest was seen with such fear and such joy. You bowlers, take heed, to my precepts attend. On you the whole fate of the game must depend. Spare your vigour at first, nor exert all your strength, but measure each step, and be sure pitch a length. Ye fieldsmen, look sharp, lest your pains you beguile. Move close, like an army, in rank and in file. When the ball is returned, back it sure, for I trow whole states have been ruined by one overthrow. You strikers, observe when the foe shall draw nigh. Mark the bowler advancing with vigilant eye. Your skill all depends upon distance and sight. Stand firm to your scratch, let your bat be upright. Further west is Loxwood, on the edge of a little-known tract of country. Untroubled by railways, the most unfamiliar village in which is perhaps Plaistow. Plaistow is on the road to nowhere, and has not its equal for quietude in England. It is a dependency of Curdford, whence comes the Petford marble, which we see in many Sussex churches. Shillinglee Park, the seat of the Earl of Winterton, is hard by. From these remote parts one may return to Horsham by way of Warnham, on whose pond Shelley, as a boy, used to sail his little boat, and where, perhaps, he gained that love of navigation which never left him, and brought about his death. Warnham, always a cricketing village, until lately supplied the Sussex 11 with dashing Lucases, but it does so no more. Before passing to the east of Horsham, something ought to be said of one at least of the villages of the south-west, namely Billingshurst, on Stane Street, once an important station between Regnum and Londinum, or Chichester and London, as we should now say. It has been conjectured that Stane Street, which we first saw at Chichester under the name of East Street, and again as it descended Bignor Hill in the guise of a bostel, was constructed by Belinus, a Roman engineer, who gave to the woods through which he had to cut his way in this part of Sussex the name Billingshurst, and to the gate by which London was entered, Billingsgate. Billingshurst's place in literature was made by William Cobbett, for it was here that he met the boy in a smock frock, who recalled to his mind so many of his deeds of Quixotry. The incident is described in the Rural Rides. This village is 7 miles from Horsham, and I got here to breakfast about 7 o'clock. A very pretty village, and a very nice breakfast in a very neat little parlour of a very decent public house. The landlady sent her son to get me some cream, and he was just such a chap as I was at his age, and dressed just in the same sort of way, his main garment being a blue smock frock, faded from wear, and mended with pieces of new stuff, and of course not faded. The sight of this smock frock brought to my recollection many things very dear to me. This boy will, I dare say, perform his part at Billingshurst, or at some place not far from it. If accident had not taken me from a similar scene, how many villains and fools who have been well teased and tormented would have slept in peace at night, and have fearlessly swaggered about by day. When I look at this little chap, at his smock frock, his nailed shoes, and his clean, plain, coarse shirt, I ask myself, will anything, I wonder, ever send this chap across the ocean to tackle the base, corrupt, perjured Republican judges of Pennsylvania? Will this little lively, but at the same time simple boy ever become the terror of villains and hypocrites across the Atlantic? What a chain of strange circumstances there must be to lead this boy to thwart a miscreant tyrant like M'Kean, the Chief Justice and afterwards Governor of Pennsylvania, and to expose the corruption of the band of rascals called a Senate and a House of Representatives at Harrisburg in that state. Billingshurst Church has an interesting ceiling, an early brass to Thomas and Elizabeth Bartlett, and the record of one of those disputes over pews which add salt to village life, and now and then, as we saw at Littlehampton, lead to real trouble. The verger, if he be the same, will tell the story, the best part of which describes the race which was held every Sunday for certain seats in the chancel, and the tactical packing of the same by the winning party. In the not very remote past, a noble carved chair used to be placed in one of the galleries for the schoolmaster, and there he would sit during service, surrounded by his boys. One returns to Horsham from Billingshurst through Itchingfield, where the new Christ's Hospital has been built in the midst of green fields, a glaring red brick settlement which the fastidiously urban ghost of Charles Lamb can now surely never visit. Lamb's House, however, is the name of one of the buildings, and Time the healer, who can do all things, may mellow the new school into alien congeniality. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 13. St. Leonard's Forest. To the east of Horsham spreads St. Leonard's Forest, that vast tract of moor and preserve which, merging into Tilgate Forest, Balcombe Forest, and Worth Forest, extends a large part of the way to East Grinstead. Only on foot can we really explore this territory, and a compass as well as a good map is needed if one is to walk with any decision, for there are many conflicting tracks and many points whence no broad outlook is possible. Remembering old days in St. Leonard's Forest, I recall in general the odoriferous, damp, open spaces of long grass suddenly lighted upon, over which silver-washed fritillaries flutter, and, in particular, a deserted farm, in whose orchard, it must have been late June, was a spreading tree of white heart cherries in full bearing. One may easily, even a countryman I take it, live to a great age and never have the chance of climbing into a white heart cherry tree and eating one's fill. Certainly I have never done it since, but that day gave me an understanding of blackbird's temptations that is still stronger than the desire to pull a trigger. The reader must not imagine that St. Leonard's Forest is rich in deserted farms with attractive orchards. I have found no other, and indeed it is notably a place in which the explorer should be accompanied by provisions. To take train to Faygate and walk from that spot is the simplest way, although more interesting is it, perhaps, to come to Faygate at the end of the day, and, gaining permission to climb the beacon tower on the hill in the Holmbush estate, retrace one's steps in vision from its summit. In this case one would walk from Horsham to Lower Beeding, then strike north over Plummer's Plain. This route leads by Coolhurst and through Manning Heath, just beyond which, by following the south, that runs for a mile, one could see Nuthurst. Lower Beeding is not in itself interesting, but close at hand is Leonard's Lee, the seat of Sir Edmund Loder, which is one of the most satisfying estates in the county. North and south runs a deep ravine, on the one side richly wooded, and on the other, the west, planted with all the acclimatizable varieties of alpine plants and flowering shrubs. The chain of ponds at the bottom of the ravine forms one of the principal sources of the Adur. In an enclosure among the woods the kangaroo has been acclimatized, and beavers are given all law. North of Plummer's Plain, in a hollow, are two immense ponds, Hammer Pond and Hawkins Pond, our first reminder that we are in the old iron country. St. Leonard's Forest, and all the forests on this, the forest ridge of Sussex, were of course maintained to supply wood with which to feed the furnaces of the ironmasters, just as the overflow of these ponds was trained to move the machinery of the hammers for the breaking of the iron stone. The enormous consumption of wood in the iron foundries was a calamity seriously viewed by many observers, among them Michael Drayton of the Polyoblion, who was, however, distressed less as a political economist than as the friend of the wood nymphs driven out by the encroaching and devastating foundrymen from their native sanctuaries to the inhospitable Downs. Thus he writes, illustrating Lamb's criticism of him, that in this work he has animated hills and streams with life and passion above the dreams of old mythology. The daughters of the Weald, that in their heavy breasts had long their griefs concealed, foreseeing their decay each hour so fast come on, under the axe's stroke fetched many a grievous groan, when, as the anvil's weight and hammer's dreadful sound even rent the hollow woods and shook the queachy ground, so that the trembling nymphs, oppressed through ghastly fear, ran madding to the downs, with loose dishevelled hair. The sylvans that about the neighbouring woods did dwell, both in the tufty frith and in the mossy fell, forsook their gloomy bowers, and wandered far abroad, expelled their quiet seats and place of their abode, when labouring carts they saw to hold their daily trade, where they in summer wont to sport them in the shade. Could we, say they, suppose that any would us cherish, which suffer every day the holiest things to perish, or to our daily want to minister supply? These iron times breed none that mind posterity. 'Tis but in vain to tell what we before have been, or changes of the world that we in time have seen, when, now devising how to spend our wealth with waste, we to the savage swine let fall our larding mast. But now, alas, ourselves we have not to sustain, nor can our tops suffice to shield our roots from rain. Jove's oak, the warlike ash, veined elm, the softer beech, short hazel, maple plain, light asp, the bending wych, tough holly, and smooth birch, must all together burn. What should the builder serve, supplies the forger's turn, when under public good base private gain takes hold, and we, poor woeful woods, to ruin lastly sold. We shall learn later more of this old Sussex industry, but here in the heart of St. Leonard's Forest I might quote also what another old author with less invention says of it. Under the heading of Sussex Manufactures, Thomas Fuller writes in the Worthies of Great Guns: "It is almost incredible how many are made of the iron in this county. Count Gondomer well knew their goodness, when of King James he so often begged the boon to transport them. A monk of Mentz, some 300 years since, is generally reputed the first founder of them. Surely ingenuity may seem transposed, and to have crossed her hands, when about the same time a soldier found out printing, and it is questionable which of the two inventions hath done more good or more harm. As for guns, it cannot be denied that though most behold them as instruments of cruelty, partly because subjecting valour to chance, partly because guns give no quarter, which the sword sometimes doth, yet it will appear that since their invention victory hath not stood so long a neuter, and hath been determined with the loss of fewer lives. Yet do I not believe what soldiers commonly say, that he was cursed in his mother's belly who is killed with a cannon, seeing many prime persons have been slain thereby." Cannon were not, of course, the only articles which the old Sussex ironmasters contrived. The old railings around St. Paul's were cast in Sussex, and iron fire-backs were turned out in great numbers. These are still to be seen in a few of the older Sussex cottages in their original position. Most curiosity dealers in the country have a few fire-backs on sale. Iron tombstones one meets with, too, in a few of the churches and churchyards in the iron district. There are several at Wadhurst, for example. I have seen grass snakes in plenty in St. Leonard's Forest, and was once there with a botanist, who, the day being fine, killed a particularly beautiful one, but the forest is no longer famous, as once it was, for really alarming reptiles. The year 1614 was the time. A rambler in the neighbourhood in August of that year ran the risk of meeting something worth running away from, just as John Steele, Christopher Holder, and a widow woman did. Their story may be read in the Harleian Miscellany. True and Wonderful is the title of the narrative, a discourse relating a strange and monstrous serpent, or dragon, lately discovered and yet living, to the great annoyance and diverse slaughters both of men and cattle, by his strong and violent poison. In Sussex, 2 miles from Horsham, in a wood called St. Leonard's Forest, and 30 miles from London, this present month of August 1614, with the true generation of serpents. The discourse runs thus. In Sussex there is a pretty market town called Horsham, near unto it a forest called St. Leonard's Forest, and there in a vast and unfrequented place, heathy, vaulty, full of unwholesome shades, and overgrown hollows, where this serpent is thought to be bred. But wheresoever bred, certain and too true it is, that there it yet lives. Within 3 or 4 miles compass are its usual haunts, oftentimes at a place called Faygate, and it hath been seen within 1/2 mile of Horsham, a wonder no doubt, most terrible and noisome to the inhabitants thereabouts. There is always in his track or path left a glutinous and slimy matter, as by a small similitude we may perceive in a snail's, which is very corrupt and offensive to the scent, insomuch that they perceive the air to be putrefied withal, which must needs be very dangerous. For though the corruption of it cannot strike the outward part of a man, unless heated into his blood, yet by receiving it in at any of our breathing organs, the mouth or nose, it is, by authority of all authors writing in that kind, mortal and deadly, as one thus saith, Noxia serpentum est admixto sanguine pestis. Lucan. This serpent, or dragon, as some call it, is reputed to be 9 feet, or rather more, in length, and shaped almost in the form of an axle-tree of a cart, a quantity of thickness in the middest, and somewhat smaller at both ends. The former part, which he shoots forth as a neck, is supposed to be an ell long, and a white ring, as it were, of scales about it. The scales along his back seem to be blackish, and so much as is discovered under his belly appeareth to be red, for I speak of no nearer description than of a reasonable ocular distance, for coming too near it hath already been too dearly paid for, as you shall hear hereafter. It is likewise discovered to have large feet, but the eye may be there deceived, for some suppose that serpents have no feet, but glide upon certain ribs and scales, which both defend them from the upper part of their throat unto the lower part of their belly, and also cause them to move much the faster. For so this doth, and rids way, as we call it, as fast as a man can run. He is of countenance very proud, and at the sight or hearing of men or cattle will raise his neck upright, and seem to listen and look about with great arrogancy. There are likewise on either side of him discovered 2 great bunches, so big as a large football, and, as some think, will in time grow to wings. But God, I hope, will, to defend the poor people in the neighbourhood, that he shall be destroyed before he grow so fledge. He will cast his venom about 4 rod from him, as by woeful experience it was proved upon the bodies of a man and woman coming that way, who afterwards were found dead, being poisoned and very much swelled, but not preyed upon. Likewise a man going to chase it, and, as he imagined, to destroy it with 2 mastiff dogs, as yet not knowing the great danger of it, his dogs were both killed, and he himself glad to return with haste to preserve his own life. Yet this is to be noted, that the dogs were not preyed upon, but slain and left whole, for his food is thought to be for the most part in a coney warren, which he much frequents, and it is found much scanted and impaired in the increase it had wont to afford. These persons, whose names are hereunder printed, have seen this serpent, beside divers others, as the carrier of Horsham, who lieth at the White Horse in Southwark, and who can certify the truth of all that has been here related. John Steele, Christopher Holder, and a widow woman dwelling near Faygate. It would be very interesting to know what John Steele, Christopher Holder, and the widow woman really saw. Such a story must have had a basis of some kind. A printed narrative such as this would hardly have proceeded from a clear sky. St. Leonard's Forest has another familiar, for there the headless horseman rides, not on his own horse, but on yours, seated on the crupper with his ghostly arms encircling your waist. His name is Powlett, but I know no more, except that his presence is an additional reason why one should explore the forest on foot. Sussex, especially near the coast, is naturally a good nightingale country. Many of the birds pausing there after their long journey at the end of April do not fly farther, but make their home where they first alight. I know of one meadow and copse under the north escarpment of the Downs, where 3 nightingales singing in rivalry, in a triangle, the perfect condition, can be counted upon in May, by night, and often by day too, as surely as the rising and setting of the sun. But in St. Leonard's Forest the nightingale never sings. American visitors who, as Mr. John Burroughs once did, come to England in the spring to hear the nightingale, must remember this. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 14. West Grinstead, Cowfold, and Henfield. West Grinstead is perhaps the most remarkable of the villages on the line from Horsham to Steyning, by reason of its association with literature, the Rape of the Lock having been to a large extent composed beneath a tree in the park. Yet, as one walks through this broad expanse of brake fern, among which the deer are grazing, with the line of the Downs culminating in Chanctonbury Ring in view, it requires a severe effort to bring the mind to the consideration of Belinda's loss and all the surrounding drama of the toilet and the card table. If there is one thing that would not come naturally to the memory in West Grinstead Park, it is the poetry of Pope. The present house, the seat of the Burrells, was built in 1806. It was in the preceding mansion that John Caryll, Pope's friend, made his home, moving hither from West Harting, as we have seen. Caryll suggested to Pope the subject of the Rape of the Lock, the hero of which was his cousin, Lord Petre. The line, "This verse to Caryll, Muse, is due," is the poet's testimony and thanks. John Gay, who found life a jest, has also walked amid the West Grinstead bracken. West Grinstead Church is isolated in the fields, a curiously pretty and cheerful building, with a very charming porch and a modest shingled spire rising from its midst. Brasses to members of the Halsham family are within, and a monument to Captain Powlett, whose unquiet ghost, hunting without a head, we have just met. Hard by the church is one of the most attractive and substantial of the smaller manor houses of Sussex, square and venerable, and well roofed with Horsham stone. A mile to the west, in a meadow by the Worthing road, stands the forlorn fragment of the keep which is all that remains of the Norman stronghold of Knepp. For its other stones you must seek the highways, the road menders having claimed them 100 years ago. William de Braose, who we shall meet at Bramber, built it. King John more than once was entertained in it, and now it is a ruin. Yet if Knepp no longer has its castle, it has its lake, the largest in the county, 100 acres in extent, a beautiful sheet of water, the overflow of which feeds the Adur. Within a quarter of a mile of the ruin is the new Knepp Castle, which was built by Sir Charles Merrick Burrell, son of Sir William Burrell, the antiquary, whose materials for a history of Sussex on a grand scale, collected by him for many years, are now in the British Museum. But Knepp Castle, the new, with all its Holbeins, was destroyed by fire this 1904. To the east of the line lies Cowfold, balancing West Grinstead, a village ranged on either side of a broad road. It is famous chiefly for possessing in its very pretty church the Nelond brass, being the effigy of Thomas Nelond, Prior of Lewes, who died in 1433. Few brasses are finer or larger. In length it is nearly 10 feet. Its state is practically perfect, and pilgrims come from all quarters to rub it. John Nelond, in the dress of a Cluniac monk, stands with folded hands beneath an arch, protected by the Virgin and Child, St. Pancras, and St. Thomas a Becket. This splendid relic would, perhaps, were ours an ideal community, be handed over to the keeping of the Carthusian monks near by, in the monastery of St. Hugh, the commanding building to the south of Cowfold, whose spire is to the Weald what that of Chichester Cathedral is to the plain between the Downs and the sea, and whose Angelus may be heard on favourable evenings for many miles. The Carthusian monks of St. Hugh's lend a very foreign air to the village when they walk through it. Visitors are encouraged to call at the porter's gate and explore this huge settlement, often in the very competent care of an Irish brother, while to suffer an accident anywhere in the neighbourhood is to be certain of a cordial glass of the monastery's own Chartreuse. It was at Brook Hill, just to the north of Cowfold, that William Borrer, the ornithologist and the author of The Birds of Sussex, lived, and made many of his interesting observations. Near Cowfold is Oakendene, a stronghold of cricket at the beginning of the last century. William Wood was the greatest of the Oakendene men. He was the best bowler in Sussex, the art having been acquired as he walked about his farm with his dog, when he would bowl at whatever he saw, and the dog would retrieve the ball. Borrer of Ditchling, Marchant of Hurst, Voice of Hand Cross, and Vallance of Brighton also belonged to the Oakendene club. Borrer and Vallance played for Brighton against Marylebone at Lord's in 1792, and, when all the betting was against them, including gold rings and watches, won the match in the second innings by making respectively 60 and 68 not out. Another player in that match was Jutton, the fast bowler, who, when things were going against him, bowled at his man, and so won by fear what he could not compass by skill. There are too many Juttons on village greens. 5 miles south of Cowfold is Henfield, separated from Steyning in the south-west by the low-lying meadows through which the Adur runs, and which in winter are too often a sheet of water. Henfield consists of the usual street and a quiet, retired common, flat and marshy, with a flock of geese, some Scotch firs, and a fine view of Wolstonbury rising in the east. It was on Henfield Common that Mr. Borrer once saw 14 golden orioles on a thorn bush. Adventures are to the adventurous, birds to the ornithologist. Most of us have never succeeded in seeing even one oriole. William Borrer, the botanist, uncle of the ornithologist, was born in Henfield and is buried there. In his Henfield garden in 1860, as many as 6,600 varieties of plants were growing. Beyond a small memoir on lichens, written in conjunction with Dawson Turner, he left no book. Another illustrious son of Henfield was Dr. Thomas Stapleton, once Canon of Chichester, and one of the founders of the Catholic College of Douay, of whom it was written, somewhat ambiguously, that he was a man of mild demeanour and unsuspected integrity. Fuller has him characteristically touched off in the Worthies. He was bred in New College in Oxford, and then by the Bishop, Christopherson as I take it, made Canon of Chichester, which he quickly quitted in the first of Queen Elizabeth. Flying between the seas, he first fixed at Douay, and there commendably performed the office of catechist, which he discharged to his commendation. Reader, pardon an excursion caused by just grief and anger. Many, counting themselves Protestants in England, do slight and neglect that ordinance of God by which their religion was set up, and gave credit to it in the first Reformation. I mean catechizing. Did not our Saviour say even to St. Peter himself, 'Feed my lambs, feed my sheep'? And why lambs first? 1, because they were lambs before they were sheep. 2, because if they be not fed whilst lambs, they could never be sheep. 3, because sheep can in some sort feed themselves, but lambs, such their tenderness, must either be fed or famished. Our Stapleton was excellent at this lamb feeding." An epitaph in Henfield Church is worth copying for its quaint mixture of mythology and theology. It bears upon the death of a lad, Meneleb Rainsford, aged 9, who died in 1627. "Great Jove hath lost his Ganymede, I know, which made him seek another here below, and finding none, not one, like unto this, hath ta'en him hence into eternal bliss. Cease then for thy dear Meneleb to weep, God's darling was too good for thee to keep, but rather joy in this great favour given, a child on earth is made a saint in heaven." 3 miles east of Henfield, and a little to the north, is a farm the present tenant of which has made an interesting experiment. He found in the house an old map of the county, and, identifying his own estate, discovered a large sheet of water marked on it. On examining the site, he saw distinct traces of this ancient lake, and at once set about building a dam to restore it. Water now once again fills the hollow, completely transforming this part of the country, and bringing into it wild duck and herons as of old. The lake is completely hidden from the neighbouring roads, and is accessible only by field paths, but it is well worth finding. There once hung in the parlour of Henfield's chief inn, I wonder if it is there still, a rude etching of local origin, rather in the manner of Buss's plates to Pickwick, representing an inn kitchen, filled with a jolly company listening uproariously to a fat farmer by the fire, who, with an arm raised, told his tale. Underneath was written, "Mr. West, describing how he saw a woodcock settle on an oak." A perfect specimen of the Sussex joke. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 15. Steyning and Bramber. Of great interest and antiquity is Steyning, the little grey and red town which huddles under the hill 4 miles to Henfield's south-west. The beginnings of Steyning are lost in the distance. Its church was founded, probably in the 8th century, by St. Cuthman, an early Christian whose adventures were more than usually quaint. He began by tending his father's sheep, with which occupation his first miracle was associated. Being called one day to dinner, and having no one to take his place as shepherd, he drew a circle round the flock with his crook, and bade the sheep, in the name of the Lord, not to stray beyond it. The sheep obeyed, and thenceforth, on repeating the same manoeuvre, he left them with an easy mind. In course of time his father died, and Cuthman determined to travel. Intense filial piety determined him to take his aged mother with him. In order to do this, he constructed a wheelbarrow couch, which he partly supported by a cord over his shoulders. Thus united, mother and son fared forth into the cold world, which was, however, warmed for them by the watchful interest taken in Cuthman by a vigilant Providence. One day, for example, the cord of the barrow broke in a hayfield, where Cuthman, who supplied its place by elder twigs, was the subject of much ridicule among the haymakers. Immediately a heavy storm broke over the field, destroying the crop, and not only then, but ever afterwards in the same field, possibly to this day, has haymaking been imperilled by a similar storm. So runs the legend. The second occasion on which the cord broke and let down Cuthman's mother was at Steyning. Cuthman took the incident as a divine intimation that the time had come to settle, and he therefore first built for his mother and himself a hut, and afterwards a church. The present church stands on its site. Cuthman was buried there. So also was Ethelwulf, father of Alfred the Great, whose body afterwards was moved to Winchester. Alfred the Great had estates at Steyning, as elsewhere in Sussex. While Cuthman was building his church, a beam shifted, making a vast amount of new labour necessary. But as the saint sorrowfully was preparing to begin again, a stranger appeared, who pointed out how the mischief could be repaired in a more speedy manner, and with less toil. Cuthman and his men followed his instructions, and all was quickly well again. Cuthman thereupon fell on his knees, and asked the stranger who he was. "I am he in whose name thou buildest this temple," he replied, and vanished. The present church, which stands on the site of St. Cuthman's, is only a reminder of what it must have been in its best days. When one faces the curiously chequered square tower, an impression of quiet dignity is imparted, but a broadside view is disappointing by reason of the high deforming roof, giving an impression as of a hunched back. One sees the same effect at Udimore in the east of Sussex. Within are 2 rows of superb circular arches, with zigzag mouldings, on massive columns. Steyning has an importance in English history that is not generally credited to it. Edward the Confessor gave a great part of the land to the abbey at Fécamp, whose church is, or was, the counterpart of Steyning's. These possessions Harold took away, an act that, among others, decided William, Duke of Normandy, upon his assailing and conquering course. Steyning should be proud. To have brought the Conqueror over is at least as worthy as to have come over with him, and far more uncommon. In Church Street stands Brotherhood Hall, a very charming ancient building, long used as a grammar school, flanked by overhanging houses, which, though less imposing, are often more quaint and ingratiating. Most of Steyning, indeed, is of the past, and the spirit of antiquity is visibly present in its streets. The late Louis Jennings, in his Rambles among the Hills, was fascinated by the placid air of this unambitious town, as an American might be expected to be in the uncongenial atmosphere of age and serenity. "One almost expects," he wrote, "to see a fine green moss all over an inhabitant of Steyning. One day as I passed through the town, I saw a man painting a new sign over a shop, a proceeding that so aroused my curiosity that I stood for a minute or two to look on. The painter filled in one letter, gave a huge yawn, looked up and down 2 or 3 times as if he had lost something, and finally descended from his perch and disappeared. 5 weeks later I passed that way again, and it is a fact that the same man was at work on the same sign. Perhaps when the reader takes the walk I am about to recommend to his attention, a walk which comprises some of the finest scenery in Sussex, that sign will be finished, and the accomplished artist will have begun another. But I doubt it. There is plenty of time for everything in Steyning. I am told that Steyning was incensed when this criticism was printed. There was even talk of an action for libel, but it seems to me that, whatever may have been intended, the words contain more of compliment than censure. In this hurrying age it is surely high praise to have one's wise passiveness, as Wordsworth called it, so emphasized. The passage calls to mind Diogenes requesting, as the greatest of possible boons, that Alexander the Great would stand aside and not interrupt the sunshine. Only at Steyning would one seek for Diogenes today. No commendation of Steyning in the direction of its enterprise, briskness, smartness, or any of the other qualities which are now most in fashion, would so speedily decide a wise man to pitch his tent there as Mr. Jennings' certificate of inertia. Steyning, if still disposed to stand on its defence, might plead external influence, beyond the control of man, as an excuse for some of its interesting placidity. For this curiously inland town was once a port. In Saxon times, when Steyning was more important than Birmingham, the Adur was practically an estuary of the sea, and ships came into Steyning harbour, or St. Cuthman's Port, as it was otherwise called. There is notoriously no such quiet spot as a dry harbour town. In those days Steyning also had a mint. Bramber, a little roadside village less than a mile south east of Steyning, also a mere relic of its great days, was once practically on the coast, for the arm of the sea which narrowed down at Steyning was here of great breadth, and washed the sides of the castle mound. The last time I came into Steyning was by way of the Bostel down Steyning Round Hill. The old place seems more than ever mediaeval as one descends upon it from the height, the best way to approach a town, and sitting among the wild thyme on the turf, I tried to reconstruct in imagination the scene 1,000 years ago, with the sea flowing over the meadows of the Adur valley, and the masts of ships clustered beyond Steyning church. Once one had the old prospect well in the mind's eye, the landscape became curiously in need of water. After rain, Bramber is a pleasant village, but when the dust flies it is good neither for man nor beast. All that remains of the castle is crumbling battlement and a wall of the keep, survivals of the renovation of the old Saxon stronghold by William de Braose, the friend of the Conqueror, and the Sussex founder of the Duke of Norfolk's family. Picnic parties now frolic among the ruins, and enterprising boys explore the rank overgrowth in the moat below. The castle played no part in history, its demolition being due probably to gunpowder pacifically fired with a view to obtaining building materials. But during the Civil War the village was the scene of an encounter between Royalists and Roundheads. A letter from John Coulton to Samuel Jeake of Rye, dated January the 8th, 1643-4, thus describes the event. "The enemy attempted Bramber Bridge, but our brave Carleton and Evandon with his dragoons and our Colonel's horse welcomed them with drakes and muskets, sending some 8 or 9 men to hell, I fear, and one trooper to Arundel Castle, prisoner, and one of Captain Evandon's dragoons to heaven." A few years later, as we have seen, Charles II ran a grave risk at Bramber while on his way to Brighton and safety. Bramber was for many years a pocket borough of the worst type. George Spencer, writing to Algernon Sidney after the Bramber election in 1679, says, "You would have laughed to see how pleased I seemed to be in kissing of old women, and drinking wine with handfuls of sugar, and great glasses of burnt brandy, 3 things much against the stomach." In 1768, 18 votes were polled for one candidate, and 16 for his rival. One of the tenants, in a cottage valued at about 3 shillings a week, refused £1,000 for his vote. Bramber remained a pocket borough until the Reform Bill. William Wilberforce, the abolitionist, sat for it for some years. There is a story that on passing one day through the village he stopped his carriage to inquire the name. "Bramber? Why, that's the place I'm member for." Bramber possesses a humorist in taxidermy whose efforts win more attention than the castle. They are to be seen in a small museum in its single street, the price of admission being for children 1 penny, for adults 2d, and for ladies and gentlemen what they please, indicating that the naturalist also knows human nature. In one case guinea pigs strive in cricket's manly toil, in another rats read the paper and play dominoes, in a third rabbits learn their lessons in school, in a fourth the last scene in the tragedy of the Babes of the Wood is represented, Bramber Castle in the distance strictly localising the event, although Norfolk usually claims it. Isolated in the fields south of Bramber are 2 of the quaintest churches in the county, Coombs and Botolph's. Neither has an attendant village. The owl story, which crops up all over the country and is found in literature in Mr. Hardy's novel Far from the Madding Crowd, the scene whereof is 100 miles west of Sussex, has a home also at Upper Beeding, the little dusty village beyond Bramber across the river. Mr. Hardy gives the adventure to Joseph Poorgrass. At Beeding the hero is one Kiddie Wee. His rightful name was Kid, but being very small the village had invented this double diminutive. Lost in the wood, he cried for help, just as Poorgrass did. "Who? Who?" asked the owl. "Kiddie wee of Beeding," was the reply. It was not long ago that a masterpiece was discovered at Beeding, in one of those unlikely places in which, with ironical humour, fine pictures so often hide themselves. It hung in a little general shop kept by an elderly widow. After passing unnoticed or undetected for many years, it was silently identified by a dealer who happened to be buying some biscuits. He made a casual remark about it, learned that any value that might be set upon it was sentimental rather than monetary, and returned home. He laid the matter before one or two friends, with the result that they visited Beeding in a party a day or so later, in order to bear away the prize. Outside the shop they held a council of war. One was for bidding at the outset a small but sufficient sum for the picture, another for affecting to want something else and leading round to the picture, and so forth. But in the discussion of tactics they raised their voices too high, so that a visitor of the widow, sitting in the room over the shop, heard something of the matter. Suspecting danger, but wholly unconscious of its nature, she hurried downstairs and warned her friend of a predatory gang outside, who were not to be supplied on any account with anything they asked for. The widow obeyed blindly. They asked for tea. She refused to sell it. They asked for biscuits. She set her hand firmly on the lid. They mentioned the picture. She was a rock. Baffled, they withdrew, and the widow, now on the right scent, took the next train to Brighton to lay the whole matter before her landlord. He took it up, consulted an expert, and the picture was found to be a portrait of Mrs. Jordan, the work either of Romney or Lawrence. Furniture is the usual prey of the dealer who lounges casually through old villages in the guise of a tourist, asking for food or water at old cottages and farmhouses, and using his eyes to some purpose the while. Pictures are rare. The search for chests, turned bedposts, firebacks, Chippendale chairs, warming pans, grandfathers' clocks, and other indigenous articles of the old simple homestead, which are thought so decorative in the sophisticated villa, and establish the artistic credit and taste of their new owner, has been prosecuted in Sussex with as much energy as elsewhere, not only by the professional dealer, but by amateurs no less unwilling to give an ignorant peasant 15 shillings for an article which they know to be worth as many pounds. But suspicion of the plausible furniture collector has, I am glad to say, begun to spread, and the palmiest days of the spoliation of the country are probably over. It must not, however, be thought that the peasant is always the underdog, the amateur, the upper. A London dealer informs me that the planting of spurious antiques in old cottages has become a recognised form of fraud among less scrupulous members of the trade. An old chest bearing every superficial mark of age that a clever workman can give it, and the profession of wormholer is now, I believe, recognised, is deposited in a tumble-down, half-timbered home in a country village, whose occupant is willing to take a share in the game. A ticket marked "Ginger beer sold here" is placed in the window, and the trap is ready. It is almost beyond question that everyone who bids for this chest, which has of course been in the family for generations, is hoping to get it at a figure much lower than is just. It is quite certain that whatever is paid for it will be too much. Ugly as the situation is, I like to think of this biting of the biter. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 16. Chanctonbury, Washington and Worthing. For nothing within its confines is staining so famous as for the hill which rises to the south-west of it, Chanctonbury Ring. Other of the South Downs are higher, other are more commanding. Wolstonbury, for example, standing forward from the line, makes a bolder show, and Firle Beacon daunts the sky with a braver point. But when one thinks of the South Downs as a whole, it is Chanctonbury that leaps first to the inward eye. Chanctonbury, when all is said, is the monarch of the range. The words of the Sussex enthusiast, refusing an invitation to spend a summer abroad, express the feeling of many of his countrymen. For howsoever fair the land, the time would surely be that brought our Wealden blackbird's note across the waves to me. And howsoever strong the door, 'twould never keep at bay the thought of Falking's violets, the scent of Holmbush hay. And ever, when the day was done, and all the sky was still, how I should miss the climbing moon o'er Chanctonbury's hill. It is Chanctonbury's crown of beeches that lifts it above the other hills. Uncrowned, it would be no more noticeable than Fulking Beacon, or a score of others. But its dark grove can be seen for many miles. In Wiston House under the hill, the seat of the Goring family, to whom belong the hill and a large part of the country that it dominates, is an old painting of Chanctonbury before the woods were made, bare as the barest, without either beech or juniper, and the eye does not notice it until all else in the picture has been examined. The planter of Chanctonbury's Ring in 1760 was Mr. Charles Goring of Wiston, who wrote in extreme old age in 1828 the following lines: "How oft around thy ring, sweet hill, a boy I used to play, and form my plans to plant thy top on some auspicious day. How oft among thy broken turf, with what delight I trod, with what delight I placed those twigs beneath thy maiden sod. And then an almost hopeless wish would creep within my breast. Oh, could I live to see thy top in all its beauty dressed! That time's arrived, I've had my wish, and lived to 85. I'll thank my God who gave such grace as long as e'er I live. Still, when the morning sun in spring, whilst I enjoy my sight, shall gild thy new-clothed beech and sides, I'll view thee with delight." Most of the trees on the side of Chanctonbury and its neighbours were self-sown, children of the clumps which Mr. Goring planted. I might add that Mr. Charles Goring was born in 1743, and his son, the present Reverend John Goring, in 1823, when his father was 80. So that the two lives cover a period of 160 years, true Sussex longevity. Wiston House, pronounced Wisson, is a grey Tudor building in the midst of a wide park, immediately under the hill. The lofty hall, dating from Elizabeth's reign, is as it was. Much of the remainder of the house was restored in the last century. The park has deer and a lake. The Goring family acquired Wisson by marriage with the Faggs, and a superb portrait of Sir John Fagg, in the manner of Van Dyck, with a fine flavour of Velasquez, is one of the treasures of the house. Before the Faggs came the Shirleys, a family chiefly famous for the three wonderful brothers, Anthony, Robert, and Thomas. Fuller, in the Worthies, gives them full space indeed, considering that none was interested in the church. I cannot do better than quote him. "Sir Anthony Shirley, second son to Sir Thomas, set forth from Plymouth, May the 21st, 1596, in a ship called the Bevis of Southampton, attended with 6 lesser vessels. His design for St. Thome was violently diverted by the contagion they found in the south coast of Africa, where the rain did stink as it fell down from the heavens, and within 6 hours did turn into maggots. This made him turn his course to America, where he took and kept the city of St. Jago 2 days and nights, with 280 men, whereof 80 were wounded in the service, against 3000 Portugals. Hence he made for the Isle of Fuego, in the midst whereof a mountain, Etna-like, always burning, and the wind did drive such a shower of ashes upon them, that one might have wrote his name with his finger on the upper deck. However, in this fiery island they furnished themselves with good water, which they much wanted. Hence he sailed to the island of Margarita, which to him did not answer its name, not finding here the pearl dredgers which he expected. nor was his gain considerable in taking the town of St. Martha, the isle and chief town of Jamaica, whence he sailed more than 30 leagues up the river Rio Dolce, where he met with great extremity. At last, being diseased in person, distressed for victuals, and deserted by all his other ships, he made by Newfound land to England, where he arrived June the 15th, 1597. Now, although some behold his voyage begun with more courage than counsel, carried on with more valour than advice, and coming off with more honour than profit to himself or the nation, the Spaniard being rather frighted than harmed, rather braved than frighted therewith, yet unpartial judgments, who measure not worth by success, justly allow it a prime place among the probable, though not prosperous, English adventures. Sir Robert Shirley, youngest son to Sir Thomas, was by his brother Anthony entered in the Persian court. Here he performed great service against the Turks, and showed the difference betwixt Persian and English valour, the latter having therein as much courage and more mercy, giving quarter to captives who craved it, and performing life to those to whom he promised it. These his actions drew the envy of the Persian lords, and love of the ladies, among whom one, reputed a kinsman to the great Sophie, after some opposition was married unto him. She had more of ebony than ivory in her complexion, yet amiable enough, and very valiant, a quality considerable in that sex in those countries. With her he came over to England, and lived many years therein. He much affected to appear in foreign vests, and, as if his clothes were his limbs, accounted himself never ready till he had something of the Persian habit about him. At last, a contest happening betwixt him and the Persian ambassador, to whom some reported Sir Robert gave a box on the ear, the king sent them both into Persia, there mutually to impeach one another, and joined Dr. Gough, a senior fellow of Trinity College in Cambridge, in commission with Sir Robert. In this voyage, as I am informed, both died on the seas, before the controverted difference was ever heard in the court of Persia, about the beginning of the reign of King Charles. Sir Thomas Shirley, I name him the last, though the eldest son of his father, because last appearing in the world, men's activity not always observing the method of their register. As the trophies of Miltiades would not suffer Themistocles to sleep, so the achievements of his two younger brethren gave an alarum unto his spirit. He was ashamed to see them worn like flowers in the breasts and bosoms of foreign princes, while he himself withered upon the stalk he grew on. This made him leave his aged father and fair inheritances in this county, and to undertake sea voyages into foreign parts, to the great honour of his nation, but small enriching of himself, so that he might say to his son, as Aeneas to Iscanius, Disce puer virtutem ex me verumque laborem, fortunam ex aliis. Virtue and labour learn from me, thy father. As for success, child, learn from others rather. As to the general performance of these three brethren, I know the affidavit of a poet carrieth but a small credit in the court of history, and the comedy made of them is but a friendly foe to their memory, as suspected more accommodated to please the present spectators than inform posterity. However, as the belief of Mitio, when an inventory of his adopted son's misdemeanours was brought unto him, embraced a middle and moderate way, nec omnia credere nec nihil, neither to believe all things nor nothing of what was told him, so in the list of their achievements we may safely pitch him on the same proportion, and when abatement is made for poetical embellishments, the remainder will speak them worthies in their generations. Such were the three Shirleys. Wiston Church, which shelters under the eastern wall of the house, almost leaning against it, has some interesting tombs. Walking west from Wiston we come to the tiny hamlet of Buncton, one of the oldest settlements in Sussex, a happy hunting ground for excavators in search of Roman remains, and possessing in Buncton Chapel a quaint little Norman edifice. The word Buncton is a sign of modern carelessness for beautiful words. The original Saxon form was Buwchandown, which is charming. Buncton belongs to Ashington, 2 miles to the northwest on the Worthing road, a quiet village with a 15th century church, a mere child compared with Buncton Chapel, and a famous loss. The loss is tragic, being no less than that of the parish register, containing a full and complete account by Ashington's best scribe of a visit of Good Queen Bess to the village in 1591. A destroyed church may be built again, but who shall restore the parish register? The book, however, is perhaps still in existence, for it was deliberately stolen, early in the 18th century, by a thief who laid his plans as carefully as did Colonel Blood in his attack on the regalia, abstracting the volume from a cupboard in the rectory through a hole which he made in the outside wall. No interest in the progress of Queen Elizabeth prompted him. The register was taken during the hearing of a lawsuit, in order that its damning evidence might not be forthcoming. While at Ashington we ought to see Warminghurst, only a mile distant, once the abode of the Shelleys, and later of William Penn, who bought the great house in 1676. One of his infant children is buried at Coolham, close by, where he attended the Quakers' meeting, and where services are still held. The meeting house was built of timber from one of Penn's ships. A later owner than Penn, James Butler, rebuilt Warminghurst and converted a large portion of the estate into a deer park, but it was thrown back into farmland by one of the Dukes of Norfolk. While the house was destroyed, the deer exiled, and the lake drained. Perhaps it was time that the house came down, for in the interim it had been haunted, the ghost being that of the owner of the property, who one day, although far distant, was seen at Warminghurst by 2 persons, and afterwards was found to have died at the time of his appearance. Warminghurst, in those days of park and deer, lake and timber, it had a chestnut 270 years old, might well be the first spot to which an enfranchised spirit winged its way. From Warmington is a road due south over high sandy heaths to Washington, which, unassuming as it is, may be called the capital of a large district of West Sussex that is unprovided with a railway. Steyning 5 miles to the east, Amberley 7 miles to the west, and West Worthing 8 miles to the south, on the other side of the Downs, are the nearest stations. In the midst of this thinly populated area stands Washington, at the foot of the mountain pass that leads to Findon, Worthing, and the sea. It was once a Saxon settlement, Wassa Ingatun, town of the sons of Wassa. It is now derelict, memorable only as a baiting place for man and beast. But there are few better spots in the country for a modest, contented man to live and keep a horse. Rents are low, turfed hills are near, and there is good hunting. The church, which was restored about 50 years ago, but retains its Tudor tower, stands above the village. In 1866, 3,000 pennies of the reign of Edward the Confessor and Harold were turned up by a plough in this parish, and, says Mr. Lower, were held so cheaply by their finders that half a pint measure of them was offered at the inn by one man in exchange for a quart of beer. Possibly Mr. Hilaire Belloc would not think the price excessive, for I find him writing in a Sussex drinking song: "They sell good beer at Hazelmere and under Guildford Hill. At Little Cowfold, as I've been told, a beggar may drink his fill. There is a good brew in Amberley too, and by the bridge also. But the swipes they take in at the Washington Inn is the very best beer I know." The white road to Worthing from Washington first climbs the hill and then descends steadily to the sea. The first village is Findon, 3 miles distant, but one passes on the way 2 large houses, Hyden and Muntham. Muntham, which was originally a shooting box of Viscount Montague, Lord of Cowdray, was rebuilt in the 19th century by an eccentric traveller in the East, named Frankland, a descendant of Oliver Cromwell, who, settling at home again, gave up his time to collecting mechanical appliances. Findon is a pleasant little village at the bottom of the valley, the home of the principal Sussex training stable, which has its galloping course under Cissbury. Training stables may be found in many parts of the Downs, but the Sussex turf has not played the same part in the making of race horses as that of Hampshire and Berkshire. Lady Butler painted the background of her picture of Balaclava at Findon, the neighbourhood of which curiously resembles in configuration the Russian battlefield. The rector of Findon in 1276, Galfridus de Aspal, seems to have brought the art of pluralising to a finer point than most. In addition to being rector of Findon, he had, Mr. Lower tells us, a benefice in London, 2 in the diocese of Lincoln, 1 in Rochester, 1 in Hereford, 1 in Coventry, 1 in Salisbury, and 7 in Norwich. He was also canon of St. Paul's and master of St. Leonard's Hospital at York. Above Findon, on the south-east, rises Cissbury, one of the finest of the South Downs, but by reason of its inland position less noticeable than the hills on the line. There have been many conjectures as to its history. The Romans may have used it for military purposes, as certainly they did for the pacific cultivation of the grape, distinct terraces as of a vineyard being still visible. Traces of a factory of flint arrowheads have been found, giving it the ugly name of the Flint Sheffield, while Cissa, Lord of Chichester, may have had a berry or fort there. Mr. Lower's theory is that the earthworks on the summit, whatever their later function, were originally religious and probably druidical. Salvington, a little village which is gained by leaving the main road 2 miles beyond Cissbury and bearing it to the west, is distinguished as the birthplace in 1584 of one who was considered by Hugo Grotius to be the glory of the English nation, John Selden. Nowadays, when we choose our glories among other classes of men than jurists and wits, it is more than possible for even cultured persons who are interested in books to go through life very happily without knowledge at all of this great man, the friend of great men, and the writer best endowed with common sense of any of his day. From Selden's Table Talk I take a few passages on the homelier side, to be read at Salvington. Friends, old friends are best. King James used to call for his old shoes. They were easiest for his feet. Conscience. Some men make it a case of conscience whether a man may have a pigeon house, because his pigeons eat other folk's corn. But there is no such thing as conscience in the business. The matter is whether he be a man of such quality that the state allows him to have a dove-house. If so, there's an end of the business. His pigeons have a right to eat where they please themselves. Charity. Charity to strangers is enjoined in the text. By strangers is there understood those that are not of our own kin, strangers to your blood, not those you cannot tell whence they come. That is, be charitable to your neighbours, whom you know to be honest poor people. Ceremony. Ceremony keeps up all things. 'Tis like a penny glass to a rich spirit, or some excellent water. Without it the water was spilt, the spirit lost. Of all people, ladies have no reason to cry down ceremony, for they take themselves slighted without it. And were they not used with ceremony, with compliments and addresses, with legs and kissing of hands, they were the pitifullest creatures in the world. But yet methinks to kiss their hands after their lips, as some do, is like little boys that after they eat the apple fall to the paring, out of a love they have to the apple. Religion. Religion is like the fashion. One man wears his doublet slashed, another laced, another plain, but every man has a doublet. So every man has his religion. We differ about trimming. Alteration of religion is dangerous, because we know not where it will stay. 'Tis like a millstone that lies upon the top of a pair of stairs. 'Tis hard to remove it, but if once it be thrust off the first stair, it never stays till it comes to the bottom. We look after religion as the butcher did after his knife, when he had it in his mouth. Wit. Nature must be the groundwork of wit and art, otherwise what is done will prove but Jack Pudding's work. Wife. You shall see a monkey sometime that has been playing up and down the garden, at length leap up to the top of the wall, but his clog hangs a great way below on this side. The bishop's wife is like that monkey's clog. Himself is got up very high, takes place of the temporal barons, but his wife comes a great way behind. Selden's father was a small farmer who played the fiddle well. The boy is said at the age of 10 to have carved over the door a Latin distich, which, being translated, runs, Walk in and welcome, honest friend, repose. Thief, get thee gone, to thee I'll not unclose. Between Salvington and Worthing lies Tarring, noted for its fig gardens. It is a fond belief that Thomas à Becket planted the original trees from which the present Tarring figs are descended, and there is one tree still in existence which tradition asserts was set in the earth by his own hand. Whether this is possible I am not sufficiently an arboriculturist to say, but Becket certainly sojourned often in the Archbishop of Canterbury's palace in the village. The larger part of the present fig garden dates from 1745. I have seen it stated that during the season a little band of Becca ficos fly over from Italy to taste the fruit, disappearing when it is gathered. But a Sussex ornithologist tells me that this is only a pretty story. The fig gardens are perhaps sufficient indication that the climate of this part of the country is very gentle. It is indeed unique in mildness. There is a little strip of land between the sea and the hills whose climatic conditions approximate to those of the Riviera. Hence, in addition to the success of the Tarring fig gardens, Worthing's fame for tomatoes and other fruit. I cannot say when the tomato first came to the English table, but the first that I ever saw was at Worthing, and Worthing is now the centre of the tomato growing industry. Miles of glass houses stretch on either side of the town. Worthing, like Brighton and Bognor, owed its beginning as a health resort to the house of Guelph, the visit of the Princess Amelia in 1799 having added a cachet, previously lacking, to its invigorating character. But unlike Brighton, neither Worthing nor Bognor has succeeded in becoming quite indispensable. Brighton has the advantage not only of being nearer London, but also nearer the hills. One must walk for some distance from Worthing before the lonely Highland district between Cissbury and Lancing Clump is gained, whereas Brighton is partly built upon the Downs and has a little dyke railway to boot. But the visitor to Worthing, who, surfeited of sea and parade, makes for the hill country, knows a solitude as profound as anything that Brighton's heights can give him. Worthing has at least two literary associations. It was there that the most agreeable comedy, The Importance of Being Earnest, was written. The town even gave its name to the principal character, John Worthing, and it was there that Mr. Henley lived while the lyrics in Hawthorne and Lavender were coming to him. The beautiful dedication to the book is dated Worthing, July the 31st, 1901. Ask me not how they came, these songs of love and death, these dreams of a futile stage, these thumbnails seen in the street. Ask me not how or why, but take them for your own, dear wife of 20 years, knowing, oh, who so well, you it was who made the man that made these songs of love, death, and the trivial rest, so that, your love elsewhere, these songs, or bad or good, how should they ever have been? Of the villages to the west we have caught glimpses in an earlier chapter, Goring, Angmering, Ferring, and so forth. To the north and east are Broadwater, Sompting, and Lancing. Broadwater is perhaps a shade too near Worthing to be interesting, but Sompting, lying under the Downs, is unspoiled with its fascinating church among the elms and rocks. The church, of which Mr. Griggs has made an exquisite drawing, was built nearly 800 years ago. Within are some curious fragments of sculpture, and a tomb which Mr. Lower considered to belong to Richard Berry, Bishop of Chichester in the reign of Henry VIII. East of Sompting lie the two Lancings, North Lancing on the hill, South Lancing on the coast. East of North Lancing, the true village, stands Lancing College, high above the river, with its imposing chapel, a landmark in the valley of the Adur and far out to sea. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 17. Brighton. Brighton is interesting only in its past.
Today it is a suburb, a lung of London, the rapid recuperator of Londoners with whom the pace has been too severe, the Mecca of day excursionists, the steady friend of invalids and half-pay officers. It is vast, glittering, gay, but it is not interesting. To persons who care little for new towns, the value of Brighton lies in its position as the key to good country. In a few minutes one can travel by train to the Dyke, and leaving booths and swings behind, be free of miles of turfed down or cultivated weald. In a few minutes one can reach Sussex, the station for Wolstonbury and Ditchling Beacon. In a few minutes one can reach Falmer and plunge into Stanmer Park, or, travelling to the next station, correct the effect of Brighton's hard brilliance amid the soothing sleepiness of Lewes. In a few minutes, on the Western line, one can be at Shoreham, amid shipbuilders and sailmakers, or on the ramparts of Bramber Castle, or among the distractions of Steyning Cattle Market, with Chanctonbury Ring rising solemnly beyond. Brighton, however, knows little of these homes of peace, for she looks only out to sea or towards London. Brighton was, however, interesting 100 years ago, when the Pavilion was the favourite resort of the first gentleman in Europe, whose opulent charms, preserved in the permanency of mosaic, may be seen in the museum; when the Steyne was a centre of fashion and folly. Coaches dashed out of Castle Square every morning, and into Castle Square every evening. Munden and Mrs. Siddons were to be seen at one or other of the theatres. Martha Gunn dipped ladies in the sea. Lord Frederick Beauclerk played long innings on the level, and Mr. Barrymore took a pair of horses up Mrs. Fitzherbert's staircase, and could not get them down again without the assistance of a posse of blacksmiths. Brighton was interesting then, reposing in the smiles of the Prince of Wales and his friends. But it is interesting no more. With the Pavilion a show-place, the Dome a concert hall, the Steyne an enclosure, Martha Gunn in her grave, the Chain Pier a memory, Mrs. Fitzherbert's house the headquarters of the Young Men's Christian Association, and the Brighton Road a racing track for cyclists, motor cars, and walking stockbrokers. Brighton is entertaining, salubrious, fashionable, what you will. Its interest has gone. The town's rise from Brighthelmstone, pronounced Brighton, a fishing village, to Brighton, the marine resort of all that was most dashing in English society, was brought about by a Lewes doctor, in the days when Lewes was to Brighton what Brighton now is to Lewes. This doctor was Richard Russell, born in 1687, who, having published in 1750 a book on the remedial effects of sea water, in 1754 removed to Brighton, to be able to attend to the many patients that were flocking thither. That book was the beginning of Brighton's greatness. The seal was set upon it in 1783, when the Prince of Wales, then a young man just 21, first visited the town. The Prince's second visit to Brighton was in July 1784. He then stayed at the house engaged for him by his cook, Louis Welch, which, when he decided to build, became the nucleus of the Pavilion. The Prince, at this time, he was now 22, was full of spirit and enterprise, and in the company of Colonel Hanger, Sir John Lade of Etchingham, and other bloods, was ready for anything, even hard work, for in July 1784 he rode from Brighton to London and back again on horseback in 10 hours. One of his diversions in 1785 is thus described in the press. On Monday, June the 27th, His Royal Highness amused himself on the Steyne for some time in attempting to shoot doves with single balls, but with what result we have not heard, though the Prince is esteemed a most excellent shot, and seldom presents his piece without doing some execution. The Prince, in the course of his diversion, either by design or accident, lowered the tops of several of the chimneys of the Honourable Mr. Wyndham's house.
The Prince seemed to live for the Steyne. When the first scheme of the pavilion was completed in 1787, his bedroom in it was so designed that he could recline at his ease, and by means of mirrors watch everything that was happening on his favourite promenade. The Prince was probably as bad as history states, but he had the quality of his defects, and Brighton was the livelier for the presence of his friends. Lyme Regis, Margate, Worthing, Lymington, Bognor, these had nothing to offer beyond the sea. Brighton could lay before her guests 1,000 odd diversions, in addition to concerts, balls, masquerades, theatres, races. The Steyne, under the ingenious direction of Colonel Hanger, the Earl of Barrymore, and their associates, became an arena for curious contests. Officers and gentlemen, ridden by other officers and gentlemen, competed in races with octogenarians. Strapping young women were induced to run against each other for a new smock or hat. Every kind of race was devised, even to walking backwards, while a tame stag was occasionally liberated and hunted to refuge. To the theatre came in turn all the London players, and once the mysterious Chevalier d'Eon was exhibited on its stage in a fencing bout with a military swordsman. The Promenade Grove, which covered part of the ground between New Road, the Pavilion, North Street, and Church Street, was also an evening resort in fine weather. And to read about Brighton in its heyday is to receive an impression of continual fine weather, tempered only by storms of wind, such as never failed to blow when Rowlandson and his pencil were in the town, to supply that robust humourist with the contours on which his reputation was based. The Grove was a marine Ranelagh. Maskers moved among the trees, orchestras discoursed the latest airs, rockets soared into the sky. In the county paper for October 1st, 1798, I find the following florid reference to a coming event in the Grove: "The glittering azure and the noble or of the peacock's wings under the meridian sun cannot afford greater exultation to that bird than some of our beautiful belle of fashion promise themselves, from a display of their captivating charms at the intended masquerade at Brighton to-morrow se'nnight." In another issue of the paper for the same year are some extempore lines on Brighton, dated from East Street, which end thus ecstatically: "Nature's ever bounteous hand sure has blessed this happy land. 'Tis here no brow appears with care. What would we be but what we are?" Before leaving this genial county organ, I must quote from a paragraph in 1796 on the Prince himself. "The following couplet of Pope may be fitly applied to his Royal Highness. If to his share some manly errors fall, look on his face and you'll forget them all." What could be kinder? A little earlier, in a description of these anodyne features, the journalist had said of his Royal Highness's arch eyes that they "seem to look more ways than one at a time, and especially when they are directed towards the fair sex." Quieter and more normal pastimes were gossip at the libraries, riding and driving, and bathing in the sea. Bathing seems to have been taken very seriously, with none of the present matter-of-course haphazardness. In an old guide to Brighton, dated 1794, I find the following description of the intrepid dippers of that day: "It may not be improper here to introduce a short account of the manner of bathing in the sea at Brighton. By means of a hook ladder the bather ascends the machine, which is formed of wood and raised on high wheels. He is drawn to a proper distance from the shore, and then plunges into the sea, the guides attending on each side to assist him in recovering the machine, which being accomplished, he is drawn back to shore. The guides are strong, active, and careful, and in every respect adapted to their employments." Chief of the bathing women for many years was Martha Gunn, whose descendants still sell fish in the town. Chief among the men was the famous Smoker. his real name John Miles, the Prince of Wales's swimming tutor. There is a story of his pulling the Prince back by the ear when he had swum out too far against the old man's instructions, while on another occasion, when the sea was too rough for safety, he placed himself in front of his obstinate pupil in a fighting attitude, with the words, "What do you think your father would say to me if you were drowned? He would say, 'This is all owing to you, Smoker. If you'd taken proper care of him, Smoker, poor George would still be alive.'" Another of the pleasant stories of the Prince refers to Smoker's feminine correlative, Martha Gunn. One day, being in the act of receiving an illicit gift of butter in the pavilion kitchen, just as the Prince entered the room, she slipped the pat into her pocket, but not quite in time. Talking with the utmost affability, the Prince proceeded to edge her closer and closer to the great fire, pocket side nearest, and there he kept her until her sin had found her out, and dress and butter were both ruined. Doubtless His Royal Highness made both good, for he had all the minor generosities. An old book, quoted in Mr. Bishop's interesting volume, A Peep into the Past, gives the following scrap of typical conversation between Martha and a visitor. "What, my old friend, Martha?" said I. "Still queen of the ocean, still industrious and busy as ever? And how do you find yourself?" "Well and hearty, thank God, sir," replied she, "but rather hobbling. I don't bathe, 'cause I ain't so strong as I used to be. So I superintend on the beach, for I'm up before any of 'em. You may always find me and my pitcher at one exact spot every morning by 6 o'clock. "You wear vastly well, my old friend. Pray what age may you be?" "Only 88, sir. In fact, 89 come next Christmas pudding. Ay, and though I've lost my teeth, I can mumble it with as good relish and hearty appetite as anybody." "I'm glad to hear it. Brighton would not look like itself without you, Martha," said I. "Oh, I don't know. It's like to do without me some day," answered she. "But while I've health and life, I must be bustling amongst my old friends and benefactors. I think I ought to be proud, for I've as many bows from man, woman, and child as the Prince hisself. Ay, I do believe the very dogs in the town know me." "And your son, how is he?" said I. "Brave and charming. He lives in East Street. If your honour wants any prime pickled salmon or oysters, there you have 'em." On the Prince's birthday, and on the birthday of his royal brothers, Brighton went mad with excitement. Oxen were roasted whole, strong beer ran like water, and among the amusements single-wicket matches were played. One of the good deeds of the Prince was the making of a cricket ground. Before 1791, when the Prince's ground was laid out, matches had been played on the neighbouring hills, or on the level. The Prince's ground stood partly on the level, as it now is, and partly on Park Crescent. In 1823 it became Ireland's Gardens, upon whose turf the most famous cricketers of England played until 1847. In 1848 the Brunswick ground at Hove was opened, close to the sea, into which the ball was occasionally hit by Mr. C.I. Thornton. The present Hove ground dates from 1871. I like to think that George the Fourth, though no great cricketer himself, he played now and then, when young, "with great condescension and affability," is the true father of Sussex cricket. He may deserve all that Lamb, Leigh Hunt, and Thackeray said of him, but without his influence and patronage the history of cricket would be the poorer by many bright pages. Where Montpellier Crescent now stands was, 80 years ago, the ground on which Frederick William Lillywhite, the nonpareil, used to bowl to gentlemen, young or old, who were prepared to put down 5 shillings for the privilege. Little Wisden acted as a long stop. Lillywhite was the real creator of round arm bowling, although Tom Walker of the Hambledon Club was the pioneer, and James Broadbridge an earlier exponent. It was not until 1828 that round arm was legalised. "Me bowling, Pilch batting, and Box keeping wicket, that's cricket," was the old man's dictum, or "when I bowls and Fuller bats," a variant has it, bowl being pronounced to rhyme with owl, "then you'll see cricket." He was 35 before he began his first-class career. he bowled fewer than a dozen wides in 27 years, and his myriad wickets cost only 7 runs apiece. Brighton, in its palmiest days, was practically contained within the streets that bear boundary names: North Street, East Street, West Street, and the sea, with the parish church high on the hill. On the other side of the Steyne were the naked downs, while the Lewes Road and the London Road were mere thoroughfares between equally bare hills, with a few houses here and there. During the town's most fashionable period, which continued for nearly 50 years, say from 1785 to 1835, every one journeyed thither, and indeed every one goes to Brighton to-day, although its visitors are now anonymous, where of old they were notorious. I believe that Robert Browning is the only eminent Englishman that never visited the town. Perhaps it does little for poets. Yet Byron was there as a young man, much in the company of a charming youth with which he often sailed in the Channel, and who afterwards was discovered to be a girl. A minor poet, Horace Smith, gives us in Horace in London a sprightly picture of the town in 1813, from which we see that the changes between now and then are only in externals. Brighton. Solvitur acris hiems grata vice veris. Now fruitful autumn lifts his sunburnt head, the slighted park few cambric muslins whiten, the dry machines revisit ocean's bed, and Horace quits awhile the town for Brighton. The cit forgoes his box at Turnham Green to pick up health and shells with Amphitrite. Pleasure's frail daughters trip along the Steyne, led by the dame the Greeks call Aphrodite. Phoebus the tanner plies his fiery trade, the graceful nymphs ascend Judea's ponies, scale the west cliff, or visit the parade, while poor papa in town a patient drone is. Loose trousers snatch the wreath from pantaloons, nankeen of late were worn the sultry weather in, but now, so will the Prince's light dragoons, white jean have triumphed over their Indian brethren. Here with choice food earth smiles and ocean yawns, intent alike to please the London glutton. This for our breakfast proffers shrimps and prawns, that for our dinner Southdown lamb and mutton. Yet here, as elsewhere, death impartial reigns, visits alike the cot and the pavilion, and for a bribe with equal scorn disdains my half-a-crown and Baring's 500,000. Alas, how short the span of human pride! Time flies, and hope's romantic schemes are undone. Cosweller's coach, that carries 4 inside, waits to take back the unwilling bard to London. Ye circulating novelists, adieu! Long envious cords my black portmanteau tighten. Billiards, begone! Avaunt, illegal loo! Farewell, old ocean's bauble, glittering Brighton! Long shalt thou laugh thine enemies to scorn, proud as Phoenicia, queen of watering places. Boys yet unbreeched, and virgins yet unborn, on thy bleak downs shall tan their blooming faces. I believe that the phrase Queen of Watering Places was first used in this poem. An odd glimpse of a kind of manners, now extinct, in Brighton visitors in its palmy days, is given in Hazlitt's Notes of a Journey through France and Italy. Hazlitt, like his friends the Lambs, when they visited Versailles in 1822, embarked at Brighton. That was in 1824. He reached the town by coach in the evening, in the height of the season, and it was then that the incident occurred to which I have referred. In Hazlitt's words, "A lad offered to conduct us to an inn. Did he think there was room? He was sure of it. Did he belong to the inn? No, he was from London. In fact, he was a young gentleman from town, who had been stopping some time at the White Horse Hotel, and who wished to employ his spare time, when he was not riding out on a blood horse, in serving the house and relieving the perplexities of his fellow travellers. No one but a Londoner would volunteer his assistance in this way. Amiable land of Cockaigne, happy in itself and in making others happy, blessed exuberance of self-satisfaction that overflows upon others, delightful impertinence that is forward to oblige them. Brighton's decline as a fashionable resort came with the railway. Coaches were expensive and few, and the number of visitors which they brought to the town was negotiable. But when the trains began to pour crowds upon the platforms, the distinction of Brighton was lost. Society retreated, and the last Master of Ceremonies, Lieutenant Colonel Eld, died. It was of this admirable aristocrat that Sydney Smith wrote so happily in one of his letters from Brighton. A gentleman attired point de vis, walking down the parade like Agag, delicately. He pointed out his toes like a dancing master, but carried his head like a potentate. As he passed the stands of flies, he nodded approval, as if he owned them all. As he approached the little goat carriages, he looked askance over the edge of his starched neckcloth, and blandly smiled encouragement. Sure that in following him I was treading in the steps of greatness, I went on to the pier, and there I was confirmed in my conviction of his eminence, for I observed him look first over the right side, and then over the left, with an expression of serene satisfaction spreading over his countenance, which said as plainly as if he had spoken to the sea aloud, "That is right. You are low tide at present, but never mind, in a couple of hours I shall make you high tide again." Beyond its connection with George IV, Brighton has played but a small part in history, her only other monarch being Charles II, who merely tarried in the town for a while on his way to France in 1651, as we have seen. The King's Head in West Street claims to be the scene of the Merry Monarch's bargain with Captain Nicholas Tattersall, who conveyed him across the Channel. But there is good reason to believe that the inn was the George in Middle Street, now demolished, but situated on the site of No. 44. The epitaph on Tattersall in Brighton Old Parish Church contains the following lines: "When Charles the Great was nothing but a breath, this valiant soul stepped between him and death. Which glorious act of his for church and state 8 princes in one day did gratulate." The episode of the captain's cautious bargaining with the king, of which Colonel Gunter tells in the narrative from which I have quoted in an earlier chapter, is carefully suppressed in the memorial tablet. Another famous Brighton character and friend of George IV was Phoebe Hessel, who died at the age of 106, and whose tombstone may be seen in the old churchyard. Phoebe had a varied career, for having fallen in love when only 15 with Samuel Golding, a private in Kirk's Lambs, she dressed herself as a man, enlisted in the 5th Regiment of Foot, and followed him to the West Indies. She served there for 5 years, and afterwards at Gibraltar, never disclosing her sex until her lover was wounded and sent to Plymouth, when she told the general's wife, and was allowed to follow and nurse him. On leaving hospital, Golding married her, and they lived, I hope happily, together for 20 years. When Golding died, Phoebe married Hessel. In her old age she became an important Brighton character, and, attracting the notice of the Prince, was provided by him with a pension of £18 a year, and the epithet, "a jolly good fellow." It was also the Prince's money which paid the stonecutter. When visited by a curious student of human nature, as she lay on her deathbed, Phoebe talked much of the past, he records, and seemed proud of having kept her secret when in the army. "But I told it to the ground," she added. "I dug a hole that would hold a gallon and whispered it there." Phoebe kept her faculties to the last, and to the last sold her apples to the quality by the sea, returned repartee with extraordinary verve and contempt for false delicacy, and knew as much of the quality of Brighton liquor as if she were a soldier in earnest. One ought to mention Pitt's visit to Brighton in 1785 as an historical event, if only for the proof which it offers that Sussex folk have an effective, if not nimble, wit. I use Mr. Bishop's words. Pitt, during his journey to Brighton in the previous week, had some experience of popular feeling in respect of the obnoxious window tax. Whilst horses were being changed at Horsham, he ordered lights for his carriage, and the persons assembled, learning who was within, indulged pretty freely in ironical remarks on light and darkness. The only effect upon the minister was that he often laughed heartily. Whilst in Brighton, a country glove maker hung about the door of his house on the Stane, and when the minister came out, showed him a hedger's cuff, which he held in one hand, and a bush in the other, to explain the use of it, and asked him if the former, being an article he made and sold, was subject to a stamp duty. Mr. Pitt appeared rather struck with the oddity and bluntness of the man's question, and, mounting his horse, waved a satisfactory answer by referring him to the Stamp Office for information. Brighton's place in literature makes up for her historical poverty. Dr. Johnson was the first great man of letters to visit the town. He stayed in West Street with the Thrales, rode on the Downs, and, after his wont, abused their bareness, making a joke about our dearth of trees, similar to one on the same topic in Scotland. The doctor also bathed. Mrs. Piozzi relates that one of the bathing men, seeing him swim, remarked, "Why, sir, you must have been a stout-hearted gentleman 40 years ago," much to the doctor's satisfaction. It was, I always think, in Hampton Place that Mrs. Pipchin, whose husband broke his heart in the Peruvian mines, kept her establishment for children, and did her best to discourage Paul Dombey. How does the description run? This celebrated Mrs. Pipchin was a marvellous ill-favoured, ill-conditioned old lady, of a stooping figure, with a mottled face like bad marble, a hook nose, and a hard grey eye, that looked as if it might have been hammered at on an anvil, without sustaining any injury. 40 years at least had elapsed since the Peruvian mines had been the death of Mr. Pipchin, but his relict still wore black bombazine of such a lustreless, deep, dead, sombre shade that gas itself couldn't light her up after dark, and her presence was a quencher to any number of candles. She was generally spoken of as a great manager of children, and the secret of her management was to give them everything that they didn't like, and nothing that they did, which was found to sweeten their disposition very much. She was such a bitter old lady that one was tempted to believe that there had been some mistake in the application of the Peruvian machinery, and that all her waters of gladness and milk of human kindness had been pumped out dry, instead of the mines. The castle of this ogress and child queller was in a steep by-street at Brighton, where the soil was more than unusually chalky, flinty, and sterile, and the houses were more than usually brittle and thin, where the small front gardens had the unaccountable property of producing nothing but marigolds, whatever was sown in them, and where snails were constantly discovered holding on to the street doors, and other public places they were not expected to ornament, with the tenacity of cupping glasses. In the winter time the air couldn't be got out of the castle, and in the summer time it couldn't be got in. There was such a continual reverberation of wind in it that it sounded like a great shell which the inhabitants were obliged to hold to their ears night and day, whether they liked it or not. It was not, naturally, a fresh-smelling house, and in the window of the front parlour, which was never opened, Mrs. Pipchin kept a collection of plants in pots, which imparted an earthy flavour of their own to the establishment. However choice examples of their kind, too, these plants were of a kind peculiarly adapted to the embowerment of Mrs. Pipchin. There were half a dozen specimens of the cactus, writhing round bits of lath like hairy serpents, another specimen shooting out broad claws like a green lobster, several creeping vegetables possessed of sticky and adhesive leaves, and one uncomfortable flower-pot hanging to the ceiling, which appeared to have boiled over, and, tickling people underneath with its long green ends, reminded them of spiders, in which Mrs. Pipchin's dwelling was uncommonly prolific, though perhaps it challenged competition still more proudly in the season, in point of earwigs. From Mrs. Pipchin's, Paul Dombey passed to the forcing house of Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, Miss Blimber, and Mr. Feeder, B.A., also at Brighton, where he met Mr. Toots. "The Doctor's," says Dickens, "was a mighty fine house, fronting the sea, not a joyful style of house within, but quite the contrary. Sad coloured curtains, whose proportions were spare and lean, hid themselves despondently behind the windows. The tables and chairs were put away in rows like figures in a sum. Fires were so rarely lighted in the rooms of ceremony that they felt like wells, and a visitor represented the bucket. The dining room seemed the last place in the world where any eating or drinking was likely to occur. There was no sound through all the house but the ticking of a great clock in the hall, which made itself audible in the very garrets, and sometimes a dull cooing of young gentlemen at their lessons, like the murmurings of an assemblage of melancholy pigeons." Dr. Blimber's must have been, I think, somewhere in the neighbourhood of the Bedford Hotel. Among other writers who have found Brighton good to work in, I might name the authors of The Strange Adventures of a Phaeton and A System of Synthetic Philosophy. Mr. William Black was for many years a familiar figure on the Kemp Town parade, and Brighton plays a part in at least two of his charming tales, The Beautiful Wretch and an early and very sprightly novel called Kilmeny. Brighton should be proud to think that Mr. Herbert Spencer chose her as a retreat in which to come to his conclusions, but I doubt if she is. Thackeray's affection is, however, cherished by the town, his historic praise of merry, cheerful Dr. Brighton having a commercial value hardly to be overestimated. Brighton, in return, gave Thackeray Lord Steyne's immortal name, and served as a background for many of his scenes. Although Brighton has still a fishing industry, the spectacle of its fishermen refraining from work is not an uncommon one. It was once the custom, I read, and perhaps still is, for these men, when casting their nets for mackerel or herring, to stand with bare heads, repeating in unison these words: "There they goes, then. God Almighty send us a blessing, it is to be hoped." As each barrel, which is attached to every 2 nets out of the fleet, or 120 nets, was cast overboard, they would cry, "Watch, barrel, watch, mackerels for to catch. White may they be, like a blossom on a tree. God send thousands, 1, 2, and 3. Some by their heads, some by their tails. God sends thousands, and never fails." When the last net was overboard, the master said, "Seize all," and then lowered the foremast and laid to the wind. If he were to say, "Last net," he would expect never to see his nets again. "There are more handsome women in Brighton than anywhere else in the world," wrote Richard Jefferies some 20 years ago. "They are so common that gradually the standard of taste in the mind rises, and good-looking women who would be admired in other places pass by without notice. Where all the flowers are roses, you do not see a rose." Shirley Brooks must have visited Brighton on a curiously bad day, for seeing no pretty face, he wrote of it as the city of the plain. Richard Jefferies, who lived for a while at Hove, blessed also the treelessness of Brighton. Therein he saw much of its healing virtue. "Let nothing," he wrote, "cloud the descent of those glorious beams of sunlight which fall at Brighton. Watch the pebbles on the beach. The foam runs up and wets them. Almost before it can slip back, the sunshine has dried them again. So they are alternately wetted and dried. Bitter sea and glowing light, bright clear air, dry as dry. That describes the place. Spain is the country of sunlight, burning sunlight. Brighton is a Spanish town in England, a Seville." The principal inland attraction of Brighton is still the Pavilion, which is indeed the town's symbol. On passing through its many numerous and fantastic rooms, one is struck by their incredible smallness. Sidney Smith's jest, if it were his, I find Wilberforce the abolitionist says something similar, is still unimproved. One would think that St. Paul's Cathedral had come to Brighton and pupped. Cobbett, in his rough and homely way, also said something to the point about the Prince's pleasure house. Take a square box, the sides of which are 3 feet and a half, and the height 1.5 foot. Take a large Norfolk turnip, cut off the green of the leaves, leave the stalks 9 inches long, tie these round with a string 3 inches from the top, and put the turnip on the middle of the top of the box. Then take 4 turnips of half the size, treat them in the same way, and put them on the corners of the box. Then take a considerable number of bulbs of the crown imperial, the narcissus, the hyacinth, the tulip, the crocus, and others. Let the leaves of each have sprouted to about 1 inch, more or less according to the size of the bulb. Put all these pretty promiscuously but pretty thickly on the top of the box. Then stand off and look at your architecture. To its ordinary museum in the town, Brighton has added the collection of stuffed birds made by the late Mr. E. T. Booth, which he housed in a long gallery in the road that leads to the Dyke. Mr. Booth, when he shot a bird in its native haunts, carried away some of its surroundings, in order that the taxidermist might reproduce as far as possible its natural environment. Hence every case has a value that is missing when one sees merely the isolated stuffed bird. In one instance, realism has dictated the addition of a clutch of pipit's eggs found on the Bass Rock, in a nest, invisible to the spectator. The collection in the Natural History Museum at South Kensington is, of course, more considerable and finer, but some of Mr. Booth's cases are certainly superior, and his collection has the special interest of having been made by one man. Brighton has another very interesting possession in the collection of old domestic pottery in the museum, an assemblage, the most entertaining and varied that I know, of jugs and mugs, plates and ornaments, all English, all quaint and characteristic too, and mostly inscribed with mottos or decorated with designs in celebration of such events as the Battle of Waterloo, or the discomfiture of Mr. Pitt, or a victory of Tom Cribb. Others are ceramic satires on the drunkard's folly, or the inconstancy of women. Why are the potters of our own day so dull? History is still being made, human nature is not less frail, but I see no genial commentary on jug or dish. Is it the march of taste? End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 18. Rottingdean and Wheat Ears. Beyond Kemp Town's serene and silent line of massive houses is the new road that leads to Rottingdean. The old road fell into the sea some few years ago, the 4th or 5th to share that fate, but the pleasantest way thither is on foot over the turf that tops the white cliffs. By diverging inland between Brighton and Rottingdean, just beyond the most imposing girls' school in the kingdom, Ovingdean is reached, one of the nestling homesteads of the Downs. It is chiefly known as providing Harrison Ainsworth with the very pretty title of one of his stories, Ovingdean Grange. The gallant novelist, however, was a poor historian in this book, for Charles II, as we have seen, never set foot east of Brighton on the occasion of his journey of escape over the Sussex Downs. The legend that lodges him at Ovingdean, although one can understand how Ovingdean must cherish it, cannot stand. Mock Beggar's Hall in the same romance is Southover Grange at Lewes. Peace hath her victories no less renowned than war. Ovingdean is famous not only for its false association with Charles II, but as the burial place of Thomas Pelling, an old-time vicar, the first person who introduced mangel wurzel into England. Rottingdean today must be very much of the size of Brighton 2 centuries ago, before fashion came upon it, but the little village is hardly likely ever to creep over its surrounding hills in the same way. The past few years, however, have seen its growth from an obscure and inaccessible settlement to a shrine. It is only of quite recent date that a glimpse of Rottingdean has become almost as necessary to the Brighton visitor as the journey to the Dyke. Had the legend of the Briar Rose never been painted, had Mulvaney, Ortheris, and Learoyd remained unchronicled, and the British soldier escaped the label absent-minded beggar, Rottingdean might still be invaded only occasionally. For it was when, following Sir Edward Burne-Jones, Mr. Rudyard Kipling found the little white village good to make a home in, that its public life began. Although Mr. Kipling has now gone farther into the depths of the county, and the great draftsman, some of whose stained glass designs are in the church, is no more, the habit of riding to Rottingdean is likely, however, to persist in Brighton. The village is quaint and simple, particularly so after the last 'bus is stabled, but it is valuable rather as the key to some of the finest solitudes of the Downs, in the great uninhabited hill district between the racecourse at Brighton and Newhaven, between Lewes and the sea, than for any merits of its own. One other claim has it, however, on the notice of the pilgrim. William Black lies in the churchyard. Mr. Kipling, as I have said, has now removed his household gods farther inland to Burwash, but his heart and mind must be still among the Downs. The Burwash country, good as it is, can, I think, never inspire him to such verse as he wrote in The Five Nations, on the turf hills about his old home. No tender-hearted garden crowns, no bosomed woods adorn our blunt, bow-headed, whale-backed downs, but gnarled and writhen thorn, bare slopes where chasing shadows skim, and through the gaps revealed, belt upon belt, the wooded, dim blue goodness of the Weald, clean of officious fence or hedge, half wild and wholly tame. The wise turf cloaks the white cliff edge, as when the Romans came. What sign of those that fought and died at shift of sword and sword? The barrow and the camp abide, the sunlight and the sward. Here leaps ashore the full sou'-west, all heavy-winged with brine. Here lies above the folded crest the Channel's leaden line. And here the sea fogs lap and cling, and here, each warning each, the sheep-bells and the ship-bells ring along the hidden beach. We have no waters to delight our broad and brookless vales, only the dew-pond on the height, unfed, that never fails, whereby no tattered herbage tells which way the season flies, only our close-bit time that smells like dawn in paradise. Here through the strong and salty days the unshaded silence thrills, o'er little lost down churches praise the Lord who made the hills. But here the old gods guard their round, and in her secret heart the heathen kingdom Wilfrid found dreams as she dwells apart. Of old the best wheat-ear country was above Rottingdean, but the South Down shepherds no longer have the wheat-ear money that used to add so appreciably to their wages in the summer months. A combination of circumstances has brought about this loss. One is the decrease in wheat-ears, another the protection of the bird by law, and a third the refusal of the farmers to allow their men any longer to neglect the flocks by setting and tending snares. But in the 17th, 18th, and early part of the 19th centuries, wheat-ears were taken on the Downs in enormous quantities, and formed a part of every South County banquet in their season. People visited Brighton solely to eat them, as they now go to Greenwich for whitebait and to Colchester for oysters. This is how Fuller describes the little creature in the Worthies. "Wheat-ears is a bird peculiar to this county, hardly found out of it. It is so called because fattest when wheat is ripe, whereon it feeds, being no bigger than a lark, which it equaleth in fineness of the flesh, far exceedeth in the fatness thereof. The worst is, that being only seasonable in the heat of summer, and naturally larded with lumps of fat, it is soon subject to corrupt,
so that, though abounding within 40 miles, London poulterers have no mind to meddle with them, which no care in carriage can keep from putrefaction. That palate man shall pass in silence, who, being seriously demanded his judgment concerning the abilities of a great lord, concluded him a man of very weak parts, because once he saw him at a great feast feed on chickens, when there were wheat-ears on the table. I will add no more in praise of this bird, for fear some female reader may fall in longing for it, and unhappily be disappointed of her desire. A contemporary of Fuller, John Taylor, from whom I have already quoted, and shall quote again, thus unscientifically dismisses the wheatear in one of his doggerel narratives: 6 weeks or thereabouts they are catched there, and are well nigh 11 months, God knows where. As a matter of fact, the winter home of the wheatear is Africa. The capture of wheatears, mostly illegally by nets, still continues in a very small way to meet a languid demand, but the Sussex ortolan, as the little bird was sometimes called, has passed from the bill of fare. Wheatears, which, despite Fuller, have no connection with ears of wheat, the word signifying white tail, still abound, skimming over the turf in little groups, but they no longer fly towards the dinner table. The best and most interesting description that I know of the old manner of taking them is to be found in Mr. W. H. Hudson's Nature in Downland. The season began in July, when the little fat birds rest on the downs on their way from Scotland and northern England to their winter home, and lasted through September. In July, says Mr. Hudson, the shepherds made their coops, as their traps were called, a T-shaped trench about 14 inches long, over which the 2 long narrow sods cut neatly out of the turf were adjusted, grass downwards. A small opening was left at the end for ingress, and there was room in the passage for the bird to pass through towards the chinks of light coming from the 2 ends of the cross passage. At the inner end of the passage a horsehair spring was set, by which the bird was caught by the neck as it passed in. But the noose did not, as a rule, strangle the bird. On some of the high downs near the coast, notably at Beachy Head, at Burling Gap, at Seaford, and in the neighbourhood of Rottingdean, the shepherds made so many coops, placed at small distances apart, that the downs in some places looked as if they had been ploughed. In September, when the season was over, the sods were carefully put back, roots down, in the places, and the smooth green surface was restored to the hills. On bright clear days few birds would be caught, but in showery weather the traps would all be full. This is because when the sun is obscured, wheatears are afraid, and take refuge under stones or in whatever hole may offer. The price of each wheatear was a penny, and it was the custom of the persons in the neighbourhood who wanted them for dinner to visit the traps, take out the birds, and leave the money in their place. The shepherd, on returning, would collect his gains and reset the traps. Near Brighton, however, most of the shepherds caught only for dealers, and one firm, until some 20 years ago, maintained the practice of giving an annual supper at the end of the season, at which the shepherds would be paid in the mass for their spoil. An old shepherd who had been for years on West Side Farm near Brighton spoke thus in 1882, as Mr. Borrer relates in his Birds of Sussex: "The most I ever caught in one day was 13 dozen, but we thought it a good day if we caught 3 or 4 dozen. We sold them to a poulterer at Brighton, who took all we could catch in a season at 18p a dozen. From what I've heard from old shepherds, it cannot be doubted that they were caught in much greater numbers a century ago than of late. I have heard them speak of an immense number being taken in one day by a shepherd at East Dean, near Beachy Head. I think they said he took nearly 100 dozen, so many that they could not thread them on crow quills in the usual manner, but he took off his round frock and made a sack of it to put them into, and his wife did the same with her petticoat. This must have happened when there was a great flight. Their numbers are now so decreased that some shepherds do not set up any coops, as it does not pay for the trouble." Although wheatears are no longer caught, the Brighton bird-catcher is a very busy man. Goldfinches fall in extraordinary plenty to his nets. A bird-catcher told Mr. Borrer that he once caught 11 dozen of them at one haul, and in 1860 the annual take at Worthing was 1,154 dozen. Larks are also caught in great numbers, also with nets. the old system still practised in France of luring them with glasses having become obsolete. Knox has an interesting description of the lark glass and its uses. A piece of wood about 1.5 feet long, 4 inches deep, and 3 inches wide, is planed off at two sides so as to resemble the roof of a well-known toy, yclept a Noah's Ark, but more than twice as long. In the sloping sides are set several bits of looking glass. A long iron spindle, the lower end of which is sharp and fixed in the ground, passes freely through the centre. On this the instrument turns, and even spins rapidly when a string has been attached and is pulled by the performer, who generally stands at a distance of 15 or 20 yards from the decoy. The reflection of the sun's rays from these little revolving mirrors seems to possess a mysterious attraction for the larks, for they descend in great numbers from a considerable height in the air, hover over the spot, and suffer themselves to be shot at repeatedly, without attempting to leave the field or to continue their course. To return to Rottingdean, it was above the village 700 years ago that a sore skirmish occurred between the French and the Cluniac prior of Lewes. The prior was defeated and captured, but the nature of his resistance decided the enemy that it was better, perhaps, to retreat to their boats. The holy man, although worsted, thus had the satisfaction of having proved to the king that a Cluniac monk in this country was not, as was supposed at court, necessarily on the side of England's foes, even though they were of his own race. According to the scheme of this book, we should now return to Brighton, but, as I have said, the right use to which to put Rottingdean is as the starting point for a day among the hills. Once out and above the village, the world is your own. A conspiracy to populate a part of the Downs near the sea, a mile or so to the east of Rottingdean, seems gloriously to have failed, but what was intended may be learned from the skeleton roads that, duly fenced in, disfigure the turf. They even have names, these unlovely parallelograms. One is Chatsworth Avenue, and Ambleside Avenue another. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 19. Shoreham. The cliffs that make the coast between Newhaven and Brighton so attractive slope gradually to level ground at the Aquarium, and never reappear in Sussex on the Channel's edge again, although in the east they rise whiter and higher, with a few long gaps, all the way to Dover. It is partly for this reason that the walk from Brighton to Shoreham has no beauty save of the sea. Hove, which used to be a disreputable little smuggling village, sufficiently far from Brighton for risks to be run with safety, is now the well-ordered home of wealthy rectitude. Mrs. Grundy's seaside home is here. Hove is perhaps the genteelest town in the world, although once, only a poor 100 years ago, there was no service in the church on a certain Sunday because, as the clerk informed the complacent vicar, the pews is full of tubs and the pulpit full of tea. A pleasant fact to reflect upon during church parade, amid the gay yet discreet prosperity of the Brunswick lawns. West of Hove, and between that town and Portslade by the sea, is Aldrington. Aldrington is now new houses and brick fields. 30 years ago it was naught, but 500 years ago it was the principal township in these parts, and Brighthelmstone a mere insignificant cluster of hovels. Centuries earlier it was more important still, for, according to some authorities, it was the Portus Adurni of the Romans. The river Adur, which now enters the sea between Shoreham and Southwark, once flowed along the line of the present canal and the Wish Pond, and so out into the sea. I have seen it stated that the mouth of the river was even more easterly still, somewhere opposite the Norfolk Hotel at Brighton, but this may be fanciful, and can now hardly be proven. The suggestion, however, adds interest to a walk on the otherwise unromantic Brunswick lawns. In those days the Roman ships, entering the river here, would sail up as far as Bramber. Between the river and the sea were then some 2 miles, possibly more, of flat meadowland, on which Aldrington was largely built. Over the ruins of that Aldrington the Channel now washes. Beyond Aldrington is Portslade, with a pretty inland village on the hill. Beyond Portslade is Southwick, notable for its green, and beyond Southwick is Shoreham. Southwick and Shoreham both have that interest which can never be wanting to the seaport that has seen better days. The life of a harbour, whatever its state of decay, is eternally absorbing, and in Shoreham harbour one gets such life at its laziest. The smell of tar, the sound of hammers, the laughter and whistling of the loafers, the continuous changing of the tide, the opening of the lock gates, the departure of the tug, its triumphant return, leading in custody a timber-laden bark from the Baltic, a little self-conscious and ashamed, as if caught red-handed in iniquity by this fussy little officer. The independent sailing of a grimy steamer, bound for Sunderland and more coal. The elaborate wharfing of the bark. All these things on a hot, still day can exercise an hypnotic influence more real and strange than the open sea. The romance and mystery of the sea may indeed be more intimately near one on a harbour wharf than on the deck of a liner in mid-ocean. Shoreham has its place in history. Thence, as we have seen, sailed Charles II in Captain Tattersall's Enterprise. 450 years earlier, King John landed here with his army, when he came to succeed to the English throne. In the reign of Edward III, Shoreham supplied 26 ships to the navy, but in the 15th century the sea began an encroachment on the bar which disclassed the harbour. It is now unimportant, most of the trade having passed to Newhaven, but in its days of prosperity great cargoes of corn and wine were landed here from the continent. When people now say Shoreham, they mean New Shoreham, but Old Shoreham is the parent. Old Shoreham, however, declined to village state when the present harbour was made. New Shoreham Church, quite the noblest in the county, dates probably from about 1100. It was originally the property of the Abbey of Saumur, to whom it was presented, together with Old Shoreham Church, by William de Braose, the Lord of Bramber Castle. It is New Shoreham Church which Mr. Swinburne had in mind, or so I imagine, in his noble poem On the South Coast. Strong as time, and as faith sublime, clothed round with shadows of hopes and fears, nights and morrows, and joys and sorrows, alive with passion of prayers and tears, stands the shrine that has seen decline 800 waxing and waning years. Tower set square to the storms of air and change of season, that glooms and glows, wall and roof of it tempest-proof, and equal ever to suns and snows, bright with riches of radiant niches, and pillars smooth as a straight stem grows. Stately stands it, the work of hands unknown of, statelier, afar and near, rise around it the heights that bound our landward gaze from the seaboard here, downs that swerve and aspire in curve and change of heights that the dawn holds dear. Dawn falls fair on the grey walls there confronting dawn, on the low green lea, lone and sweet as for fairies' feet, held sacred, silent and strange and free. Wild and wet with its rills, but yet more fair, falls dawn on the fairer sea. Rose-red eve on the seas that heave sinks fair as dawn when the first ray peers. Winds are glancing from sun-bright Lancing to Shoreham, crowned with the grace of years. Shoreham, clad with the sunset, glad and grave with glory that death reveres. In the churchyard there was once, and maybe still, but I did not find it, an epitaph on a child of 8 months, in the form of a dialogue between the deceased and its parents. It contained these lines: "I trust in Christ," the blessed babe replied, then smiled, then sighed, then closed its eyes and died. Shoreham's notoriety as a pocket borough, it returned 2 members to Parliament, who were elected in the north transept of the church, came to a head in 1701, when the naïve means by which Mr. Gould had proved his fitness were revealed. It seemed that Mr. Gould, who had never been to Shoreham before, directed the crier to give notice with his bell that every voter who came to the King's Arms would receive a guinea in which to drink Mr. Gould's good health. This fact being made public by the defeated candidate, Mr. Gould was unseated. At the following election, such was the enduring power of the original guinea, he was elected again. After the life of the harbour, the chief interest of Shoreham is its river, the Adur, a yellow, sluggish, shallow stream of great width near the town, which at low tide dwindles into a streamlet trickling through a desert of mud, but at the full has the beauty of a lake. Mr. Swinburne, in the same poem from which I have been quoting, thus describes the river at evening: "Skies fulfilled with the sundown, stilled and splendid, spread as a flower that spreads, pave with rarer device, and fairer than heaven's, the luminous oyster beds, grass embanked, and in square plots ranked, inlaid with gems that the sundown sheds." To the Adur belongs also another lyric. It is printed in hawthorn and lavender, to which I have already referred, and is one of Mr. Henley's most characteristic and remarkable poems. In Shoreham river, hurrying down to the live sea, by working, marrying, breeding, Shoreham town, breaking the sunset's wistful and solemn dream, an old black rotter of a boat, past service to the labouring, tumbling float, lay stranded in mid-stream, with a horrid list, a frightening lapse from the line, that made me think of legs and a broken spine. Soon, all too soon, ungainly and forlorn to lie full in the eye of the cynical, discomfortable moon, that, as I looked, stared from the fading sky, a clown's face flowered for work. And by the wide-winged sunset wanned and waned. The lean night wind crept westward, chilling and sighing. The poor old hulk remained, stuck helpless in mid-ebb, and I knew why. Why, as I looked, my heart felt crying, for as I looked, the good green earth seemed dying or dead, and as I looked on the old boat, I said, "Dear God, it's I!" The Adur is no longer the home of birds that once it was, but in the early morning one may still see there many of the less common waterfowl. The road to Portsmouth is carried across the Adur by the Norfolk Suspension Bridge, to cross which one must pay a toll, not an unpleasant reminder of earlier days. Old Shoreham, a mile up the river, is notable for its wooden bridge across the Adur to the old Sussex Pad, at one time a famous inn for smugglers. Few Royal Academy exhibitions are without a picture of Old Shoreham Bridge, and the quiet cruciform church at its eastward end. A pleasant story tells how, in some Sussex journey, William IV and his Queen chanced to be passing through Shoreham, coming from Chichester to Lewes, one Sunday morning. The clerk of Old Shoreham Church caught sight through the window of the approaching cavalcade, and leaping to his feet, stopped the sermon by announcing, "It is my solemn duty to inform you that their Majesties the King and Queen are just now crossing the bridge." Thereupon the whole congregation jumped up and ran out to show their loyalty. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 20. The Devil's Dyke and Hurstpierpoint. Had the hill above the Devil's Dyke, for the dyke itself wins only a passing glance, been never popularised, thousands of Londoners, and many of the people of Brighton, would probably never have seen the Weald from any eminence at all. The view is bounded north and west only by hills. On the north by the North Downs, with Leith Hill standing forward as if advancing to meet a southern champion, and in the west Blackdown, Hindhead, and the Hogsback. The patchwork of the Weald is between. The view from the Dyke Hill looking north is comparable to that from Leith Hill looking south, and every day in fine weather there are tourists on both of these altitudes, gazing towards each other. The worst slight that Sussex ever had to endure, so far as my reading goes, is in Hewson's London and its Neighbourhood, 1808, where the view from Leith Hill is described. After stating that the curious stranger on the summit feels sensations as we may suppose Adam to have felt, when he instantaneously burst into existence, and the beauties of Eden struck his all-wondering eyes, Mr. Hewson describes the prospect. It commands a view of the county of Surrey, part of Hampshire, Berkshire, Nettlebed in Oxfordshire, some parts of Bucks, Hertfordshire, Middlesex, Kent, and Essex, and, by the help of a glass, Wiltshire. Not a word of Sussex. The wisest course for the non-gregarious traveller is to leave the dyke on the right, and, crossing the Ladies' Golf Links, gain Fulking Hill, from which the view is equally fine, save for lacking a little in the east, and where there is peace and isolation. I remember sitting one Sunday morning on Fulking Hill, when a white mist like a sea filled the Weald, washing the turf slopes 20 feet or so below me. In the depths of this ocean, as it were, could be heard faintly the noises of the farms and the chime of submerged bells. Suddenly a hawk shot up and disappeared again, like a leaping fish. The same spot was, on another occasion, the scene of a superb effort of courageous tenacity. I met a large hare steadily breasting the hill. Turning neither to the right nor left, it was soon out of sight over the crest. 5 or more minutes later there appeared in view, on the hare's trail, a very tired little fox terrier, not much more than half the size of the hare. He also turned aside neither to the right nor the left, but panted wearily yet bravely past me, and so on over the crest after his prey. I waited for some time, but the terrier never came back. Such was the purpose depicted on his countenance, that I can believe he is following still. On these downs, near the dyke, less than a century ago, the great bustard used to be hunted with greyhounds. Mr. Borer tells us in the Birds of Sussex that his grandfather, who died in 1844, sometimes would take 5 or 6 in a morning. They fought savagely, and more than once injured the hounds. Enterprise has of late been at work at the dyke. A cable railway crosses the gully at a dizzy height. A lift brings travellers from the Weald. A wooden cannon of exceptional calibre threatens the landscape, and pictorial advertisements of the devil and his domain may be seen at most of the Sussex stations. Ladies also play golf, where, when first I knew it, one could walk unharmed. A change that is to be regretted is the exile to the unromantic neighbourhood of the Dyke Station of the Queen of the Gipsies, a swarthy, ringleted lady of peculiarly comfortable exterior, who, splendid, yet a little sinister, in a scarlet shawl and ponderous gold jewels, used once to emerge from a tent beside the Dyke Inn, and allot husbands, fair or dark. She was an astute reader of her fellows, with an eye too searching to be deceived by the removal of tell-tale rings. A lucky shot in respect to a future ducal husband of a young lady, now a duchess, of the accuracy of which she was careful to remind you, increased her reputation tenfold in recent years. Her name is Lee, and of her title of Queen of the Gipsies there is, I believe, some justification. Sussex abounds in evidences of the devil's whimsical handiwork, although in ordinary conversation Sussex rustics are careful not to speak his name. They say he. Mr. Parish, in his Dictionary of the Sussex Dialect, gives an example of the avoidance of the dread name. In the Down there's a golden calf buried. People know very well where it is. I could show you the place any day. Then why don't they dig it up? Oh, it's not allowed. He wouldn't let them. Has anyone ever tried? Oh yes, but it's never there when you look. He moves it away. His punch bowl may be seen here, his footprints there. But the greatest of his enterprises was certainly the dyke. His purpose was to submerge or silence the irritating churches of the Weald by digging a ditch that should let in the sea. He began one night from the north side at Saddlescombe, and was working very well until he caught sight of the beams of a candle which an old woman had placed in her window. Being a devil of Sussex, rather than of Miltonic invention, he was not clever, and, taking the candlelight for the break of dawn, he fled and never resumed the labour. That is the very infirm legend that is told and sold at the Dyke. I might just mention that the little church which one sees from the Dyke Railway, standing alone on the hillside, is Hangleton. Dr. Kenealy, who defended the claimant, is buried there. The hamlet of Hangleton, which may be seen in the distance below, once possessed a hunting lodge of the Coverts of Slaugham, which, after being used as labourers' cottages, has now disappeared. The fine Tudor mansion of the Bellinghams, now transformed into a farmhouse, although it has been much altered, still retains many original features. In the kitchen, no doubt once the hall, on an oak screen are carved the commandments, followed by this ingenious motto, an exercise on the letter E: Persevere, ye perfect men, ever keep these precepts 10. From the Dyke Hill one is within easy walking distance of many Wealden villages. Immediately at the north end of the dyke itself is Foynings, with its fine grey cruciform church raising an embattled tower among the trees on its mound. It has been conjectured, from the similarity of this beautiful church to that of Alfriston, that they may have had the same architect. Poynings, now called Punnings, was of importance in Norman times, and was the seat of William Fitz-Rainalt, whose descendants afterwards took the name of de Poynings, and one of whom was ennobled as Baron de Poynings. In the 15th century the direct line was merged into that of Percy. The ruins of Poynings Place, the baronial mansion, are still traceable. Following the road to the west, under the hills, we come first to Fulking, where one may drink at a fountain raised by a brewer to the glory of God and in honour of John Ruskin. Then to Edburton, where the leaden font, one of 3 in Sussex, should be noted. Then to Truleigh, all little farming hamlets shadowed by the downs. Then so to Beeding and Bramber, or striding south to Shoreham. If, instead of turning into Poynings, one ascends the hill on the other side of the stream, a climb of some minutes, with a natural amphitheatre on the right, brings one to the wooded northern escarpment of Saddlescombe North Hill, or New Timber Hill, which offers a view little inferior to that of the Dyke. At Saddlescombe, by the way, lives one of the most learned Sussex ornithologists of the day, and a writer upon the natural history of the county, so cavalierly treated in this book, for whose quick eye and descriptive hand the readers of Blackwood have reason to be grateful. Immediately beneath New Timber Hill lies New Timber, consisting of a house or two, a moated grange, and a little church, which, though only a few yards from the London road, is so hidden that it might be miles from everywhere. On the grass bank of the Bostel descending through the Hanger to New Timber, I counted on one spring afternoon as many as 12 adders basking in the sun. We are still here, though so near Brighton, in country where the badger is still found, while the New Timber woods are famous among collectors of moths. If you are for the Weald, it is by this Bostel that you should descend, but if still for the Downs, turn to the east along the summit, and you will come to Pycombe, a straggling village on each side of the London road, just at the head of Dale Hill. Pycombe has lost its ancient fame as the home of the best shepherd's crooks, but the Pycombe crook for many years was unapproached. The industry has left Sussex. Crooks are now made in the north of England and sold over shop counters. I say industry wrongly, for what was truly an industry for a Pycombe blacksmith is a mere detail in an iron factory, since the number of shepherds does not increase, and one crook will serve a lifetime and more. An old shepherd at Pycombe, talking confidentially on the subject of crooks, complained that the new weapon as sold at Lewes, although nominally on the Pycombe pattern, is a numb thing. The chief reason which he gave was that the maker was out of touch with the man who was to use it. His own crook, like that of Richard Jefferies' shepherd friend, had been fashioned from the barrel of an old muzzle-loader. The present generation, he added, is forgetting how to make everything. Why, he had neighbours, smart young fellows too, who could not even make their own clothes. Pycombe is but a few miles from Brighton, which may easily be reached from it. A short distance south of the village is the Plough Inn, the point at which the two roads to London, that by way of Clayton Hill, Friars Oak, Cookfield, Balcombe and Redhill, and the other, on which we are now standing, by way of Dale Hill, Bolney, Handcross, Crawley and Reigate, become one. On the way to Brighton from the Plough, one passes through Patcham, a dusty village that for many years has seen too many bicycles, and now is in the way of seeing too many motor cars. In the churchyard is, or was, a tomb bearing the following inscription, which may be quoted both as a reminder of the more stirring experiences to which the Patches people were subject 100 years ago, and also as an example of the truth, which is only half a truth. Sacred to the memory of Daniel Scales, who was unfortunately shot on Thursday evening, November the 7th, 1796. Alas, swift flew the fatal lead, which pierced through the young man's head. He instant fell, resigned his breath, and closed his languid eyes in death. All ye who do this stone draw near, oh, pray let fall the pitying tear. From the sad instance may we all prepare to meet Jehovah's call. The facts of the case bear some likeness to the death of Mr. Bardell, and Sergeant Buzfuz's reference to that catastrophe. Daniel Scales was a desperate smuggler, who, when the fatal lead pierced him, was heavily laden with booty. He was shot through the head only as a means of preventing a similar fate befalling his slayer. Just beyond Patcham, as we approach Brighton, is the narrow chalk lane on the left, which leads to the Ladies' Mile, the beginning of a superb stretch of turf around an amphitheatre in the hills, by which one may gallop all the way to the Clayton Mills. The grass ride extends to Lewes. Preston, once a village with an independent life, is now Brighton, but nothing can harm its little English church, noticeable for a fresco of the murder of Thomas à Becket, a representation dating probably from the reign of Edward I. This, however, is a digression, and we must return to Pycombe in order to climb Wolstonbury, the most mountainous of the hills in this part, and, indeed, although far from the highest, perhaps the noblest in mien of the whole range, by virtue of its isolation and its conical shape. The earthworks on Wolstonbury, although supposed to be of Celtic origin, were probably utilised by the Romans for military purposes. More than any of the downs does Wolstonbury bring before one the Roman occupation of our country. Immediately below Wolstonbury, on the edge of the Weald, is Danny, an Elizabethan house, today the seat of the Campions, but 200 and more years ago the seat of Peter Courthope, to whom John Ray dedicated his Collection of English Words Not Generally Used, and before then the property of Sir Simon de Pierpoint. The park is small and without deer, but the house has a façade of which one can never tire. I once saw Twelfth Night performed in its gardens, and it was difficult to believe that Shakespeare had not the spot in mind when he wrote that play. The Danny Drive brings us to Hurst-Pierpoint, or Hurst, as it is generally called, which is now becoming a suburb of Brighton, and thus somewhat losing its character, but which the hills will probably long keep sweet. James Hannington, Bishop of Equatorial East Africa, who was murdered by natives in 1885, was born here. Here lived Richard Weeks, the antiquary, and here, to-day, is the home of Mr. Mitten, most learned of Sussex botanists. To Hurst belongs one of the little Sussex squires, to whose diligence as a diarist we are indebted for much entertaining knowledge of the past. Little Park, now the property of the Hannington family, where Thomas Marchant, the diarist in question, lived and kept his journal between 1714 and 1728, is to the north of the main street, lying low. The original document I have not seen, but from passages printed by the Sussex Archaeological Society I borrow a few extracts for the light they throw on old customs and social life. October the 8th, 1714. Paid 4 shillings at Lewes for a quarter pound of tea, 5d. for a quire of paper, and 6d. for 2 mouse-traps. October the 29th, 1714. Went to North Barnes, near Homewood Gate, to see the pond fished. I bought all the fish of a foot long and upwards at 50 shillings per hundred. I am to give Mrs. Dobson 200 store fish over and above the aforesaid bargain, but she is to send to me for them. October the 30th, 1714. We fetched 244 carps in 3 dung carts from a stew of Parson Citizen at Street, being brought thither last night out of the above pond. October the 31st, 1714. Sunday. I could not go to church, being forced to stay at home to look after and let down fresh water to the fish, they being, as I supposed, sick, because they lay on the surface of the pond and were easily taken out, but towards night they sunk. The little park ponds still exist, but the practice of breeding fish has passed. In Arthur Young's General View of the Agriculture of the County of Sussex, 1808, quoted elsewhere in this book, is a chapter on fish, wherein he writes: "A Mr. Fenn of London has long rented and is the sole monopolizer of all the fish that are sold in Sussex. Carp is the chief stock, but tench and perch, eels and pike are raised. A stream should always flow through the pond, and a marly soil is the best. Mr. Millward has drawn carp from his marl pits 25 pounds a brace, and 2 inches of fat upon them, but then he feeds with peas. When the waters are drawn off and restocked, it is done with stores of a year old, which remain 4 years. The carp will then be 12 or 13 inches long, and if the water is good, 14 or 15. The usual season for drawing the water is either autumn or spring. The sale is regulated by measure from the eye to the fork of the tail. At 12 inches, carp are worth 50 shillings and 3 pounds per hundred. At 15 inches, 6 pounds. At 18 inches, 8 pounds and 9 pounds. 100 stores will stock an acre, or 35 brace, 10 or 12 inches long, are fully sufficient for a breeding pond. The first year they will be 3 inches long, second year 7, third year 11 or 12, fourth year 14 or 15. This year they breed." Although fish breeding is not what it was, many of the Sussex ponds are still regularly dragged, and the proceeds sold in advance to a London firm. Sometimes the purchaser wins in the gamble, sometimes the seller. The fish are removed alive in large tanks, and sold as they are wanted, chiefly for Jewish tables. But we must return to Thomas Marchant. January 16th, Sunday, 1715. I was not at church, having a bad headache. January 25th, 1715. We had a trout for supper, 2 feet 2 inches long from eye to fork, and 6 inches broad. It weighed 10½ pounds. It was caught in the Albourne Brook, near Trussell House. We stayed very late, and drank enough. April the 15th, 1715. Paid my uncle Courtness 15d for a small bottle of Daffy's elixir. July the 18th, 1715. I went to Bolney, and agreed with Edward Jenner to dig sandstone for setting up my father's tombstone, at 5 shillings, I gave him sixpence to spend in drink, that he might be more careful. August the 7th, Sunday, 1715. I was not at church, as my head ached very much. November the 22nd, 1716. Fished the great pond, and put 220 of the biggest carp into the new pond, and 18 of the biggest tench. Put also 358 store carp into the flat stew, and 36 tench, and also 550 very small carp into a hole in the low field. November the 24th, 1716. Fished the middle pond, put 66 large carp into the new pond, and 380 store tench into the flat stew, and 12 large carp, 10 large tench, and 57 middle-sized tench into the Hovel Fields stew. June the 12th, 1717. I was at the cricket match at Duncton Gate towards night. January the 24th, 1718. A mountebank came to our town to-day. He calls himself Dr. Richard Harness. Mr. Scutt and I drank tea with the tumbler. Of his tricks I am no judge, but he appears to me to play well on the fiddle. January the 30th, Friday, 1719. King Charles' martyrdom. I was not at church, as my head ached very much. February the 28th, 1719. We had news of the Chevalier de Saint George, the Pretender, being taken and carried into the castle of Milan. September the 19th, 1719. John Parsons began his year last Tuesday. He is to shave my face twice a week, and my head once a fortnight, and I am to give him 100 faggots per annum. September the 30th, 1719. Talked to Mrs. Beard for Alan Savage about her horse that was seized by the officers at Brighton, running brandy. December the 5th, 1719. My Lord Treep put a ferrule and pick to my stick. Note: my Lord Treep was a tinker named Treep, who lived in Treep's Lane. My Lord Burt, who is also mentioned in the diary, was a farrier. End note. July 28th, 1721. Paid Harry Walvin of Twynham for killing an otter in our parish. Note: an otter, of course, was a serious enemy to the owner of stews and ponds. End note. February the 7th, 1722. Will and Jack went to Lewes to see a prize fight between Harris and another. September the 18th, 1727. Dined at Mr. Hazelgrove's and cheapened a tombstone. Thomas Marchant was buried September the 17th, 1728. Less than 2 miles west of Hurstpierpoint is Albourne, so hidden away that one might know this part of the country well, and yet be continually overlooking it. The western high road between Brighton and London passes within a stone's throw of Albourne, but one never suspects the existence close by of this retired village, so compact and virginal, and exquisitely old-fashioned. It is said that after the execution of Charles I, Bishop Juxon lived for a while at Albourne Place during the Civil War, and once escaped the Parliamentary soldiers by disguising himself as a bricklayer. There is a priest's hiding-hole in the house. Some 3 miles north of Albourne is Twynham, another village which, situated only on a by-road midway between 2 lines of railway, has also preserved its bloom. Here, at the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th centuries, at Hickstead Place, a beautiful Tudor mansion that still stands, lived Richard Stapley, another of the Sussex diarists, whose manuscripts have been selected for publication by the Sussex Archaeological Society. I quote a few passages. In the month of November, 1692, there was a trout found in the Poiningswish in Twynham, which was 29 inches long from the top of the nose to the tip of the tail, and John Flint had him and eat him. He was left in a low slank after a flood, and the water fell away from him, and he died. The fish I saw at John Flint's house the Sunday after they had him, and at night they boiled him for supper, but could not eat 1/2 of him, and there was 6 of them at supper, John Flint and his wife Jane and 4 of their children, and the next day they all fell on him again and compassed him. Here we have the spectacle of a good man struggling with accuracy. August the 19th, 1698. Paid Mr. Steward for Dr. Comer's paraphrase on the Common Prayer, 20 shillings, and 6pence for carriage. I paid it at the end of the kitchen table near the chamber stairs door, and nobody in the room but he and I. No, it was the end of the table near the parlour. April the 26th, 1709. I brought a salmon trout of William Lindfield of Grubbs in Bolney, which he caught the night before in his net, by his old orchard, which was wounded by an otter. The trout weighed 11 pounds and a half, and was 3 foot 3 inches long from end to end, and but 2 foot 9 inches between the eye and the fork. There is also a record of a salmon trout being caught at Bolney early in the last century, which weighed 22 pounds and was sent to King George IV at Brighton. I must quote a prescription from the diary. To cure the whooping cough, get 3 field mice, floor them, draw them, and roast one of them, and let the party afflicted eat it. Dry the other 2 in the oven until they crumble to a powder, and put a little of this powder in what the patient drinks at night and in the morning. Mice played, and still play in remote districts, a large part in the rural pharmacopoeia. A Sussex doctor once told me that he had directed the mother of a boy at Portslade to put some ice in a bag and tie it on the boy's forehead. When the next day the doctor asked after his patient, the mother replied briskly, "Oh, Tommy's better, but the mice are dead." The Stapley family ate an oatmeal pudding made in the following manner: of oats decorticated take 2 pound, and of new milk enough the same to drown. Of raisins of the sun stoned, ounces 8, of currants cleanly picked, an equal weight. Of suet finely sliced, an ounce at least, and 6 eggs newly taken from the nest. Season this mixture well with salt and spice. 'Twill make a pudding far exceeding nice, and you may safely feed on it like farmers, for the receipt is learned Dr. Harmer's. Richard Stapley's diary was continued by his son Anthony and grandson John. The most pleasing among the printed extracts is this: 1736, May the 21st. The white horse was buried in the saw pit in the Lanes Wood. He was aged about 35 years, as far as I could find of people that knew him foaled. He had been in his time as good a horse as ever man was owner of, and he was buried in his skin, being a good old horse. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Chapter 21. Ditchling. Another good walk from Brighton begins with a short railway journey to Falmer on the Lewes line. Then strike into Sussex Park, the seat of the Earl of Chichester, a descendant of the famous Sussex Pelhams, with the church and the little village of Stanmer on the far side of it, and so up through the hollows and valleys to Ditchling Beacon. Dr. Johnson's saying of the Downs about Brighton, that "it was a country so truly desolate, that if one had a mind to hang oneself for desperation at being obliged to live there, it would be difficult to find a tree on which to fasten a rope," proves beyond question that his horse never took him Stanmer way, for the park is richly wooded. On Ditchling Beacon, one of the noblest of the Sussex hills, and the second, if not the first, in height of all the range, the surveys differ, one giving the palm to Duncton, the Romans had a camp, and the village of Ditchling may still be gained by the half-subterranean path that our conquerors dug, so devised that a regiment might descend into the Weald unseen. Ditchling is a quiet little village on high ground, where Alfred the Great once had a park. The church is a very interesting and graceful specimen of early English architecture, dating from the 13th century. 100 and more years ago, water from a chalybeate spring on the common was drunk by Sussex people for rheumatism and other ills, but the spring has lost its fame. The village could not well be more out of the movement. Yet an old lady living in the neighbourhood, who, when about to visit London for the first time, was asked what she expected to find, replied, Well, I can't exactly tell, but I suppose something like the more bustling part of Ditchling." A kindred story is told of a Sussex man who, finding himself in London for the first time, exclaimed with astonishment, What a queer large place! Why, it ain't like Newick, and it ain't like Chailey." On Ditchling Common are the protected remains of a stake known as Jacob's Post. A stranger requested to supply this piece of wood with the origin of its label would probably adventure long before hitting upon the right tack, for Jacob, whose name has in this familiar connection a popular and almost an endearing sound, was Jacob Harris, a Jew pedlar of astonishing turpitude, who, after murdering 3 persons at an inn on Ditchling Common, and plundering their house, was hanged at Horsham in the year 1734, and afterwards suspended as a lesson to the gibbet, of which this post, Jacob's Post, is the surviving relic. All gibbets, it is said, are good for something, and a piece of Jacob's Post carried on the person is sovereign against toothache. A Sussex archaeologist tells of an old lady, a resident on Ditchling Common for more than 80 years, whose belief in the post was so sound that her pocket contained a splinter of it long after all her teeth had departed. From extracts from the diary of Mr. John Burgess, tailor, sexton, and particular Baptist, of Ditchling, which are given in the Sussex archaeological collections, I quote here and there: "August the 1st, 1785. There was a cricket match at Lingfield Common between Lingfield in Surrey and all the county of Sussex, supposed to be upwards of 2000 people. June the 29th, 1786. Went to Lewes with some wool to Mr. Chatfield. Fine wool at £8 5s. per pack. Went to dinner with Mr. Chatfield. Had boiled beef, leg of lamb, and plum pudding. Stopped there all the afternoon. Mr. Pullin was there. Mr. Trimby and the Courier, etc., was there. We had a good deal of religious conversation, particularly Mr. Trimby. June the 11th, 1787. Spent 3 or 4 hours with some friends in conversation upon moral and religious subjects. The inquiry was the most easy and natural evidences of the existence and attributes of the Supreme Being. In discussing upon the subject we was nearly agreed, and proposed meeting again every first Monday after the full moon, to meet at 4 and break up at 8. March the 14th, 1788. Went to Friar's Oak, to a bull bait, to sell my dog. I sold him for 1 guinea upon condition he was hurt, but as he received no hurt, I took him back again at the same price. We had a good dinner, a round of beef boiled, a good piece roasted, a lag of mutton, and ham of pork and plum pudding, plenty of wine and punch. At Brighthelmstone, washed in the sea." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Highways and Byways in Sussex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Highways and Byways in Sussex by E. V. Lucas. Chapter 22. Cuckfield. Haywards Heath, on the London line, would be our next centre were it not so new and suburban. Fortunately, Cuckfield, which has 2 coaching inns and many of the signs of the leisurely past, is close by, in the midst of very interesting country, with a church standing high on the ridge to the south of the town, broadside to the Weald, its spire a landmark for miles. Cuckfield Place, a house and park, according to Shelley, which abounded in bits of Mrs. Radcliffe, is described in Harrison Ainsworth's Rookwood. It was in the avenue leading from the gates to the house that fatal tree stood, a limb of which fell as the presage of the death of a member of the family. So runs the legend. Knowledge of the tree is, however, disclaimed by the gatekeeper. Ockenden House in Cuckfield has been for many years in the possession of the Burrell family, one of whom, Timothy Burrell, an ancestor of the antiquary, left some interesting account books, which contain, in addition to figures, many curious and sardonic entries, and some ingenious hieroglyphics. I quote here and there from the Sussex Archaeological Society's extracts, by way of illustrating the life of a Sussex squire in those days, 1683 to 1714. 1705. Paid Gosmark for making cider one day, whilst John Coachman was to be drunk with the carrier's money by agreement. and I paid twopence to the glazier for mending John's casement, broken at night by him when he was drunk. 1706, 25th March. Paid John Coachman by Ned Virgo, that he may be drunk all the Easter week, in part of his wages due, £1. This was the fare provided on January the 1st, 1707, for 13 guests. Plum pottage, calf's head and bacon, goose, pig, plum pottage, roast beef, sirloin, veal, a loin, goose, plum pottage, boiled beef, a clod, 2 baked puddings, 3 dishes of minced pies, 2 capons, 2 dishes of tarts, 2 pullets. Plum porridge, it may interest some to know, was made thus: take of beef soup made of legs of beef, 12 quarts. If you wish it to be particularly good, add a couple of tongues to be boiled therein. Put fine bread, sliced, soaked, and crumbled, raisins of the sun, currants and pruants, 2 pounds of each. Lemons, nutmegs, mace, and cloves are to be boiled with it in a muslin bag. Add a quart of red wine, and let this be followed, after half an hour's boiling, by a pint of sack. Put it into a cool place, and it will keep through Christmas. Mr. Burrell, giving a small dinner to 4 friends, offered them pease pottage, 2 carps, 2 tench, capon, pullet, fried oysters, baked pudding, roast leg of mutton, apple pudding, goose, tarts, minced pies. It is perhaps not surprising that the host had occasionally to take the waters of Ditchling, which are no longer drunk medicinally, or to dose himself with here picre. One more dinner, this time for 4 guests, who presumably were more worthy of attention. A soup take off, 2 large carps at the upper end, pigeon pie, salad, veal olives, leg of mutton and cutlets at the lower end, 3 roast chickens, Scotch pancakes, tarts, asparagus, 3 green geese at the lower end. In the room of the chickens removed 4 sauced mackerel, raisins in cream at the upper end, calf's foot jelly, dried sweetmeats, calf's foot jelly, flummery, savoury cakes, imperial cream at the lower end. In October 1709 Mr. Burrell writes in Latin: "From this time I have resolved, as long as the dearth of provisions continues, to give to the poor who apply for it at the door on Sundays 12 pounds of beef every week, on the 11th of February 4 pounds more, in all 16 pounds, and a bushel of wheat and half a bushel of barley in 4 weeks." From Borde Hill to the north east of Cuckfield is supposed to have come Andrew Borde, the original Merry Andrew. Among the later Bordes who lived there was George Borde, in whose copy of Natura Brevium and Tenores Novelli, bound together, given him by John Sackville of Chiddingly Park, is written: "Sidera non tot habet caelum, nec flumina pisces, quot sclera gerit femina mente dolos, dixit Bordus," which Mr. Lower translates: "Quoth Borde, with stars the skies abound, with fish the flowing waters, but far more numerous I have found the tricks of Eve's fair daughters." This Borde would be a relative of the famous Andrew, priest, doctor, and satirist, 1490 to 1549, who may indeed have been the author of the distich above. It is certainly in his vein. Andrew Borde gave up his vows as a Carthusian on account of their rugorosity, and he became a doctor, travelling much on the continent. Several books are known to be his, chief among them the Dietary and Breviary of Health. He wrote also an Itinerary of England, and is credited by some with the Merry Tales of the Mad Men of Gotham. Lower and Horsfield indeed hold that the Gotham intended was not the Nottinghamshire village, but Gotham near Pevensey, where Borde had property. That he knew something of Sussex is shown by Borde's Book of Knowledge, where he mentions the old story, then a new one, that no nightingale will sing in St. Leonard's Forest. It is the Book of Knowledge that has for frontispiece the picture of a naked Englishman with a pair of shears in one hand and a piece of cloth over the other arm, saying, "I am an English man, and naked I stand here, musing in my mind what raiment I shall wear. For now I will wear this, and now I will wear that, Now I will where I cannot tell what. We shall see Andrew again when we come to Pevensey. A glimpse of the orderly mind of a pre-Reformation Cuckfield yeoman is given in a will quoted recently in the Sussex Daily News, in an interesting series of articles on the county under the title of Old Time Sussex. In the year of our Lord God, 1545, the 26th day of June, I, Thomas Gaston of the Pish of Cuckfield, syke in body whole and of perfect memory, ordain and make this my last will and test, in manner and form following. First, I bequeath my soul to Almighty God, or Our Lady St. Mary, and all the holy company of heaven, my body to be buried in the churchyard of Cuckfield. Item, to the Mother Church of Chichester, 4d. Item, to the high altar of Cuckfield, 4d. Item, I will have at my burial 5 masses, in likewise at my month's mind, and also at my yearly mind, all the charge of the church set apart, I will have in meat and drink, and to poor people 10 shillings at every time. The high altar was frequently mentioned favourably in these old wills. Another Cuckfield's testator, in 1539, left to the high altar, for tithes and oblations negligently forgotten, 6d. The same student of the Calendar of Sussex Wills in the District Probate Registry at Lewes, between 1541 and 1652, which the British Record Society have just published, copies the following passage from the will of Gerard Onstye in 1568. To Mary my daughter, £20, the feather bed that I lie upon, the bolsters and coverlet of tapestry work, with a blanket, 4 pairs of sheet, that is to say 4 pairs of the best flaxen, and other 2 pair of the best hempen, the great brass pot that her mother bought, the best board cloth, tablecloth, a lyman wheeler, i.e. a spinning wheel, that was her mother's, the chafing dish that hangeth in the parlour. In those simple days everything was prized. In one of these Sussex wills, in 1594, Richard Ferndean, a labourer, left to his brother Stephen his best doublet, his best jerkin, and his best shoes, and to Bernard Rosse his white doublet, his leathern doublet, and his worst breeches. 3 miles west of Cuckfield is Bolney, just off the London road, a village in the southern boundary of St. Leonard's Forest, the key to some very rich country. Before the days of bicycles, Bolney was practically unknown, so retired is it. The church, which has a curious pinnacled tower nearly 300 years old, is famous for its bells, concerning whose melody Horsfield gives the following piece of counsel. Those who are fond of the silvery tones of bells may enjoy them to perfection by placing themselves on the margin of a large pond, the property of Mr. W. Marshall. The reverberation of the sound coming off the water is peculiarly striking. 60 years ago this sheet of water had an additional attraction. Says Mr. Knox, during the months of May and June 1843, an osprey was observed to haunt the large ponds near Bolney. After securing a fish he used to retire to an old tree on the more exposed bank to devour it, and about the close of evening was in the habit of flying off towards the northwest, sometimes carrying away a prize in his talons if his sport had been unusually successful, as if he dreaded being disturbed at his repast during the dangerous hours of twilight. Having been shot at several times without effect, his visits to these ponds became gradually less frequent, but the surrounding covers being unpreserved and the bird itself too wary to suffer a near approach, he escaped the fate of many of his congeners, and even reappeared with a companion early in the following September, to whom he seemed to have imparted his salutary dread of man, his mortal enemy, for during the short time they remained there it was impossible to approach within gunshot of either of them. The indirect road from Bolney to Hand Cross, through Warninglid and Slaugham, parallel with the coaching road, is superb, taking us again into the iron country, and very near to Leonard's Lee, which we have already seen. The glory of Slaugham Place is no more, but one visible sign of it is preserved in Lewes, in the town hall, in the shape of its old staircase. Slaugham Place was the seat of the Covert family, whose estates extended, says tradition, from Southwark to the sea, and, says the more exact Horsfield, from Crawley to Hangleton, above Brighton. Slaugham Park used to cover 1,200 acres, the church being within it. Perhaps nowhere in Sussex is the change so complete as here, and within recent times too, for Horsfield quotes in 1835 the testimony of an aged person whom the present rector buried about 25 years back, who used to relate that he remembers when the family at Slaugham Park or Place consisted of 70 persons. Horsfield continues in a footnote, the natural receptacle of many of his most interesting statements. The name of the aged person alluded to was Harding, who died at nearly 100. According to his statement, the family were so numerous they kept constantly employed mechanics of every description, who resided on the premises. A conduit which supplied the mansion with water is now used by the inhabitants of the village. The kitchen fireplace still remains, of immense size, with the irons that supported the cooking apparatus. The arms of the coverts, with many impalements and quarterings, yet remain on the ruins. The principal entrance was from the east, and the grand front to the north. The pillars at the entrance, fluted with seats on each side, are still there. According to the statement of the above person, there was a chapel attached to the mansion at the west part. The mill pond flowed over nearly 40 acres, according to a person's statement who occupied the mill many years. The ruins, little changed since Horsfield wrote, stand in a beautiful old-world garden, which the traveller must certainly endeavour to enter. A mile north of Slaugham is Hand Cross, a Clapham junction of highways, whence Crawley is easily reached. Crawley, however, beyond a noble church, has no interest, its distinction being that it is half-way between London and Brighton on the high road. Its distinction and its misfortune. One would be hard put to it to think of a less desirable existence than that of dwelling on a dusty road and continually seeing people hurrying either from Brighton to London or from London to Brighton. Coaches, phaetons, motor cars, bicycles pass through Crawley so numerously as almost to constitute one elongated vehicle, like the moving platform at the last Paris exhibition. And not only travellers on wheels, for since the fashion for walking came in, Crawley has had new excitements, or monotonies, in the shape of walking stockbrokers, walking butchers, walking auctioneers, clerks, walking Austrians pushing their families in wheelbarrows, walking bricklayers carrying hods of bricks, walking acrobats on stilts, all striving to get to Brighton within a certain time, and all accompanied by judges, referees, and friends. At Hand Cross, lower on the road, the numbers diminish, but every competitor seems to be able to reach Crawley, perhaps because the railway station adjoins the high road. It was not, for example, until he reached Crawley that the Austrian's wheelbarrow broke down. On the other side of the line, 2 miles north-east of Haywards Heath, is Lindfield, with its fine common of geese, its generous duck pond, and wide straggling street of old houses and new, too many new to my mind, rising easily to the graceful early English church with its slender shingled spire. Just beyond the church is one of the most beautiful of timbered houses in Sussex, or indeed in England. When I first knew this house, it was a farm in the hands of a careless farmer. It has been restored by its present owner with the most perfect understanding and taste. For too long no one attempted to do as much for East Mascalls, a timbered ruin lying low among the fields to the east of the village, but quite recently it has been taken in hand. A quaint Lindfield epitaph may be mentioned, that of Richard Turner, who died in 1768, aged 21. Long was my pain, great was my grief. Surgeons I'd many, but no relief. I trust through Christ to rise with the just. My leg and thigh was buried first. I must not betray secrets, but it might be remarked that the kindly yet melancholy study of Wealden people and Wealden scenery, called Idlehurst, The best book, I think, that has come out of Sussex in recent years may be read with some special appropriateness in this neighbourhood. North of Lindfield is Ardingly, now known chiefly in connection with the large school which travellers on the line to Brighton see from the carriage windows as they cross the viaduct over the Ouse. The village, a mile north of the college, is famous as the birthplace of Thomas Box, the first of the great wicket-keepers, who disdained gloves even to the fastest bowling. The church has some very interesting brasses to members of the Wakehurst and Culpeper families, who long held Wakehurst Place, the Elizabethan mansion to the north of the village. Nicholas Culpeper of the Herbal was of the stock, but he must not be confounded with the Nicholas Culpeper whose brass, together with that of his wife, 10 sons and 8 daughters, is in the church, possibly the largest family on record depicted in that metal. The church also has a handsome canopied tomb, the occupant of which is unknown. From Ardingly, superb walks in the Sussex forest country may be taken. The end of chapter 22.